than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. For 3 long years Solomon journeyed about, begging his way from city to city, and from country to country, atoning for the 3 sins of his life by which he had set aside the commandment laid upon kings in Deuteronomy not to multiply horses, and wives, and silver and gold. At the end of that time, God took mercy upon him for the sake of his father David, and for the sake of the pious princess Naamah, the daughter of the Ammonite king, destined by God to be the ancestress of the Messiah. The time was approaching when she was to become the wife of Solomon and reign as queen in Jerusalem. God therefore led the royal wanderer to the capital city of Ammon. Solomon took service as an underling with a cook in the royal household, and he proved himself so proficient in the culinary art that the king of Ammon raised him to the post of chief cook. Thus he came under the notice of the king's daughter Naamah, who fell in love with her father's cook. In vain her parents endeavored to persuade her to choose a husband befitting her rank. Not even the king's threat to have her and her beloved executed availed to turn her thoughts away from Solomon. The Ammonite king had the lovers taken to a barren desert, in the hope that they would die of starvation there. Solomon and his wife wandered through the desert until they came to a city situated by the seashore. They purchased a fish to stave off death. When Naamah prepared the fish, she found in its belly the magic ring belonging to her husband, which he had given to Asmodeus, and which, thrown into the sea by the demon, had been swallowed by a fish. Solomon recognized his ring, put it on his finger, and in the twinkling of an eye he transported himself to Jerusalem. Asmodeus, who had been posing as King Solomon during the 3 years, he drove out, and himself ascended the throne again. Later on he cited the king of Ammon before his tribunal, and called him to account for the disappearance of the cook and the cook's wife, accusing him of having killed them. The king of Ammon protested that he had not killed, but only banished them. Then Solomon had the queen appear, and to his great astonishment and still greater joy the king of Ammon recognized his daughter. Solomon succeeded in regaining his throne only after undergoing many hardships. The people of Jerusalem considered him a lunatic, because he said that he was Solomon. After some time, the members of the Sanhedrin noticed his peculiar behavior, and they investigated the matter. They found that a long time had passed since Benaiah, the confidant of the king, had been permitted to enter the presence of the usurper. Furthermore, the wives of Solomon and his mother Bathsheba informed them that the behavior of the king had completely changed. It was not befitting royalty and in no respect like Solomon's former manner. It was also very strange that the king never by any chance allowed his foot to be seen, for fear, of course, of betraying his demon origin. The Sanhedrin, therefore, gave the king's magic ring to the wandering beggar who called himself King Solomon, and had him appear before the pretender on the throne. As soon as Asmodeus caught sight of the true king protected by his magic ring, he flew away precipitately. Solomon did not escape unscathed. The sight of Asmodeus in all his forbidding ugliness had so terrified him that henceforth he surrounded his couch at night with all the valiant heroes among the people. The court of Solomon. As David had been surrounded by great scholars and heroes of repute, so the court of Solomon was the gathering place of the great of his people. The most important of them all doubtless was Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, who had no peer for learning and piety either in the time of the first or the second temple. In his capacity as the chancellor of Solomon, he was the object of the king's special favor. He was frequently invited to be the companion of the king in his games of chess. The wise king naturally was always the winner. One day Solomon left the chessboard for a moment. Benaiah used his absence to remove one of the king's chessmen, and the king lost the game. Solomon gave much thought to the occurrence. He came to the conclusion that his chancellor had dealt dishonestly with him, and he was determined to give him a lesson. Some days later Solomon noticed 2 suspicious characters hanging about the palace. Acting at once upon an idea that occurred to him, he put on the clothes of one of his servants and joined the 2 suspects. The 3 of them, he proposed, should make the attempt to rob the royal palace, and he drew forth a key which would facilitate their entrance. While the thieves were occupied in gathering booty, the king roused his servants, and the malefactors were taken into custody. Next morning Solomon appeared before the Sanhedrin, which was presided over by Benaiah at the time, and he desired to know from the court what punishment was meted out to a thief. Benaiah, seeing no delinquents before him, and unwilling to believe that the king would concern himself about the apprehension of thieves, was convinced that Solomon was bent on punishing him for his dishonest play. He fell at the feet of the king, confessed his guilt, and begged his pardon. Solomon was pleased to have his supposition confirmed, and also to have Benaiah acknowledge his wrongdoing. He assured him he harbored no evil designs against him, and that when he asked this question of the Sanhedrin, he had had real thieves in mind, who had broken into the palace during the night. Another interesting incident happened, in which Benaiah played a part. The king of Persia was very ill, and his physician told him he could be cured by nothing but the milk of a lioness. The king accordingly sent a deputation bearing rich presents to Solomon, the only being in the world who might in his wisdom discover means to obtain lion's milk. Solomon charged Benaiah to fulfill the Persian king's wish. Benaiah took a number of kids, and repaired to a lion's den. Daily he threw a kid to the lioness, and after some time the beasts became familiar with him, and finally he could approach the lioness close enough to draw milk from her udders. On the way back to the Persian king, the physician who had recommended the milk cure dreamed a dream. All the organs of his body, his hands, feet, eyes, mouth, and tongue, were quarreling with one another, each claiming the greatest share of credit in procuring the remedy for the Persian monarch. When the tongue set forth its own contribution to the cause of the king's service, the other organs rejected its claim as totally unfounded. The physician did not forget the dream, and when he appeared before the king, he spoke, "Here is the dog's milk which we went to fetch for you." The king, enraged, ordered the physician to be hanged, because he had brought the milk of a bitch instead of the milk of a lion's dam. During the preliminaries to the execution, all the limbs and organs of the physician began to tremble, whereupon the tongue said, "Did I not tell you that you all are of no good? If you will acknowledge my superiority, I shall even now save you from death." They all made the admission it demanded, and the physician requested the executioner to take him to the king. Once in the presence of his master, he begged him as a special favor to drink of the milk he had brought. The king granted his wish, recovered from his sickness, and dismissed the physician in peace. So it came about that all the organs of the body acknowledged the supremacy of the tongue. Besides Benaiah, Solomon's two scribes, Eliaraph and Ahijah, the sons of Shisha, deserve mention. They both met their death in a most peculiar way. Solomon once upon a time noticed a careworn expression on the countenance of the angel of death. When he asked the reason, he received the answer, that he had been charged with the task of bringing the two scribes to the next world. Solomon was desirous of stealing a march upon the angel of death, as well as keeping his secretaries alive. He ordered the demons to carry Eliaraph and Ahijah to Luz, the only spot on earth in which the angel of death has no power. In a jiffy, the demons had done his bidding, but the two secretaries expired at the very moment of reaching the gates of Luz. Next day, the angel of death appeared before Solomon in very good humor, and said to him, "Thou didst transport those two men to the very spot in which I wanted them." The fate destined for them was to die at the gates of Luz, and the angel of death had been at a loss how to get them there. A most interesting incident in Solomon's own family circle is connected with one of his daughters. She was of extraordinary beauty, and in the stars he read that she was to marry an extremely poor youth. To prevent the undesirable union, Solomon had a high tower erected in the sea, and to this he sent his daughter. 70 eunuchs were to guard her, and a huge quantity of food was stored in the tower for her use. The poor youth whom fate had appointed to be her husband was traveling one cold night. He did not know where to rest his head, when he espied the red carcass of an ox lying in the field. In this he lay down to keep warm. When he was ensconced in it, there came a large bird, which took the carcass, bore it, together with the youth stretched out in it, to the roof of the tower in which the princess lived, and, settling down there, began to devour the flesh of the ox. In the morning, the princess, according to her wont, ascended to the roof to look out upon the sea, and she caught sight of the youth. She asked him who he was, and who had brought him thither. He told her that he was a Jew from Acco, and had been carried to the tower by a bird. She showed him to a chamber, where he could wash and anoint himself, and array himself in a fresh garb. Then it appeared that he possessed unusual beauty. Besides, he was a scholar of great attainments and of acute mind. So it came about that the princess fell in love with him. She asked him whether he would have her to wife, and he assented gladly. He opened one of his veins, and wrote the marriage contract with his own blood. Then he pronounced the formula of betrothal, taking God and the two archangels Michael and Gabriel as witnesses, and she became his wife, legally married to him. After some time the eunuchs noticed that she was pregnant. Their questions elicited the suspected truth from the princess, and they sent for Solomon. His daughter admitted her marriage, and the king, though he recognized in her husband the poor man predicted in the constellations, yet he thanked God for his son-in-law, distinguished no less for learning than for his handsome person. The division of the kingdom. The division of the kingdom into Judah and Israel, which took place soon after the death of Solomon, had cast its shadow before. When Solomon, on the day after his marriage with the Egyptian princess, disturbed the regular course of the temple service by sleeping late with his head on the pillow under which lay the key of the temple, Jeroboam with 80,000 Ephraimites approached the king and publicly called him to account for his negligence. God administered a reproof to Jeroboam. Why dost thou reproach a prince of Israel? As thou livest, thou shalt have a taste of his rulership, and thou wilt see thou art not equal to its responsibilities. On another occasion a clash occurred between Jeroboam and Solomon. The latter ordered his men to close the openings David had made in the city wall to facilitate the approach of the pilgrims to Jerusalem. This forced them all to walk through the gates and pay toll. The tax thus collected Solomon gave to his wife, the daughter of Pharaoh, as pay money. Indignant at this, Jeroboam questioned the king about it in public. In other ways, too, he failed to pay Solomon the respect due to royal position, as his father before him, Sheba the son of Bichri, had rebelled against David, misled by signs and tokens which he had falsely interpreted as pointing to his own elevation to royal dignity, when in reality they concerned themselves with his son. It was when Jeroboam was preparing to depart from Jerusalem forever, in order to escape the dangers to which Solomon's displeasure exposed him, that Ahijah of Shiloh met him with the divine tidings of his elevation to the kingship. The prophet Ahijah, of the tribe of Levi, was venerable, not only by reason of his hoary age, his birth occurred at least 60 years before the exodus from Egypt, but because his piety was so profound that a saint of the exalted standing of Simon ben Yahai associated Ahijah with himself. Simon once exclaimed, "My merits and Ahijah together suffice to atone for the iniquity of all sinners from the time of Abraham until the advent of the Messiah Jeroboam." Jeroboam was the true disciple of this great prophet. His doctrine was as pure as the new garment Ahijah wore when he met Jeroboam near Jerusalem, and his learning exceeded that of all the scholars of his time except his own teacher Ahijah alone. The prophet was in the habit of discussing secret love with Jeroboam and subjects in the Torah whose existence was wholly unknown to others. Had Jeroboam proved himself worthy of his high position, the length of his reign would have equaled David's. It was his pride that led him into destruction. He set up the golden calves as objects to be worshipped by the people, in order to wean them from their habit of going on pilgrimages to Jerusalem. He knew that in the temple only members of the royal house of David were privileged to sit down. No exception would be made in favor of Jeroboam, and so he would have to stand while Rehoboam would be seated. Rather than appear in public as the subordinate of the Judean king, he introduced the worship of idols, which secured him full royal prerogatives. In the execution of his plan he proceeded with great cunning, and his reputation as a profound scholar and pious saint stood him in good stead. This was his method: he seated an impious man next to a pious man, and then said to each couple, "Will you put your signature to anything I intend to do?" The two would give an affirmative answer. "Do you want me as king?" He would then ask, only to receive an affirmative answer again. "And you will do whatever I order?" He continued. "Yes," was the reply. "I am to infer, then, that you will even pay worship to idols if I command it?" Said Jeroboam. "God forbid." The pious member of the couple would exclaim, whereupon his impious companion, who was in league with the king, would turn upon him, Canst thou really suppose for an instant that a man like Jeroboam would serve idols? He only wishes to put our loyalty to the test. Through such machinations he succeeded in obtaining the signatures of the most pious, even the signature of the prophet Ahijah. Now Jeroboam had the people as his power. He could exact the vilest deeds from them. So entrenched, Jeroboam brought about the division between Judah and Israel, a consummation which his father, Sheba the son of Bichri, had not been able to compass under David, because God desired to have the temple erected before the split occurred. Not yet satisfied, Jeroboam sought to involve the 10 tribes in a war against Judah and Jerusalem. But the people of the northern kingdom refused to enter into hostilities with their brethren, and with the ruler of their brethren, a descendant of David. Jeroboam appealed to the elders of the Israelites, and they referred him to the Danites, the most efficient of their warriors. But they swore by the head of Dan, the ancestor of their tribe, that they would never consent to shed blood of their brethren. They were even on the point of rising against Jeroboam, and the clash between them and the followers of Jeroboam was prevented only because God prompted the Danites to leave Palestine. Their first plan was to journey to Egypt and take possession of the land. They gave it up when their princes reminded them of the biblical prohibition against dwelling in Egypt. Likewise they were restrained from attacking the Edomites, Ammonites, and Moabites, for the Torah commands considerate treatment of them. Finally they decided to go to Egypt, but not to stay there, only to pass through to Ethiopia. The Egyptians were in great terror of the Danites, and their hardiest warriors occupied the roads traveled by them. Arrived in Ethiopia, the Danites slew a part of the population, and exacted tribute from the rest. The departure of the Danites relieved Judah from the apprehended invasion by Jeroboam, but danger arose from another quarter. Shishak, the ruler of Egypt, who was the father-in-law of Solomon, came to Jerusalem and demanded his daughter's jointure. He carried off the throne of Solomon, and also the treasure which the Israelites had taken from the Egyptians at the time of the Exodus. So the Egyptian money returned to its source. The 2 Abijahs. Jeroboam did not entirely forego his plan of a campaign against Judah, but it was not executed until Abijah had succeeded his father Rehoboam on the throne of Jerusalem. The Judean king was victorious. However, he could not long enjoy the fruits of his victory. Shortly after occurred his death, brought on by his own crimes. In his war against Jeroboam he had indulged in excessive cruelty. He ordered the corpses of the enemy to be mutilated, and permitted them to be buried only after putrefaction had set in. Such savagery was all the more execrable as it prevented many widows from entering into a second marriage. Mutilating the corpses had made identification impossible, and so it was left doubtful whether their husbands were among the dead. Moreover, Abijah used most disrespectful language about the prophet Abijah the Shilonite. He called him a son of Belial in his address to the people on Mount Zemaraim. That in itself merited severe punishment. Finally, his zeal for true worship of God, which Abijah had urged as the reason of the war between himself and Jeroboam, cooled quickly. When he obtained possession of Bethel, he failed to do away with the golden calves. In this respect his namesake, the Israelitish king Abijah, the son of Jeroboam, was by far his superior. By removing the guard stationed at the frontier, he bade defiance to the command of his father, who had decreed the death penalty for pilgrimages to Jerusalem. More than this, he himself ventured to go up to Jerusalem in fulfillment of his religious duty. Asa, the son of Abijah of Judah, was a worthier and a more pious ruler than his father had been. He did away with the gross worship of Priapus, to which his mother was devoted. To reward him for his piety, God gave him the victory over Zerah, the king of the Ethiopians. As a result of this victory he came again into possession of the throne of Solomon and of the treasures Shishak had taken from his grandfather, which Zerah in turn had wrested from Shishak. Asa himself did not long keep them. Baasha, the king of Israel, together with Ben-Hadad, the Aramean king, attacked Asa, who tried to propitiate Ben-Hadad by giving him his lately reacquired treasures. The prophet justly rebuked him for trusting in princes rather than in God, and that in spite of the fact that divine help had been visible in his conflicts with the Ethiopians and the Lubim. for there had been no need for him to engage in battle with them. In response to his mere prayer, God had slain the enemy. In general, Asa showed little confidence in God. He rather trusted his own skill. Accordingly, he made even the scholars of his realm enlist in the army sent out against Baasha. He was punished by being afflicted with gout, he of all men, who was distinguished on account of the strength residing in his feet. Furthermore, the division between Judah and Israel was made permanent, though God had at first intended to limit the exclusion of David's house from Israel to only 36 years. Had Asa shown himself deserving, he would have been accorded dominion over the whole of Israel. In point of fact, Asa, through his connection by marriage with the house of Omri, contributed to the stability of the Israelitish dynasty, for as a result of the support given by the southern ruler, Omri succeeded in putting his rival Tibni out of the way. Then it was that God resolved that the descendants of Asa should perish simultaneously with the descendants of Omri. This doom was accomplished when Jehu killed the king of Judah on account of his friendship and kinship with Joram the king of Samaria. Jehoshaphat and Ahab, the successors of Omri and Asa, each in his way, were worthy of their fathers. Jehoshaphat, the son of Asa, was very wealthy. The treasures which his father had sent to the Aramean ruler reverted to him in consequence of his victory over the Ammonites, themselves the conquerors of the Arameans, whom they had despoiled of their possessions. His power was exceedingly great. Each division of his army counted no less than 160,000 warriors. Yet rich and powerful as he was so modest that he refused to don his royal apparel when he went to the house of the prophet Elisha to consult him. He appeared before him in the attire of one of the people. Unlike his father, who had little consideration for scholars, Jehoshaphat was particularly gracious toward them. When a scholar appeared before him, he arose, hastened to meet him, and kissing and embracing him, greeted him with "Rabbi, Rabbi." Jehoshaphat concerned himself greatly about the purity and sanctification of the temple. He was the author of the ordinance forbidding anyone to ascend the Temple Mount whose term of uncleanness had not expired, even though he had taken the ritual bath. His implicit trust in God made him a complete contrast to his skeptical father. He turned to God and implored his help when to human reason help seemed an utter impossibility. In the war with the Arameans, an enemy held a sword at Jehoshaphat's very throat, ready to deal the fatal blow, but the king entreated help of God, and it was granted. In power and wealth, Ahab, king of Samaria, outstripped his friend Jehoshaphat, for Ahab is one of that small number of kings who have ruled over the whole world. No less than 252 kingdoms acknowledged his dominion. As for his wealth, it was so abundant that each of his 140 children possessed several ivory palaces, summer and winter residences. But what gives Ahab his prominence among the Jewish kings is neither his power nor his wealth, but his sinful conduct. For him the gravest transgressions committed by Jeroboam were slight peccadillos. At his order the gates of Samaria bore the inscription, "Ahab denies the God of Israel." He was so devoted to idolatry, to which he was led astray by his wife Jezebel, that the fields of Palestine were full of idols. But he was not wholly wicked, he possessed some good qualities. He was liberal toward scholars, and he showed great reverence for the Torah, which he studied zealously. When Ben-Hadad exacted all he possessed, his wealth, his wives, his children, he acceded to his demands regarding everything except the Torah. That he refused peremptorily to surrender. In the war that followed between himself and the Syrians, he was so indignant at the presumptuousness of the Aramean upstart that he himself saddled his war-horse for the battle. His zeal was rewarded by God. He gained a brilliant victory in a battle in which no less than 100,000 of the Syrians were slain, as the prophet Micaiah had foretold to him. The same seer admonished him not to deal gently with Ben-Hadad. God's word to him had been, "Know that I had to set many a pitfall and trap to deliver him into thy hand. If thou lettest him escape, thy life will be forfeit for his." Nevertheless, the disastrous end of Ahab is not to be ascribed to his disregard of the prophet's warning, for he finally liberated Ben-Hadad, but chiefly to the murder of his kinsman Naboth, whose execution on the charge of treason he had ordered, so that he might put himself in possession of Naboth's wealth. His victim was a pious man, and in the habit of going on pilgrimages to Jerusalem on the festivals. As he was a great singer, his presence in the holy city attracted many other pilgrims thither. Once Naboth failed to go on his customary pilgrimage. Then it was that his false conviction took place of very severe punishment for the transgression, but not wholly unjustifiable. Under Jehoshaphat's influence and counsel, Ahab did penance for his crime, and the punishment God meted out to him was thereby mitigated to the extent that his dynasty was not cut off from the throne at this death. In the heavenly court of justice, at Ahab's trial, the accusing witnesses and his defenders exactly balanced each other in number and statements, until the spirit of Naboth appeared and turned the scale against Ahab. The spirit of Naboth it had been, too, that had led astray the prophets of Ahab, making them all use the very same words in prophesying a victory at Ramoth-Gilead. This literal unanimity aroused Jehoshaphat's suspicion, and caused him to ask for a prophet of the Lord, for the rule is, the same thought is revealed to many prophets, but no two prophets express it in the same words. Jehoshaphat's mistrust was justified by the issue of war. Ahab was slain in a miraculous way by Naaman, at the time only a common soldier of the rank and file. God permitted Naaman's missile to penetrate Ahab's armor, though the latter was harder than the former. The mourning for Ahab was so great that the memory of it reached posterity. The funeral procession was unusually impressive. No less than 36,000 warriors, their shoulders bared, marched before his bier. Ahab is one of the few in Israel who have no portion in the world to come. He dwells in the 5th division of the netherworld, which is under the supervision of the angel Oniel. However, he is exempt from the tortures inflicted upon his heathen associates. Jezebel. Wicked as Ahab was, his wife Jezebel was incomparably worse. Indeed, she is in great part the cause of his suffering, and Ahab realized it. Once Rabbi Levi expounded the scriptural verse in which the iniquity of Ahab and the influence of his wife over him are discussed, dwelling upon the first half for 2 months. Ahab visited him in a dream, and reproached him with expatiating on the first half of the verse to the exclusion of the latter half. Thereupon the rabbi took the second half of the verse as the text of his lectures for the next 2 months, demonstrating all the time that Jezebel was the instigator of Ahab's sins. Her misdeed are told in the scriptures. To those there recounted must be added her practice of attaching unjust images to Ahab's chariot for the purpose of stimulating his carnal desires. Therefore those parts of his chariot were spattered with his blood when he fell at the hand of the enemy. She had her husband weighed every day, and the increase of his weight in gold she sacrificed to the idol. Jezebel was not only the daughter and the wife of a king, she was also co-regent with her husband, the only reigning queen in Jewish history except Athaliah. Hardened sinner though Jezebel was, even she had good qualities. One of them was her capacity for sympathy with others in joy and sorrow. Whenever a funeral cortege passed the royal palace, Jezebel would descend and join the ranks of the mourners, and, also, when a marriage procession went by, she took part in the merrymaking in honor of the bridal couple. By way of reward the limbs and organs with which she had executed these good deeds were left intact by the horses that trampled her to death in the portion of Jezreel. Joram of Israel. Of Joram, the son of Ahab, it can only be said that he had his father's faults without his father's virtues. Ahab was liberal, Joram miserly, nay, he even indulged in usurious practices. From Obadiah, the pious protector of the prophets in hiding, he exacted a high rate of interest on the money needed for their support. As a consequence, at his death he fell pierced between his arms, the arrow going out at his heart, for he had stretched out his arms to receive usury, and had hardened his heart against compassion. In his reign only one event deserves mention, his campaign against Moab, undertaken in alliance with the kings of Judah and Edom, and ending with a splendid victory won by the allied kings. Joram and his people, it need hardly be said, failed to derive the proper lesson from the war. Their disobedience to God's commands went on as before. The king of Moab, on the other hand, in his way sought to come nearer to God. He assembled his astrologers and inquired of them, why it was that the Moabites, successful in their warlike enterprises against other nations, could not measure up to the standard of the Israelites. They explained that God was gracious to Israel, because his ancestor Abraham had been ready to sacrifice Isaac at his bidding. Then the Moabite king reasoned, that if God set so high a value upon mere good intention, how much greater would be the reward for its actual execution, and he, who ordinarily was a sun worshipper, proceeded to sacrifice his son, the successor to the throne, to the God of Israel. God said, "The heathen do not know me, and their wrongdoing arises from ignorance. But you, Israelites, know me, and yet you act rebelliously toward me." As a result of the 7 years' famine, conditions in Samaria were frightful during the great part of Joram's reign. In the first year everything stored in the houses was eaten up. In the second, the people supported themselves with what they could scrape together in the fields. The flesh of the clean animals sufficed for the third year. In the fourth the sufferers resorted to the unclean animals. In the fifth, the reptiles and insects. And in the sixth the monstrous thing happened that women crazed by hunger consumed their own children as food. But the acme of distress was reached in the 7th year, when men sought to gnaw the flesh from their own bones. To these occurrences the prophecies of Joel apply, for he lived in the awful days of the famine in Joram's reign. Luckily, God revealed to Joel at the same time how Israel would be rescued from the famine. The winter following the 7 years of dearth brought no relief, for the rain held back until the first day of the month of Nisan. When it began to fall, the prophet said to the people, "Go forth and sow seed." But they remonstrated with him, "Shall one who hath saved a measure of wheat or 2 measures of barley not use his store for food and live, rather than for seed and die?" But the prophet urged them, "Nay, go forth and sow seed." And a miracle happened. In the anthills and mouse holes, they found enough grain for seed, and they cast it upon the ground on the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th day of Nisan. On the 5th day of the month rain fell again. 11 days later the grain was ripe, and the offering of the omer could be brought at the appointed time, on the 16th of the month. Of this the psalmist was thinking when he said, "They that sow in tears shall reap in joy." Elijah before his translation. The biblical account of the prophet Elijah, of his life and work during the reigns of Ahab and his son Joram, gives but a faint idea of a personage whose history begins with Israel's sojourn in Egypt, and will end only when Israel, under the leadership of the Messiah, shall have taken up his abode again in Palestine. The scripture tells us only the name of Elijah's home, but it must be added that he was a priest, identical with Phinehas, the priest zealous for the honor of God, who distinguished himself on the journey through the desert, and played a prominent role again in the time of the judges. Elijah's first appearance in the period of the kings was his meeting with Ahab in the house of Heel, the Bethelite, the commander-in-chief of the Israelitish army, whom he was visiting to condole with him for the loss of his sons. God himself had charged the prophet to offer sympathy to Heel, whose position demanded that honor be paid him. Elijah at first refused to seek out the sinner who had violated the divine injunction against rebuilding Jericho, for he said that the blasphemous talk of such evildoers always called forth his rage. Thereupon God promised Elijah that fulfillment should attend whatever imprecation might in his wrath escape him against the godless for their unholy speech. As the prophet entered the general's house, he heard Heel utter these words, "Blessed be the Lord God of the pious, who grants fulfillment to the words of the pious." Heel thus acknowledged that he had been justly afflicted with Joshua's curse against him who should rebuild Jericho. Ahab mockingly asked him, "Was not Moses greater than Joshua, and did he not say that God would let no rain descend upon the earth, if Israel served and worshipped idols? There is not an idol known to which I do not pay homage, yet we enjoy all that is goodly and desirable. Dost thou believe that if the words of Moses remain unfulfilled, the words of Joshua will come true?" Elijah rejoined, "Be it as thou sayest, as the Lord, the God of Israel liveth, before whom I stand, there shall not be dew nor rain these years, but according to my word." In pursuance of his promise, God could not but execute the words of Elijah, and neither dew nor rain watered the land. A famine ensued, and Ahab sought to wreak his vengeance upon the prophet. To escape the king's persecutions, Elijah hid himself. He was sustained with food brought from the larder of the pious King Jehoshaphat by ravens, which at the same time would not approach near to the house of the iniquitous Ahab. God, who has compassion even upon the impious, tried to induce the prophet to release him from his promise. To influence him he made the brook run dry whence Elijah drew water for his thirst. As this failed to soften the inflexible prophet, God resorted to the expedient of causing him pain through the death of the son of the widow with whom Elijah was abiding, and by whom he had been received with great honor. When her son, who was later to be known as the prophet Jonah, died, she thought God had formerly been gracious to her on account of her great worthiness as compared with the merits of her neighbors and of the inhabitants of the city, and now he had abandoned her, because her virtues had become as naught in the presence of the great prophet. In his distress Elijah supplicated God to revive the child. Now God had the prophet in his power. He could give heed unto Elijah's prayer only provided the prophet released him from the promise about a drought, for resuscitation from death is brought about by means of dew, and this remedy was precluded so long as Elijah kept God to his word withholding dew and rain from the earth. Elijah saw there was nothing for it but to yield. However, he first betook himself to Ahab with the purpose of overcoming the obduracy of the people, upon whom the famine had made no impression. Manifest wonders displayed before their eyes were to teach them wisdom. The combat between God and Baal took place on Carmel. The mount that had esteemed itself the proper place for the greatest event in Israelitish history, the revelation of the law, was compensated, by the many miracles now performed upon it, for its disappointment at Sinai's having been preferred to it. The first wonder occurred in connection with the choice of the bullocks. According to Elijah's arrangement with Ahab, one was to be sacrificed to God, and then one to Baal. A pair of twins, raised together, were brought before the contestants, and it was decided by lot which belonged to God and which to Baal. Elijah had no difficulty with his offering. Quickly he led it to his altar. But all the priests of Baal, 850 in number, could not make their victims stir a foot. When Elijah began to speak persuasively to the bullock of Baal, urging it to follow the idolatrous priests, it opened its mouth and said, "We two, yonder bullock and myself, came forth from the same womb, we took our food from the same manger, and now he has been destined for God, as an instrument for the glorification of the divine name, while I am to be used for Baal, as an instrument to enrage my Creator." Elijah urged, "Do thou but follow the priests of Baal that they may have no excuse, and then thou wilt have a share in that glorification of God for which my bullock will be used." The bullock, "So dost thou advise, but I swear I will not move from the spot, unless thou with thine own hands wilt deliver me up." Elijah thereupon led the bullock to the priests of Baal. In spite of this miracle, the priests sought to deceive the people. They undermined the altar, and he hid himself under it with the purpose of igniting a fire at the mention of the word Baal. But God sent a serpent to kill him. In vain the false priests cried and called, "Baal! Baal!" The expected flame did not shoot up. To add to the confusion of the idolaters, God had imposed silence upon the whole world. The powers of the upper and of the nether regions were dumb, the universe seemed deserted and desolate, as if without a living creature. If a single sound had made itself heard, the priests would have said, "It is the voice of Baal." That all preparations might be completed in one day, the erection of the altar, the digging of the trench, and whatever else was necessary, Elijah commanded the sun to stand still. "For Joshua," he said, "thou didst stand still that Israel might conquer his enemies. Now stand thou still, neither for my sake, nor for the sake of Israel, but that the name of God may be exalted." And the sun obeyed his words. Toward evening Elijah summoned his disciple Elisha, and bade him pour water over his hands. A miracle happened. Water flowed out from Elijah's fingers until the whole trench was filled. Then the prophet prayed to God to let fire descend, but in such wise that the people would know it to be a wonder from heaven, and not think it a magician's trick. He spoke, "Lord of the world, thou wilt send me as a messenger at the end of time, but if my words do not meet with fulfillment now, the Jews cannot be expected to believe me in the latter days." His pleading was heard on high, and fire fell from heaven upon the altar, a fire that not only consumed what it touched, but also licked up the water. Nor was that all. His prayer for rain was also granted. Scarcely had these words dropped from his lips, though we have no other merits, yet remember the sign of the covenant which the Israelites bear upon their bodies, when the rain fell to earth. In spite of all these miracles, the people persisted in their idolatrous ways and thoughts. Even the 7,000 who had not bowed down unto Baal were unworthy sons of Israel, for they paid homage to the golden calves of Jeroboam. The misdeeds of the people had swelled to such number that they could no longer reckon upon the merits of the fathers to intercede for them. They had overdrawn their account. When they sank to the point of degradation at which they gave up the sign of the covenant, Elijah could control his wrath no longer, and he accused Israel before God. In the cleft of the rock in which God had once aforetimes appeared to Moses, and revealed himself as compassionate and long-suffering, he now met with Elijah, and conveyed to him, by various signs, that it had been better to defend Israel than accuse him. But Elijah in his zeal for God was inexorable. Then God commanded him to appoint Elisha as his successor, for he said, I cannot do as thou wouldst have me. Furthermore God charged him, instead of accusing my children, journey to Damascus, where the Gentiles have an idol for each day of the year. Though Israel hath thrown down my altars and slain my prophets, what concern is it of thine? The four phenomena that God sent before his appearance, wind, earthquake, fire, and a still small voice, were to instruct Elijah about the destiny of man. God told Elijah that these four represent the worlds through which man must pass. The first stands for this world, fleeting as the wind. The earthquake is the day of death, which makes the human body to tremble and quake. Fire is the tribunal in Gehenna, and the still small voice is the last judgment, when there will be none but God alone. About 3 years later, Elijah was taken up into heaven, but not without first undergoing a struggle with the angel of death. He refused to let Elijah enter heaven at his translation, on the ground that he exercised jurisdiction over all mankind. Elijah not accepted. God maintained that at the creation of heaven and earth he had explicitly ordered the angel of death to grant entrance to the living prophet, but the angel of death insisted that by Elijah's translation God had given just cause for complaint to all other men, who could not escape the doom of death. Thereupon God, Elijah is not like other men. He is able to banish thee from the world, only thou dost not recognize his strength. With the consent of God, a combat took place between Elijah and the angel of death. The prophet was victorious, and, if God had not restrained him, he would have annihilated his opponent. Holding his defeated enemy under his feet, Elijah ascended heavenward. In heaven he goes on living for all time. There he sits recording the deeds of men and the chronicles of the world. He has another office besides. He is the psychopomp, whose duty is to stand at the crossways in paradise and guide the pious to their appointed places. Who brings the souls of sinners up from Gehenna at the approach of the Sabbath, and leads them back again to their merited punishment when the day of rest is about to depart. And who conducts these same souls, after they have atoned for their sins, to the place of everlasting bliss. Elijah's miraculous deeds will be better understood if we remember that he had been an angel from the very first, even before the end of his earthly career. When God was about to create man, Elijah said to him, Master of the world, if it be pleasing in thine eyes, I will descend to earth, and make myself serviceable to the sons of men. Then God changed his angel name, and later, under Ahab, he permitted him to abide among men on earth, that he might convert the world to the belief that the Lord is God. His mission fulfilled, God took him again into heaven, and said to him, Be thou the guardian spirit of my children forever, and spread the belief in me abroad in the whole world. His angel name is Sandalphon, one of the greatest and mightiest of the fiery angel host. As such it is his duty to read the garlands for God out of the prayers sent aloft by Israel. Besides, he must offer up sacrifices in the invisible sanctuary, for the temple was destroyed only apparently. In reality, it went on existing, hidden from the sight of ordinary mortals. After his translation, Elijah's removal from earth, so far being an interruption to his relations with men, rather marks the beginning of his real activity as a helper in time of need, as a teacher and as a guide. At first his intervention in sublunar affairs was not frequent. 7 years after his translation, he wrote a letter to the wicked King Joram, who reigned over Judah. The next occasion on which he took part in an earthly occurrence was at the time of Ahasuerus, when he did the Jews a good turn by assuming the guise of the courtier Harbonah, in a favorable moment inciting the king against Haman. It was reserved for later days, however, for Talmudic times, the golden age of the great scholars, the Tannaim and the Amoraim, to enjoy Elijah's special vigilance as protector of the innocent, as a friend in need, who hovers over the just and the pious, ever present to guard them against evil or snatch them out of danger. With 4 strokes of his wings Elijah can traverse the world. Hence no spot on earth is too far removed for his help. As an angel he enjoys the power of assuming the most various appearances to accomplish his purposes. Sometimes he looks like an ordinary man, sometimes he takes the appearance of an Arab, sometimes of a horseman, now he is a Roman court official, now he is a harlot. Once upon a time it happened that when Nahum, the great and pious teacher, was journeying to Rome on a political mission, he was without knowledge robbed of the gift he bore to the emperor as an offering from the Jews. When he handed the casket to the ruler, it was found to contain common earth, which the thieves had substituted for the jewels they had abstracted. The emperor thought the Jews were mocking at him, and their representative, Nahum, was condemned to suffer death. In his piety the rabbi did not lose confidence in God. He only said, "This too is for good." And so it turned out to be. Suddenly Elijah appeared, and, assuming the guise of a court official, he said, "Perhaps the earth in this casket is like that used by Abraham for purposes of war. A handful will do the work of swords and bows." At his instance the virtues of the earth were tested in the attack upon a city that had long resisted Roman courage and strength. His supposition was verified. The contents of the casket proved more efficacious than all the weapons of the army, and the Romans were victorious. Nahum was dismissed, laden with honors and treasures, and the thieves, who had betrayed themselves by claiming the precious earth, were executed, for, naturally enough, Elijah works no wonder for evildoers. Another time, for the purpose of rescuing Rabbi Shila, Elijah pretended to be a Persian. An informer had announced the rabbi with the Persian government, accusing him of administering the law according to the Jewish code. Elijah appeared as witness for the rabbi and against the informer, and Shila was honorably dismissed. When the Roman bailiffs were pursuing Rabbi Meir, Elijah joined him in the guise of a harlot. The Roman emissaries desisted from their pursuit, for they could not believe that Rabbi Meir would choose such a companion. A contemporary of Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Simon ben Yochai, who spent 13 years in a cave to escape the vengeance of the Romans, was informed by Elijah of the death of the Jew-baiting emperor, so that he could leave his hiding place. Equally characteristic is the help Elijah afforded the worthy poor. Frequently he brought them great wealth. Rabbi Kahana was so needy that he had to support himself by peddling with household utensils. Once a lady of high standing endeavored to force him to commit an immoral act, and Kahana, preferring death to iniquity, threw himself from a loft. Though Elijah was at a distance of 400 parasangs, he hastened to the post in time to catch the rabbi before he touched the ground. Besides, he gave him means enough to enable him to abandon an occupation beset with perils. Rabbi Bar Abbahu likewise was a victim of poverty. He admitted to Elijah that on account of his small means he had no time to devote to his studies. Thereupon Elijah led him into paradise, bade him remove his mantle, and fill it with leaves grown in the regions of the blessed. When the rabbi was about to quit paradise, his garment full of leaves, a voice was heard to say, "Who desires to anticipate his share in the world to come during his earthly days, as Rabbi Bar Abbahu was doing?" The rabbi quickly cast the leaves away. Nevertheless he received 12,000 denarii for his upper garment, because it retained the wondrous fragrance of the leaves of paradise. Elijah's help was not confined to poor teachers of the law. All who were in need, and were worthy of his assistance, had a claim upon him. A poor man, the father of a family, in his distress once prayed to God, "O Lord of the world, thou knowest, there is none to whom I can tell my tale of woe, none who will have pity upon me. I have neither brother nor kinsman nor friend, and my starving little ones are crying with hunger. Then do thou have mercy and be compassionate, or let death come and put an end to our suffering." His words found a hearing with God, for, as he finished, Elijah stood before the poor man, and sympathetically inquired why he was weeping. When the prophet had heard the tale of his troubles, he said, "Take me and sell me as a slave. The proceeds will suffice for thy needs." At first the poor man refused to accept the sacrifice, but finally yielded, and Elijah was sold to a prince for 80 denarii. This sum formed the nucleus of the fortune which the poor man amassed and enjoyed until the end of his days. The prince who had purchased Elijah intended to build a palace, and he rejoiced to hear that his new slave was an architect. He promised Elijah liberty if within 6 months he completed the edifice. After nightfall of the same day, Elijah offered a prayer, and instantaneously the palace stood in its place in complete perfection. Elijah disappeared. The next morning the prince was not a little astonished to see the palace finished. But when he sought his slave to reward him, and sought him in vain, he realized that he had had dealings with an angel. Elijah meantime repaired to the man who had sold him, and related his story to him, that he might know he had not cheated the purchaser out of his price. On the contrary, he had enriched him, since the palace was worth 100 times more than the money paid for the pretended slave. A similar thing happened to a well-to-do man who lost his fortune, and became so poor that he had to do manual labor in the field of another. Once, when he was at work, he was accosted by Elijah, who had assumed the appearance of an Arab. "Thou art destined to enjoy 7 good years. When dost thou want them now, or as the closing years of thy life?" The man replied, "Thou art a wizard. Go in peace, I have nothing for thee." 3 times the same question was put, 3 times the same reply was given. Finally the man said, "I shall ask the advice of my wife." When Elijah came again, and repeated his question, the man, following the counsel of his wife, said, "See to it that 7 good years come to us at once." Elijah replied, "Go home. Before thou crossest thy threshold, thy good fortune will have filled thy house." And so it was. His children had found a treasure in the ground, and, as he was about to enter his house, his wife met him and reported the lucky find. His wife was an estimable, pious woman, and she said to her husband, "We shall enjoy 7 good years. Let us use this time to practice as much charity as possible. Perhaps God will lengthen out our period of prosperity." After the lapse of 7 years, during which man and wife used every opportunity of doing good, Elijah appeared again, and announced to the man that the time had come to take away what he had given him. The man responded, "When I accepted thy gift, it was after consultation with my wife. I should not like to return it without first acquainting her with what is about to happen." His wife charged him to say to the old man who had come to resume possession of his property, "If thou canst find any who will be more conscientious stewards of the pledges entrusted to us than we have been, I shall willingly yield them up to thee." God recognized that these people had made a proper use of their wealth, and he granted it to them as a perpetual possession. If Elijah was not able to lighten the poverty of the pious, he at least sought to inspire them with hope and confidence. Rabbi Akiba, the great scholar, lived in dire poverty before he became the famous rabbi. His rich father-in-law would have nothing to do with him or his wife, because the daughter had married Akiba against her father's will. On a bitter cold winter night, Akiba could offer his wife, who had been accustomed to the luxuries wealth can buy, nothing but straw as a bed to sleep upon, and he tried to comfort her with assurances of his love for the privations she was suffering. At that moment Elijah appeared before their hut, and cried out in supplicating tones, "O good people, give me, I pray you, a little bundle of straw. My wife has been delivered of a child, and I am so poor I haven't even enough straw to make a bed for her." Now Abigail could console his wife with the fact that their own misery was not so great as it might have been, and thus Elijah had attained his end, to sustain the courage of the pious. In the form of an Arab, he once appeared before a very poor man, whose piety equaled his poverty. He gave him 2 shekels. These 2 coins brought him such good fortune that he attained great wealth. But in the zeal to gather worldly treasures, he had no time for deeds of piety and charity. Elijah again appeared before him and took away the 2 shekels. In a short time the man was as poor as before. A third time Elijah came to him. He was crying bitterly and complaining of his misfortune, and the prophet said, I shall make thee rich once more, if thou wilt promise me under oath thou wilt not let wealth ruin thy character. He promised, the 2 shekels were restored to him, he regained his wealth, and he remained in possession of it for all time, because his piety was not curtailed by his riches. Poverty was not the only form of distress Elijah relieved. He exercised the functions of a physician upon Rabbi Shimi bar Ashi, who had swallowed a noxious reptile. Elijah appeared to him as an awe-inspiring horseman, and forced him to apply the preventives against the disease to be expected in these circumstances. He also cured Rabbi Judah Hanasi of long-continued toothache by laying his hand on the sufferer, and at the same time he brought about the reconciliation of Rabbi Judah with Rabbi Haya, whose form he had assumed. Rabbi Judah paid the highest respect to Rabbi Haya after he found out that Elijah had considered him worthy of taking his appearance. On another occasion, Elijah re-established harmony between a husband and his wife. The woman had come home very late on Friday evening, having allowed herself to be detained by the sermon preached by Rabbi Meir. Her autocratic husband swore she should not enter the house until she had spat in the very face of the highly esteemed rabbi. Meantime Elijah went to Rabbi Meir, and told him a pious woman had fallen into a sore predicament on his account. To help the poor woman, the rabbi restored to a ruse. He announced that he was looking for one who knew how to cast spells, which was done by spitting into the eye of the afflicted one. When he caught sight of the woman designated by Elijah, he asked her to try her power upon him. Thus she was able to comply with her husband's requirement without disrespect to the rabbi. And through the instrumentality of Elijah conjugal happiness was restored to an innocent wife. Elijah's versatility is shown in the following occurrence. A pious man bequeathed a spice garden to his 3 sons. They took turns in guarding it against thieves. The first night the oldest son watched the garden. Elijah appeared to him and asked him, My son, what wilt thou have, knowledge of the Torah, or great wealth, or a beautiful wife? He chose wealth, great wealth. Accordingly Elijah gave him a coin, and he became rich. The second son, to whom Elijah appeared the second night, chose knowledge of the Torah. Elijah gave him a book, and he knew the whole Torah. The third son, on the third night, when Elijah put the same choice before him as before his brothers, wished for a beautiful wife. Elijah invited this third brother to go on a journey with him. Their first night was passed at the house of a notorious villain, who had a daughter. During the night Elijah overheard the chickens and the geese say to one another, What a terrible sin that young man must have committed, that he should be destined to marry the daughter of so great a villain. The 2 travelers journeyed on. The second night the experiences of the first were repeated. The third night they lodged with a man who had a very pretty daughter. During the night Elijah heard the chickens and the geese say to one another, How great must be the virtues of this young man, if he is privileged to marry so beautiful and pious a wife. In the morning, when Elijah arose, he at once became a matchmaker. The young man married the pretty maiden, and husband and wife journeyed homeward in joy. If it became necessary, Elijah was ready to do even the services of a sexton. When Rabbi Akiba died in prison, Elijah betook himself to the dead man's faithful disciple, Rabbi Joshua, and the 2 together went to the prison. There was none to forbid their entrance. A deep sleep had fallen upon the turnkeys and the prisoners alike. Elijah and Rabbi Joshua took the corpse with them, Elijah bearing it upon his shoulder. Rabbi Joshua in astonishment demanded how he, a priest, dared defile himself upon a corpse. The answer was, God forbid. The pious can never cause defilement. All night the 2 walked on with their burden. At break of day they found themselves near Caesarea. A cave opened before their eyes, and within they saw a bed, a chair, a table, and a lamp. They deposited the corpse upon the bed, and left the cave, which closed up behind them. Only the light of the lamp, which had lit itself after they left, shone through the chinks. Whereupon Elijah said, Hail, ye just, hail to you who devote yourselves to the study of the law. Hail to you, ye God-fearing men, for your places are set aside, and kept, and guarded, in paradise, for the time to come. Hail to thee, Rabbi Akiba, that thy lifeless body found lodgment for a night in a lovely spot. Censor and Avenger. Helpfulness and compassion do not paint the whole of the character of Elijah. He remained the stern and inexorable censor whom Ahab feared. The old zeal for the true and the good he never lost. As witness, he once struck a man dead because he failed to perform his devotions with due reverence. There were two brothers, one of them rich and miserly, the other poor and kind-hearted. Elijah, in the garb of an old beggar, approached the rich man, and asked him for alms. Repulsed by him, he turned to the poor brother, who received him kindly, and shared his meager supper with him. On bidding farewell to him and his equally hospitable wife, Elijah said, "May God reward you. The first thing you undertake shall be blessed, and shall take no end until you yourselves cry out enough." Presently the poor man began to count the few pennies he had, to convince himself that they sufficed to purchase bread for his next meal. But the few became many, and he counted, and still their number increased. He counted a whole day, and the following night, until he was exhausted, and had to cry out enough. And, indeed, it was enough, for he had become a very wealthy man. His brother was not a little astonished to see the fortunate change in his kinsman's circumstances, and when he heard how it had come about, he determined, if the opportunity should present itself again, to show his most amiable side to the old beggar with the miraculous power of blessing. He had not long to wait. A few days later he saw the old man pass by. He hastened to accost him, and, excusing himself for his unfriendliness at their former meeting, begged him to come into his house. All that the larder afforded was put before Elijah, who pretended to eat of the dainties. At his departure, he pronounced a blessing upon his hosts, "May the first thing you do have no end, until it is enough." The mistress of the house thereupon said to her husband, "That we may count gold upon gold undisturbed, let us first attend to our most urgent physical needs." So they did, and they had to continue to do it until life was extinct. The extreme of his rigor Elijah displayed toward teachers of the law. From them he demanded more than obedience to the mere letter of a commandment. For instance, he pronounced severe censure upon Rabbi Ishmael ben Hosea because he was willing to act as bailiff in prosecuting Jewish thieves and criminals. He advised Rabbi Ishmael to follow the example of his father and leave the country. His estrangement from his friend Rabbi Joshua ben Levi is characteristic. One who was sought by the officers of the law took refuge with Rabbi Joshua. His pursuers were informed of his place of concealment. Threatening to put all the inhabitants of the city to the sword if he was not delivered up, they demanded his surrender. The rabbi urged the fugitive from justice to resign himself to his fate. "Better for one individual to die," he said, "than for a whole community to be exposed to peril." The fugitive yielded to the rabbi's argument, and gave himself up to the bailiffs. Thereafter Elijah, who had been in the habit of visiting Rabbi Joshua frequently, stayed away from his house, and he was induced to come back only by the rabbi's long fasts and earnest prayers. In reply to the rabbi's question, why he had shunned him, he said, "Dost thou suppose I care to have intercourse with informers?" The rabbi quoted a passage from the Mishnah to justify his conduct, but Elijah remained unconvinced. "Dost thou consider this a law for a pious man?" he said. "Other people might have been right in doing as thou didst. Thou shouldst have done otherwise." A number of instances are known which show how exalted a standard Elijah set up for those who would be considered worthy of intercourse with him. Of two pious brothers, one provided for his servants as for his own table, while the other permitted his servants to eat abundantly only of the first course. Of the other courses they could have nothing but the remnants. Accordingly, with the second brother Elijah would have nothing to do, while he often honored the former with his visits. A similar attitude Elijah maintained toward another pair of pious brothers. One of them was in the habit of providing for his servants after his own needs were satisfied, while the other of them attended to the needs of his servants first. To the latter it was that Elijah gave the preference. He dissolved an intimacy of many years' standing, because his friend built a vestibule which was so constructed that the supplications of the poor could be heard but faintly by those within the house. Rabbi Joshua ben Levi incurred the displeasure of Elijah a second time, because a man was torn in pieces by a lion in the vicinity of his house. In a measure Elijah held Rabbi responsible, because he did not pray for the prevention of such misfortunes. The story told of Elijah and Rabbi Anan forms the most striking illustration of the severity of the prophet. Someone brought Rabbi Anan a mess of little fish as a present, and at the same time asked the rabbi to act as judge in a lawsuit he was interested in. Anan refused in these circumstances to accept a gift from the litigant. To demonstrate his single-mindedness, the applicant urged the rabbi to take the fish and assign the case to another judge. Anan acquiesced, and he requested one of his colleagues to act for him, because he was incapacitated from serving as a judge. His legal friend drew the inference that the litigant introduced to him was a kinsman of Rabbi Anan's, and accordingly he showed himself particularly complacent toward him. As a result, the other party to the suit was intimidated. He failed to present his side as convincingly as he might otherwise have done, and so lost the case. Elijah, who had been the friend of Anan and his teacher as well, thenceforth shunned his presence, because he considered that the injury done the second party to the suit was due to Anan's carelessness. Anan in this distress kept many fasts, and offered up many prayers, before Elijah would return to him. Even then the rabbi could not endure the sight of him. He had to content himself with listening to Elijah's words without looking upon his face. Sometimes Elijah considered it his duty to force people into abandoning a bad habit. A rich man was once going to a cattle sale, and he carried a snug sum of money to buy oxen. He was accosted by a stranger, none other than Elijah, who inquired the purpose of his journey. "I go to buy cattle," replied the would-be purchaser. "Say it if please God," urged Elijah. "Fiddlesticks! I shall buy cattle whether it please God or not. I carry the money with me, and the business will be dispatched." "But not with good fortune," said the stranger, and went off. Arrived at the market, the cattle buyer discovered the loss of his purse, and he had to return home to provide himself with other money. He again set forth on his journey, but this time he took another road to avoid the stranger of ill omen. To his amazement he met an old man with whom he had precisely the same adventure as with the first stranger. Again he had to return home to fetch money. By this time had learned his lesson. When a third stranger questioned him about the object of his journey, he answered, "If it please God, I intend to buy oxen." The stranger wished him success, and the wish was fulfilled. To the merchant's surprise, when a pair of fine cattle were offered him, and their price exceeded the sum of money he had about his person, he found the two purses he had lost on his first and second trips. Later he sold the same pair of oxen to the king for a considerable price, and he became very wealthy. As Elijah coerced this merchant into humility toward God, so he carried home a lesson to the great Tana Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Simon ben Yahai. This rabbi stood in need of correction on account of his overweening conceit. Once, on returning from the academy, he took a walk on the sea beach, his bosom swelling with pride at the thought of his attainments in the Torah. He met a hideously ugly man, who greeted him with the words, "Peace be with thee, Rabbi." Eliezer, instead of courteously acknowledging the greeting, said, "O thou wight, how ugly thou art! Is it possible that all the residents of thy town are as ugly as thou?" "I know not," was the reply, "but it is the master artificer who created me that thou shouldst have said, How ugly is this vessel which thou hast fashioned." The rabbi realized the wrong he had committed, and humbly begged pardon of the ugly man, another of the protean forms adopted by Elijah. The latter continued to refer him to the master artificer of the ugly vessel. The inhabitants of the city, who had hastened to do honor to the great rabbi, earnestly urged the offended man to grant pardon, and finally he declared himself appeased, provided the rabbi promised never again to commit the same wrong. The rigor practiced by Elijah toward his friends caused one of them, the Tana Rabbi Jose, to accuse him of being passionate and irascible. As a consequence, Elijah would have nothing to do with him for a long time. When he reappeared, and confessed the cause of his withdrawal. Rabbi Jose said he felt justified, for his charge could not have received a more striking verification. Intercourse with the sages. Elijah's purely human relations to the world revealed themselves in their fullness, neither in his deeds of charity, nor in his censorious rigor, but rather in his gentle and scholarly intercourse with the great in Israel, especially the learned rabbis of the Talmudic time. He is at once their disciple and their teacher. To one he resorts for instruction on difficult points, to another he himself dispenses instruction. As a matter of course, his intimate knowledge of the supernatural world makes him appear more frequently in the role of giver than receiver. Many a bit of secret lore the Jewish teachers learned from Elijah, and he it was who, with the swiftness of lightning, carried the teachings of one rabbi to another sojourning hundreds of miles away. Thus it was Elijah who taught Rabbi Jose the deep meaning hidden in the scriptural passage in which woman is designated as the helpmeet of man. By means of examples he demonstrated to the rabbi how indispensable woman is to man. Rabbi Nehorai profited by his exposition of why God created useless, even noxious insects. The reason for their existence is that the sight of superfluous and harmful creatures prevents God from destroying his world at times when, on account of the wickedness and iniquity prevailing in it, it repents him of having created it. If he preserves creatures that at their best are useless, and at their worst injurious, how much more should he preserve human beings with all their potentialities for good? The same Rabbi Nehorai was told by Elijah that God sends earthquakes and other destructive phenomena when he sees places of amusement prosperous and flourishing, while the temple lies a heap of dust and ashes. To Rabbi Judah he communicated the following three maxims: let not anger master thee, and thou wilt not fall into sin. Let not drink master thee, and thou wilt be spared pain. Before thou settest out on a journey, take counsel with thy Creator. In case of a difference of opinion among scholars, Elijah was usually questioned as to how the moot point was interpreted in the heavenly academy. Once, when the scholars were not unanimous in their views as to Esther's intentions when she invited Haman to her banquets with the king, Elijah, asked by Rabbi Bar Abbahu to tell him her real purpose, said that each and every one of the motives attributed to her by various scholars were true, for her invitations to Haman had many a purpose. A similar answer he gave the Amor Abiathar, who disputed with his colleagues as to why the Ephraimite who caused the war against the tribe of Benjamin first cast off his concubine, and then became reconciled to her. Elijah informed Rabbi Abiathar that in heaven the cruel conduct of the Ephraimite was explained in two ways, according to Abiathar's conception and according to his opponent Jonathan's as well. Regarding the great contest between Rabbi Eliezer ben Hyrcanus and the whole body of scholars, in which the majority maintained the validity of its opinion, though a heavenly voice pronounced Rabbi Eliezer's correct, Elijah told Rabbi Nathan that God in his heaven had cried out, "My children have prevailed over me." On one occasion Elijah fared badly for having betrayed celestial events to his scholars. He was a daily attendant at the academy of Rabbi Judah Hanasi. One day, it was the new moon day, he was late. The reason for his tardiness, he said, was that it was his daily duty to awaken the three patriarchs, wash their hands for them, so that they might offer up their prayers, and after their devotions lead them back to their resting places. On this day their prayers took very long, because they were increased by the Musaf service on account of the new moon celebration, and hence he did not make his appearance at the academy in good time. Elijah did not end his narrative at this point, but went on to tell the rabbi that this occupation of his was rather tedious, for the three patriarchs were not permitted to offer up their prayers at the same time. Abraham prayed first, then came Isaac, and finally Jacob. If they all were to pray together, the united petitions of three such paragons of piety would be so efficacious as to force God to fulfill them, and he would be induced to bring the Messiah before his time. Then Rabbi Judah wanted to know whether there were any among the pious on earth whose prayer possessed equal efficacy. Elijah admitted that the same power resided in the prayers of Rabbi Haya and his two sons. Rabbi Judah lost no time in proclaiming a day of prayer and fasting and summoning Rabbi Haya and his sons to officiate as the leaders in prayer. They began to chant the 18 benedictions. Then they uttered the word for wind, a storm arose. When they continued and made petition for rain, the rain descended at once. But as the readers approached the passage relating to the revival of the dead, great excitement arose in heaven, and when it became known that Elijah had revealed the secret of the marvelous power attaching to the prayers of the 3 men, he was punished with fiery blows. To thwart Rabbi Judah's purpose, Elijah assumed the form of a bear, and put the praying congregation to flight. Contrariwise, Elijah was also in the habit of reporting earthly events in the celestial regions. He told Rabbi Bar Shila that the reason Rabbi Meir was never quoted in the academy on high was because he had had so wicked a teacher as Elisha ben Abiah. Rabbi explained Rabbi Meir's conduct by an apologue. Rabbi Meir, he said, found a pomegranate. He enjoyed the heart of the fruit, and cast the skin aside. Elijah was persuaded of the justness of this defense, and so were all the celestial powers. Thereupon one of Rabbi Meir's interpretations was quoted in the heavenly academy. Elijah was no less interested in the persons of the learned than in their teachings, especially when scholars were to be provided with the means of devoting themselves to their studies. It was he who, when Rabbi Eliezer ben Hyrcanus, later a great celebrity, resolved to devote himself to the law, advised him to repair to Jerusalem and sit at the feet of Rabbi Johanan ben Zakkai. He once met a man who mocked at his exhortations to study, and he said that on the great day of reckoning he would excuse himself for his neglect of intellectual pursuits by the fact that he had been granted neither intelligence nor wisdom. Elijah asked him what his calling was. "I am a fisherman," was the reply. "Well, my son," questioned Elijah, "who taught thee to take flax and make nets and throw them into the sea to catch fish?" He replied, "For this heaven gave me intelligence and insight." Hereupon Elijah, "If thou possessest intelligence and insight to cast nets and catch fish, why should these qualities desert thee when thou dealest with the Torah, which, thou knowest, is very nigh unto man that he may do it?" The fisherman was touched, and he began to weep. Elijah pacified him by telling him that what he had said applied to many another beside him. In another way Elijah conveyed the lesson of the great value residing in devotion to the study of the Torah. Disguised as a rabbi, he was approached by a man who promised to relieve him of all material cares if he would but abide with him. Refusing to leave Jabn, the center of Jewish scholarship, he said to the tempter, "Wert thou to offer me 1,000,000,000 gold denarii, I would not quit the abode of the law, and dwell in a place in which there is no Torah." By Torah, of course, is meant the law as conceived and interpreted by the sages and the scholars, for Elijah was particularly solicitous to establish the authority of the oral law, as he was solicitous to demonstrate the truth of scriptural promises that appeared incredible at first sight. For instance, he once fulfilled Rabbi Joshua ben Levi's wish to see the precious stones which would take the place of the sun in illuminating Jerusalem in the Messianic time. A vessel in mid-ocean was nigh unto shipwreck. Among a large number of heathen passengers there was a single Jewish youth. To him Elijah appeared and said, he would rescue the vessel, provided the boy went to Rabbi Joshua ben Levi, and took him to a certain place far removed from the town and from human habitation, and showed him the gems. The boy doubted that so great a man would consent to follow a mere slip of a youth to a remote spot, but, reassured by Elijah, who told him of Rabbi Joshua's extraordinary modesty, he undertook the commission, and the vessel with its human freight was saved. The boy came to the rabbi, besought him to go whither he would lead, and Joshua, who was really possessed of great modesty, followed the boy 3 miles without even inquiring the purpose of the expedition. When they finally reached the cave, the boy said, "See, here are the precious stones." The rabbi grasped them, and a flood of light spread as far as Lydda, the residence of Rabbi Joshua. Startled, he cast the precious stones away from him, and they disappeared. This rabbi was a particular favorite of Elijah, who even secured him an interview with the Messiah. The rabbi found the Messiah among the crowd of afflicted poor gathered near the city gates of Rome, and he greeted him with the words, "Peace be with thee, my teacher and guide." Whereunto the Messiah replied, "Peace be with thee, thou son of Levi." The rabbi then asked him when he would appear, and the Messiah said, "Today." Elijah explained to the rabbi later that what the Messiah meant by today was, that he for his part was ready to bring Israel redemption at any time. If Israel but showed himself worthy, he would instantly fulfill his mission. Elijah wanted to put Rabbi Joshua into communication with the departed Rabbi Simon ben Yochai also, but the latter did not consider him of sufficient importance to honor him with his conversation. Rabbi Simon had addressed a question to him, and Rabbi Joshua in his modesty had made a reply not calculated to give one a high opinion of him. In reality Rabbi Joshua was the possessor of such sterling qualities, that when he entered paradise Elijah walked before him calling out, "Make room for the son of Levi." God's justice vindicated. Among the many and various teachings dispensed by Elijah to his friends, there are none so important as his theodicy, the teachings vindicating God's justice in the administration of earthly affairs. He used many an opportunity to demonstrate it by precept and example. Once he granted his friend Rabbi Joshua ben Levi the fulfillment of any wish he might express, and all the rabbi asked for was, that he might be permitted to accompany Elijah on his wanderings through the world. Elijah was prepared to gratify this wish. He only imposed the condition, that, however odd the rabbi might think Elijah's actions, he was not to ask any explanation of them. If ever he demanded why, they would have to part company. So Elijah and the rabbi fared forth together, and they journeyed on until they reached the house of a poor man, whose only earthly possession was a cow. The man and his wife were thoroughly good-hearted people, and they received the two wanderers with a cordial welcome. They invited the strangers into their house, set before them food and drink of the best they had, and made up a comfortable couch for them for the night. When Elijah and the rabbi were ready to continue their journey on the following day, Elijah prayed that the cow belonging to his host might die. Before they left the house, the animal had expired. Rabbi Joshua was so shocked by the misfortune that had befallen the good people, he almost lost consciousness. He thought, "Is that to be the poor man's reward for all his kind services to us?" And he could not refrain from putting the question to Elijah. But Elijah reminded him of the condition imposed and accepted at the beginning of their journey, and they traveled on, the rabbi's curiosity unappeased. That night they reached the house of a wealthy man, who did not pay his guest the courtesy of looking them in the face. Though they passed the night under his roof, he did not offer them food or drink. This rich man was desirous of having a wall repaired that had tumbled down. There was no need for him to take any steps to have it rebuilt, for, when Elijah left the house, he prayed that the wall might erect itself, and, lo! It stood upright. Rabbi Joshua was greatly amazed, but true to his promise he suppressed the question that rose to his lips. So the two traveled on again, until they reached an ornate synagogue, the seats in which were made of silver and gold. But the worshippers did not correspond in character to the magnificence of the building, for when it came to the point of satisfying the needs of the way-worn pilgrims, one of those present said, "There is not dearth of water and bread, and the strange travelers can stay in the synagogue, whether these refreshments can be brought to them." Early the next morning, when they were departing, Elijah wished those present in the synagogue in which they had lodged, that God might raise them all to be heads. Rabbi Joshua again had to exercise great self-restraint, and not put into words the question that troubled him profoundly. In the next town, they were received with great affability, and served abundantly with all their tired bodies craved. On these kind hosts Elijah, on leaving, bestowed the wish that God might give them but a single head. Now the rabbi could not hold himself in check any longer, and he demanded an explanation of Elijah's freakish actions. Elijah consented to clear up his conduct for Joshua before they separated from each other. He spoke as follows: "The poor man's cow was killed, because I knew that on the same day the death of his wife had been ordained in heaven, and I prayed to God to accept the loss of the poor man's property as a substitute for the poor man's wife. As for the rich man, there was a treasure hidden under the dilapidated wall, and, if he had rebuilt it, he would have found the gold. Hence I set up the wall miraculously in order to deprive the curmudgeon of the valuable find. I wished that the inhospitable people assembled in the synagogue might have many heads, for a place of numerous leaders is bound to be ruined by reason of multiplicity of counsel and disputes. To the inhabitants of our last sojourning place, on the other hand, I wished a single head, for the one to guide a town, success will attend all its undertakings. Know, then, that if thou seest an evildoer prosper, it is not always unto his advantage, and if a righteous man suffers need and distress, think not God is unjust. After these words Elijah and Rabbi Joshua separated from each other, and each went his own way. How difficult it is to form a true judgment with nothing but external appearances as a guide, Elijah proved to Rabbi Baruch. They were once walking in a crowded street, and the rabbi requested Elijah to point out any in the throng destined to occupy places in paradise. Elijah answered that there was none, only to contradict himself and point to a passer-by the very next minute. His appearance was such that in him least of all the rabbi would have suspected a pious man. His garb did not even indicate that he was a Jew. Later Rabbi Baruch discovered by questioning him that he was a prison guard. In the fulfillment of his duties as such he was particularly careful that the virtue of chastity should not be violated in the prison, in which both men and women were kept in detention. Also, his position often brought him into relations with the heathen authorities, and so he was enabled to keep the Jews informed of the disposition entertained toward them by the powers that be. The rabbi was thus taught that no station in life precluded its occupant from doing good and acting nobly. Another time Elijah designated 2 men to whom a great future was assigned in paradise. Yet these men were nothing more than clowns. They made it their purpose in life to dispel discontent and sorrow by their jokes and their cheery humor, and they used the opportunities granted by their profession to adjust the difficulties and quarrels that disturbed the harmony of people living in close contact with each other. Elijah and the Angel of Death. Among the many benevolent deeds of Elijah, special mention ought to be made of his rescue of those doomed by a heavenly decree to fall into the clutches of the Angel of Death. He brought these rescues about by warning the designated victims of their impending fate, and urging them to do good deeds, which would prove protection against death. There was once a pious and rich man with a beautiful and saintly daughter. She had had the misfortune of losing 3 husbands in succession, each on the day after the wedding. These sorrows determined her never again to enter into the marriage state. A cousin of hers, the nephew of her father, induced by the poverty of his parents, journeyed from his distant home to apply for help to his rich uncle. Scarcely had he laid eyes upon his lovely cousin when he fell victim to her charms. In vain her father sought to dissuade his nephew from marrying his daughter. But the fate of his predecessors did not affright him, and the wedding took place. While he was standing under the wedding canopy, Elijah came to him in the guise of an old man, and said, "My son, I want to give thee a piece of advice. While thou art seated at the wedding dinner, thou wilt be approached by a ragged, dirty beggar, with hair like nails. As soon as thou catchest sight of him, hasten to seat him beside thee, set food and drink before him, and be ready to grant whatever he may ask of thee. Do as I say, and thou wilt be protected against harm. Now I shall leave thee and go my way." At the wedding feast, a stranger as described by Elijah appeared, and the bridegroom did according to Elijah's counsel. After the wedding the stranger revealed his identity, introducing himself as the messenger of the Lord sent to take the young husband's life. The supplications of the bridegroom failed to move him. He refused to grant a single day's respite. All he yielded was permission to the young husband to bid farewell to his newlywed wife. When the bride saw that what she had feared was coming to pass, she repaired to the Angel of Death and argued with him. The Torah distinctly exempts the newlywed from all duties for a whole year. "If thou deprivest my husband of life, thou wilt give the lie to the Torah." Thereupon God commanded the Angel of Death to desist, and, when the relatives of the bride came to prepare the grave of the groom, they found him well and unharmed. A similar thing befell the son of the great and extremely pious scholar Rabbi Reuben. To him came the Angel of Death and announced that his only son would have to die. The pious man was resigned. "We mortals can do nothing to oppose the divine decree," he said, "but I pray there, give him 30 days respite, that I may see him married." The Angel of Death acquiesced. The rabbi told no one of this encounter, waited until the appointed time was drawing to a close, and, on the very last day, the 30th, he arranged his son's wedding feast. On that day, the bridegroom-to-be met Elijah, who told him of his approaching death. a worthy son of his father," he said, "who may oppose God? And am I better than Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?" They, too, had to die. Elijah told him furthermore, that the angel of death would appear to him in the guise of a ragged, dirty beggar, and he advised him to receive him in the kindliest possible manner, and in particular he was to insist upon his taking food and drink from him. All happened as Elijah had predicted, and his advice, too, proved efficacious, for the heart of the angel of death, who finally revealed his identity with the beggar, was softened by the entreaties of the father, combined with the tears of the young wife, who resorted to the argument cited above, of the year of exemption from duty granted to the newly married. The angel of death, disarmed by the amiable treatment accorded to him, himself went before the throne of God and presented the young wife's petition. The end was God added 70 years to the life of Rabbi Reuben's son, teacher of the Kabbalah. The frequent meetings between Elijah and the teachers of the law of the Talmudic time were invested with personal interest only. Upon the development of the Torah they had no influence whatsoever. His relation to the mystic science was of quite other character. It is safe to say that what Moses was to the Torah, Elijah was to the Kabbalah. His earliest relation to it was established through Rabbi Simon ben Yochai and his son Rabbi Eliezer. For 13 years he visited them twice daily in their subterranean hiding place, and imparted the secrets of the Torah to them. 1,000 years later, Elijah again gave the impetus to the development of the Kabbalah, for it was he that revealed mysteries, first to the Nazarite Rabbi Jacob, then to his disciple of the latter, Abraham ben David. The mysteries in the books Peliah and Kenna, the author Elkanah owed wholly to Elijah. He had appeared to him in the form of a venerable old man, and had imparted to him the secret lore taught in the heavenly academy. Besides, he led him to a fiery rock whereon mysterious characters were engraved, which were deciphered by Elkanah. After his disciple had thus become thoroughly impregnated with mystical teachings, Elijah took him to the tomb of the patriarchs, and thence to the heavenly academy. But the angels, little pleased by the intrusion of one born of woman, inspired him with such terror that he besought Elijah to carry him back to earth. His mentor allayed his fears, and long continued to instruct him in the mystical science, according to the system his disciple has recorded in his 2 works. The Kabbalists in general were possessed of the power to cite Elijah, to conjure him up by means of certain formulas. One of them, Rabbi Joseph della Reina, once called upon Elijah in this way, but it proved his own undoing. He was a saintly scholar, and he had conceived no less a purpose than to bring about the redemption of man by the conquest of the angel Samael, the prince of evil. After many prayers and vigils and long indulgence in fasting, and other ascetic practices, Rabbi Joseph united himself with his 5 disciples for the purpose of conjuring up Elijah. When the prophet, obeying the summons, suddenly stood before him, Rabbi Joseph spoke as follows: "Peace be with thee, our master. True prophet, bearer of salvation, be not displeased with me that I have troubled thee to come hither. God knows, I have not done it for myself, and not for mine own honor. I am zealous for the name and the honor of God, and I know thy desire is the same as mine, for it is thy vocation to make the glory of God to prevail on earth. I pray thee, therefore, to grant my petition, tell me with what means I can conquer Satan." Elijah at first endeavored to dissuade the rabbi from his enterprise. He described the great power of Satan, ever growing as it feeds upon the sins of mankind. But Rabbi Joseph could not be made to desist. Elijah then enumerated what measures and tactics he would have to observe in his combat with the fallen angel. He enumerated the pious, saintly deeds that would win the interest of the archangel Sandalphon in his undertaking, and from this angel he would learn the method of warfare to be pursued. The rabbi followed out Elijah's directions carefully, and succeeded in summoning Sandalphon to his assistance. If he had continued to obey instructions implicitly, and had carried out all Sandalphon advised, the rabbi would have triumphed over Satan and hastened the redemption of the world. Unfortunately, at one point the rabbi committed an indiscretion, and he lost the great advantages he had gained over Satan, who used his restored power to bring ruin upon him and his disciples. the radical transformation in the character of Kabbalistic teaching which is connected with the name of Rabbi Isaac Luria likewise is an evidence of Elijah's activity. Elijah sought out this father of the Kabbalistic Renaissance, and revealed the mysteries of the universe to him. Indeed, he had shown his interest in them long before anyone suspected the future greatness of Rabbi Isaac. Immediately after his birth, Elijah appeared to the father of the babe, and enjoined him not to have the rite of circumcision performed until he should be told by Elijah to proceed. The 8th day of the child's life arrived, the whole congregation was assembled at the synagogue to witness the solemn ceremonial, but to the great astonishment of his fellow townsmen the father delayed it. The people naturally did not know he was waiting for Elijah to appear, and he was called upon once and again to have the ceremony take place. But he did not permit the impatience of the company to turn him from his purpose. Suddenly, Elijah, unseen, of course, by the others, appeared to him, and bade him have the ceremony performed. Those present were under the impression that the father was holding the child on his knees during the circumcision. In reality, however, it was Elijah. After the rite was completed, Elijah handed the infant back to the father with the words, "Here is thy child. Take good care of it, for it will spread a brilliant light over the world." It was also Elijah who in a similar way informed Rabbi Eliezer, the father of Rabbi Israel Baal Shem Tov, the father of him whose name is unrivaled in the annals of the Hasidic Kabbalah, that a son would be born to him who should enlighten the eyes of Israel. This Rabbi Eliezer was justly reputed to be very hospitable. He was in the habit of stationing guards at the entrances to the village in which he lived, and they were charged to bring all strangers to his house. In heaven it was ordained that Rabbi Eliezer's hospitable instincts should be put to a test. Elijah was chosen for the experiment. On a Sabbath afternoon, arrayed in the garb of a beggar, he entered the village with knapsack and staff. Rabbi Eliezer, taking no notice of the fact that the beggar was desecrating the Sabbath, received him kindly, attended to his bodily wants, and the next morning, on parting with him, gave him some money besides. Touched by his kind-heartedness, Elijah revealed his identity and the purpose of his disguise, and told him that, as he had borne the trial so well, he would be rewarded by the birth of a son who should enlighten the eyes of Israel. Forerunner of the Messiah. Many-sided though Elijah's participation in the course of historical events is, it cannot be compared with what he is expected to do in the days of the Messiah. He's charged with the mission of ordering the coming time aright and restoring the tribes of Jacob. His messianic activity thus is to be twofold. He is to be the forerunner of the Messiah, yet in part he will himself realize the promised scheme of salvation. His first task will be to induce Israel to repent when the Messiah is about to come, and to establish peace and harmony in the world. Hence he will have to settle all legal difficulties, and solve all legal problems, that have accumulated since days immemorial, and decide vexed questions of ritual concerning which authors entertain contradictory views. In short, all difference of opinion must be removed from the path of the Messiah. This office of expounder of the law Elijah will continue to occupy even after the reign of peace has been established on earth, and his relation to Moses will be the same Aaron once held. Elijah's preparatory work will be begun 3 days before the advent of the Messiah. Then he will appear in Palestine, and will utter a lament over the devastation of the Holy Land, and his wail will be heard throughout the world. The last words of his elegy will be, "Now peace will come upon earth." When the evildoers hear this message, they will rejoice. On the 2nd day, he will appear again and proclaim, "Good will come upon earth." And on the 3rd his promise will be heard, "Salvation will come upon earth." Then Michael will blow the trumpet, and once more Elijah will make his appearance, this time to introduce the Messiah. To make sure of the identity of the Messiah, the Jews will demand that he perform the miracle of resurrection before their eyes, reviving such of the dead as they had known personally. But the Messiah will do the following 7 wonders. He will bring Moses and the generation of the desert to life. Korah and his band he will raise from out of the earth. He will revive the Ephraimitic Messiah, who was slain. He will show the 3 holy vessels of the temple, the ark, the flask of manna, and the cruse of sacred oil, all 3 of which disappeared mysteriously. He will wave the scepter given him by God. he will grind the mountains of the Holy Land into powder like straw, and he will reveal the secret of redemption. Then the Jews will believe that Elijah is the Elijah promised to them, and the Messiah introduced by him is the true Messiah. The Messiah will have Elijah blow the trumpet, and, at the first sound, the primal light, which shone before the week of creation, will reappear. At the second sound the dead will arise, and with the swiftness of wind assemble around the Messiah from all corners of the earth. At the third sound, the Shekinah will become visible to all. The mountains will be raised at the fourth sound, and the temple will stand in complete perfection as Ezekiel described it. During the reign of peace, Elijah will be one of the 8 princes forming the cabinet of the Messiah. Even the coming of the great judgment day will not end his activity. On that day the children of the wicked who had to die in infancy on account of the sins of their fathers will be found among the just, while their fathers will be ranged on the other side. The babes will implore their fathers to come to them, but God will not permit it. Then Elijah will go to the little ones, and teach them how to plead in behalf of their fathers. They will stand before God and say, "Is not the measure of good, the mercy of God, larger than the measure of chastisements? If, then, we died for the sins of our fathers, should they not now for our sakes be granted the good, and be permitted to join us in paradise?" God will give assent to their pleadings, and Elijah will have fulfilled the word of the prophet Malachi. He will have brought back the fathers to the children. The last act of Elijah's brilliant career will be the execution of God's command to slay Samael, and so banish evil forever. Elisha, the disciple of Elijah. The voices of the thousands of prophets of his time were stilled when Elijah was translated from earth to heaven. With him vanished the prophetical spirit of those who in former times had in no wise been his inferiors. Elisha was the only one among them whose prophetical powers were not diminished. On the contrary, they were strengthened, as a reward for the unhesitating readiness with which he obeyed Elijah's summons, and parted with the field he was plowing, and with all else he possessed, in favor of the community. Thenceforward he remained Elijah's unwearying companion. When the angel descended from heaven to take Elijah from earth, he found the two so immersed in a learned discussion that he could not attract their attention, and he had to return, his errand unfulfilled. Elijah's promise to bestow a double portion of his wondrous spirit upon his disciple was realized instantaneously. During his life Elisha performed 16 miracles, and 8 was all his master had performed. The first of them, the crossing of the Jordan, was more remarkable than the corresponding wonder done by Elijah, for Elisha traversed the river alone, and Elijah had been accompanied by Elisha. 2 saints always have more power than one by himself. His second miracle, the healing of the waters of Jericho, so that they became fit to drink, resulted in harm to himself, for the people who had earned their livelihood by the sale of wholesome water were very much incensed against the prophet for having spoiled their trade. Elisha, whose prophetic powers enabled him to read both the past and the future of these tradesmen, knew that they, their ancestors, and their posterity had not even the aroma of good about them. Therefore he cursed them. Suddenly a forest sprang up and the bears that infested it devoured the murmuring traders. The wicked fellows were not undeserving of the punishment they received, yet Elisha was made to undergo a very serious sickness, by way of correction for having yielded to passion. In this he resembled his master Elijah. He allowed wrath and zeal to gain the mastery over him. God desired that the 2 great prophets might be purged of this fault. Accordingly, when Elisha rebuked King Joram of Israel, the spirit of prophecy forsook him, and he had to resort to artificial means to reawaken it within himself. Like his teacher, Elisha was always ready to help the poor and needy, as witness his sympathy with the widow of one of the sons of the prophets, and the effective aid he extended to her. Her husband had been none other than Obadiah, who, though a prophet, had at the same time been one of the highest officials at the court of the sinful King Ahab. By birth an Edomite, Obadiah had been inspired by God to utter the prophecy against Edom. In his own person he embodied the accusation against Esau, who had lived with his pious parents without following their example, while Obadiah, on the contrary, lived in constant intercourse with the iniquitous King Ahab and his still more iniquitous spouse Jezebel without yielding to the baneful influence they exercised. The same Obadiah not only used his own fortune, but went to the length of borrowing money on interest from the future king, in order to have the wherewithal to support the prophets who were in hiding. On his death, the king sought to hold the children responsible for the debt of the father. In her despair the pious wife of Obadiah went to the graveyard, and there she cried out, "O thou God-fearing man!" At once a heavenly voice was heard questioning her, "There are 4 God-fearing men, Abraham, Joseph, Job, and Obadiah. To which of them dost thou desire to speak?" To him of whom it is said, "He feared the Lord greatly." She was led to the grave of the prophet Obadiah, where she poured out the tale of her sorrow. Obadiah told her to take the small remnant of oil she still had to the prophet Elisha and request him to intercede for him with God, "For God," he said, "is my debtor, seeing that I provided 100 prophets, not only with bread and water, but also with oil to illuminate their hiding place, for do not the Scriptures say, He that hath pity upon the poor lendeth unto the Lord?" Forthwith the woman carried out his behest. She went to Elisha, and he helped her by making her little cruse of oil fill vessels upon vessels without number, and when the vessels gave out, she fetched potsherds, saying, "May the will that made empty vessels full, make broken vessels perfect." So it was. The oil ceased to flow only when the supply of potsherds as well as vessels gave out. In her piety the woman wanted to pay her tithe offering, but Elisha was of the opinion that, as the oil had been bestowed upon her miraculously, she could keep it wholly and entirely for her own use. Furthermore, Elisha reassured her as to the power of the royal princess to do her harm. "The God who will close the jaws of the lions set upon Daniel, and who did close the jaws of the dogs in Egypt, the same God will blind the eyes of the sons of Ahab, and deafen their ears, so that they can do thee no harm." Not only was the poor widow helped out of her difficulties, her descendants unto all times were provided for. The oil rose in price, and it yielded so much profit that they never suffered want. The Shunammite. The great woman of Shunem, the sister of Abishag and wife of the prophet Iddo, also had cause to be deeply grateful to Elisha. When Elisha came to Shunem on his journey through the land of Israel, His Holiness made a profound impression upon the Shunammite. Indeed, the prophet's eye was so awe-inspiring that no woman could look him in the face and live. Contrary to the habit of most women, who are intent upon diminishing their expenses and their toil, the Shunammite took delight in the privilege of welcoming the prophet to her house as a guest. She observed that not even a fly dared approach close to the holy man, and a grateful fragrance exhaled from his person. "If he were not so great a saint," she said, "and the holiness of the Lord did not invest him, there were no such pleasant fragrance about him." That he might be undisturbed, she assigned the best chambers in the house to the prophet. He on his part, desiring to show his appreciation of her hospitality, knew no better return for her kindness than to promise that she should be blessed with a child within a year. The woman protested, "Oh, my husband is an old man, nor am I of an age to bear children." The promise cannot be fulfilled. Yet it happened as the prophet had foretold. Before a 12-month had passed, she was a mother. A few years later her child died a sudden death. The mother repaired to the prophet, and lamented before him, "Oh that the vessel had remained empty, rather than it should be filled first, and then be left void." The prophet admitted that, though as a rule he was acquainted with all things that were to happen, God had left him in the dark about the misfortune that had befallen her. With trust in God, he gave his staff to his disciple Gehazi, and sent him to bring the boy back to life. But Gehazi was unworthy of his master. His conduct toward the Shunammite was not becoming a disciple of the prophet, and, above all, he had no faith in the possibility of accomplishing the mission entrusted to him. Instead of obeying the behest of Elisha, not to speak a word on his way to the child of the Shunammite, Gehazi made sport of the task laid upon him. To whatever man he met he addressed the questions, "Dost thou suppose this staff can bring the dead back to life?" The result was that he forfeited the power of executing the errand with which he had been charged. Elisha himself had to perform the miracle. The prophet uttered the prayer, "O Lord of the world! As thou didst wonders through my master Elijah, and didst permit him to bring the dead to life, so, I pray thee, do thou perform a wonder through me, and let me restore life to this lad." The prayer was granted, and the child was revived. The act of the prophet proves the duty of gratitude in return for hospitality. Elisha did not attempt to resuscitate his own kith and kin who had been claimed by death. He invoked a miracle for the sake of the woman who had welcomed him kindly to her house. Gehazi, proved untrustworthy by his conduct on this occasion, again aroused the ire of the prophet when he disregarded the order not to accept money from Naaman, the Syrian captain. He did not succeed in deceiving the prophet. On his return from Naaman he found Elisha occupied with a study of the chapter in the Mishnah Shabbat which deals with the 8 reptiles. The prophet Elisha greeted him with the rebuke, "Thou villain! The time has come for me to be rewarded for the study of the Mishnah about the 8 reptiles. May my reward be that the disease of Naaman afflict thee and thy descendants forevermore." Scarcely had these words escaped his lips, when he saw the leprosy come out on Gehazi's face. Gehazi deserved the punishment on account of his base character. He was sensual and envious, and did not believe in the resurrection of the dead. His unworthy qualities were displayed in his conduct toward the Shunammite and toward the disciples of Elisha. When the pretty Shunammite came to the prophet in her grief over the death of her child, Gehazi took her passionately in his arms, under the pretext of forcing her away from the prophet, on whom she had laid hold in her supplications. As for the other disciples of Elisha, he endeavored to keep them away from the house of the prophet. He was in the habit of standing without the door. This induced many to turn away and go home, for they reasoned that, if the house were not full to overflowing, Gehazi would not be standing outside. Only after Gehazi's dismissal did the disciples of Elisha increase marvelously. That Gehazi had no faith in the resurrection of the dead, is shown by his incredulity with regard to the child of the Shunammite. In spite of all these faults, Elisha regretted that he had cast off his disciple, who was a great scholar in the law, especially as Gehazi abandoned himself to a sinful life after leaving the prophet. By means of magnetism he made the golden calves at Bethel float on the air, and many were brought to believe in the divinity of these idols. Moreover, he engraved the great and awful name of God in their mouth. Thus they were enabled to speak, and they gave forth the same words God had proclaimed from Sinai, "I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt have no other gods before me." Elisha accordingly repaired to Damascus to lead Gehazi back to the paths of righteousness. But he remained impenitent, for he said, "From thyself I have learned that there is no return for him who not only sins himself, but also induces others to sin." So Gehazi died without having done aught to atone for his transgressions, which were so great that he is one of the few Jews who have no share in paradise. His children inherited his leprosy. He and his 3 sons are the 4 leprous men who informed the king of Israel of the precipitate flight of the Syrian host. Elisha's excessive severity toward his servant Gehazi and toward the mocking boys of Jericho did not go unpunished. He had to endure 2 periods of disease, and the 3rd sickness that befell him causes death. He is the first known to history who survived sickness. Before him death had been the inevitable companion of disease. A great miracle marked the end of a life rich in miraculous deeds. A dead man revived at the touch of Elisha's bier, and stood on his feet. It was a worthy character for whom the wonder was accomplished. Shalem the son of Tikva, the husband of Huldah the prophetess, a man of noble descent, who had led a life of loving-kindness. He was in the habit of going daily beyond the city bearing the pitcher of water, from which he gave every traveler to drink, a good deed that received a double reward. His wife became a prophetess, and when he died and his funeral, attended by a large concourse of people, was disturbed by the invasion of the Arameans, he was given new life by contact with the bones of Elisha. He lived to have a son, Hannibal by name. The death of Elisha was a great misfortune for the Israelites. So long as he was alive, no Aramean troops entered Palestine. The first invasion by them happened on the day of his burial. The flight of Jonah. Among the many thousands of disciples whom Elisha gathered about him during the 60 years and more of his activity, the most prominent was the prophet Jonah. While the master was still alive, Jonah was charged with the important mission of anointing Jehu king. The next task laid upon him was to proclaim their destruction to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. The doom did not come to pass, because they repented of their wrongdoing, and God had mercy upon them. Among the Israelites Jonah was, therefore, known as the false prophet. When he was sent to Nineveh to prophesy the downfall of the city, he reflected, I know to a certainty that the heathen will do penance, the threatened punishment will not be executed, and among the heathen, too, I shall gain the reputation of being a false prophet. To escape this disgrace, he determined to take up his abode on the sea, where there were none to whom prophecies never to be fulfilled would have to be delivered. On his arrival at Joppa, there was no vessel in port. To try him, God caused a storm to arise, and it carried a vessel back to Joppa, which had made a 2 days' journey away from the harbor. The prophet interpreted this chance to mean that God approved his plan. He was so rejoiced at the favorable opportunity for leaving land that he paid the whole amount for the entire cargo in advance, no less a sum than 4,000 gold denarii. After a day's sailing out from shore, a terrific storm broke loose. Wonderful to relate, it injured no vessel but Jonah's. Thus he was taught the lesson that God is Lord over heaven and earth and sea, and man can hide himself nowhere from his face. On the same vessel were representatives of the 70 nations of the earth, each with his peculiar idols. They all resolved to entreat the gods for succor, and the God from whom help would come should be recognized and worshipped as the only one true God. But help came from none. Then it was that the captain of the vessel approached Jonah where he lay asleep, and said to him, We are suspended twixt life and death, and thou liest here asleep. Pray, tell me, to what nation dost thou belong? I am a Hebrew, replied Jonah. We have heard, said the captain, that the God of the Hebrews is the most powerful. Cry to him for help. Perhaps he will perform such miracles for us as he did in days of old for the Jews at the Red Sea. Jonah confessed to the captain that he was to blame for the whole misfortune, and he besought him to cast him adrift, and appease the storm. The other passengers refused to consent to so cruel an act. Though the lot decided against Jonah, they first tried to save the vessel by throwing the cargo overboard. Their efforts were in vain. Then they placed Jonah at the side of the vessel and spoke, O Lord of the world, reckon this not up against us as innocent blood, for we know not the case of this man, and he himself bids us throw him into the sea. Even then they could not make up their minds to let him drown. First they immersed him up to his knees in the water of the sea, and the storm ceased. They drew him back into the vessel, and forthwith the storm raged in its old fury. 2 more trials they made. They lowered him into the water up to his navel, and raised him out of the depths when the storm was assuaged. Again, when the storm broke out anew, they lowered him to his neck, and a second time they took him back into the vessel when the wind subsided. But finally the renewed rage of the storm convinced them that their danger was due to Jonah's transgressions, and they abandoned him to his fate. He was thrown into the water, and on the instant the sea grew calm. Jonah in the whale. At the creation of the world, God made a fish intended to harbor Jonah. He is so large that the prophet was as comfortable inside of him as in a spacious synagogue. The eyes of the fish served Jonah as windows, and, besides, there was a diamond, which shone as brilliantly as the sun at midday, so that Jonah could see all things in the sea down to its very bottom. It is a law that when their time has come, all the fish of the sea must betake themselves to Leviathan, and let the monster devour them. The life term of Jonah's fish was about to expire, and the fish warned Jonah of what was to happen when he, with Jonah in his belly, came to Leviathan. The prophet said to the monster, For thy sake I came hither. It was meet that I should know thine abode, for it is my appointed task to capture thee in the life to come and slaughter thee for the table of the just and pious. When Leviathan observed the sign of the covenant on Jonah's body, he fled affrighted, and Jonah and the fish were saved. To show his gratitude, the fish carried Jonah whithersoever there was a sight to be seen. He showed him the river from which the ocean flows, showed him the spot at which the Israelites crossed the Red Sea, showed him Gehenna and Sheol, and many other mysterious and wonderful places. 3 days Jonah had spent in the belly of the fish, and he still felt so comfortable that he did not think of imploring God to change his condition. But God sent a female fish big with 365,000 little fish to Jonah's host, to demand the surrender of the prophet, else she would swallow both him and the guest he harbored. The message was received with incredulity, and Leviathan had to come and corroborate it. He himself had heard God dispatch the female fish on her errand. So it came about that Jonah was transferred to another abode. His new quarters, which he had to share with all the little fish, were far from comfortable, and from the bottom of his heart a prayer for deliverance arose to God on high. The last words of his long petition were, "I shall redeem my vow," whereupon God commanded the fish to spew Jonah out. At a distance of 965 parasangs from the fish he alighted on dry land. These miracles induced the ship's crew to abandon idolatry, and they all became pious proselytes in Jerusalem. The repentance of Nineveh. Jonah went straightway to Nineveh, the monster city covering 40 square parasangs and containing 1.5 million of human beings. He lost no time in proclaiming their destruction to the inhabitants. The voice of the prophet was so sonorous that it reached to every corner of the great city, and all who heard his words resolved to turn aside from their ungodly ways. At the head of the penitents was King Asnapper of Assyria. He descended from his throne, removed his crown, strewed ashes on his head instead, took off his purple garments, and rolled about in the dust of the highways. In all the streets royal heralds proclaimed the king's decree bidding the inhabitants fast 3 days, wear sackcloth, and supplicate God with tears and prayers to avert the threatened doom. The people of Nineveh fairly compelled to God's mercy to descend upon them. They held their infants heavenward, and amid streaming tears they cried, "For the sake of these innocent babes, hear our prayers." The young of their stalled cattle they separated from the mother beasts, the young were left within the stable, the old were put without. So parted from one another, the young and the old began to bellow aloud. Then the Ninevites cried, "If thou wilt not have mercy upon us, we will not have mercy upon these beasts." The penance of the Ninevites did not stop at fasting and praying. Their deeds showed that they had determined to lead a better life. If a man had usurped another's property, he sought to make amends for his iniquity. Some went so far as to destroy their palaces in order to be able to give back a single brick to the rightful owner. Of their own accord others appeared before the courts of justice, and confessed their secret crimes and sins, known to none beside themselves, and declared themselves ready to submit to well-merited punishment, though it be death that was decreed against them. One incident that happened at the time will illustrate the contrition of the Ninevites. A man found a treasure in the building lot he had acquired from his neighbor. Both buyer and seller refused to assume possession of the treasure. The seller insisted that the sale of the lot carried with it the sale of all it contained. The buyer held that he had bought the ground, not the treasure hidden therein. Neither rested satisfied until the judge succeeded in finding out who had hidden the treasure and where were his heirs, and the joy of the two was great when they could deliver the treasure up to its legitimate owners. Seeing that the Ninevites had undergone a real change of heart, God took mercy upon them, and pardoned them. Thereupon Jonah likewise felt encouraged to plead for himself with God, that he forgive him for his flight. God spoke to him, "Thou wast mindful of mine honor." The prophet had not wanted to appear a liar, so that men's trust in God might not be shaken, and for this reason thou didst take to sea. Therefore did I deal mercifully with thee, and rescue thee from the bowels of Sheol. His sojourn on the inside of the fish the prophet could not easily dismiss from his mind, nor did it remain without visible consequences. The intense heat in the belly of the fish had consumed his garments, and made his hair fall out, and he was sore plagued by swarms of insects. To afford Jonah protection, God caused the Kikaean to grow up. When he opened his eyes one morning, he saw a plant with 275 leaves, each leaf measuring more than a span, so that it afforded relief from the heat of the sun. But the sun smote the gourd that it withered, and Jonah was again annoyed by the insects. He began to weep and wish for death to release him from his troubles. But when God led him to the plant, and showed him what lesson he might derive from it, how, though he had not labored for the plant, he had pity on it, he realized his wrong in desiring God to be relentless toward Nineveh, the great city, with its many inhabitants, rather than have his reputation as a prophet suffer taint. He prostrated himself and said, "O God, guide the world according to thy goodness. God was gracious to the people of Nineveh so long as they continued worthy of his loving-kindness. But at the end of 40 days they departed from the path of piety, and they became more sinful than ever. Then the punishment threatened by Jonah overtook them, and they were swallowed up by the earth. Jonah's suffering in the watery abyss had been so severe that by way of compensation of God exempted him from death, living he was permitted to enter paradise. Like Jonah, his wife was known far and wide for her piety. She had gained fame particularly through her pilgrimage to Jerusalem, a duty which, by reason of her sex, she was not obliged to fulfill. On one of these pilgrimages it was that the prophetical spirit first descended upon Jonah. Joash. When the prophet Jonah, doing the behest of his master Elisha, anointed Jehu king over Israel, he poured the oil out of a pitcher, not out of a horn, to indicate that the dynasty of Jehu would not occupy the throne long. At first Jehu, though a somewhat foolish king, was at least pious, but he abandoned his God-fearing ways from the moment he saw the document bearing the signature of the prophet Ahijah of Shiloh, which bound the signers to pay implicit obedience to Jeroboam. The king took this as evidence that the prophet had approved the worship of the golden calves. So it came to pass that Jehu, the destroyer of Baal worship, did nothing to oppose the idolatrous service established by Jeroboam at Bethel. The successors of Jehu were not better. On the contrary, they were worse, and therefore in the 5th generation an end was put to the dynasty of Jehu by the hand of the assassin. The kings of Judah differed in no essential particular from their colleagues in the north. Ahaziah, whom Jehu killed, was a shameless sinner. He had the name of God expurged from every passage in which it occurred in the Holy Scriptures, and the names of idols inserted in its place. Upon the death of Ahaziah followed the reign of terror under the queen Athaliah, when God exacted payment from the house of David for his trespass in connection with the extermination of the priest at Nob. As Abiathar had been the only male descendant of Abimelech to survive the persecution of Saul, so the sole representative of the house of David to remain after the sword of Athaliah had raged was Joash, the child kept in hiding, in the Holy of Holies in the temple, by the high priest Jehoiada and his wife Jehosheba. Later Jehoiada vindicated the right of Joash upon the throne, and installed him as king of Judah. The very crown worn by the rulers of the house of David testified to the legitimacy of the young prince, for it possessed the peculiarity of fitting none but the rightful successors to David. At the instigation of Jehoiada, King Joash undertook the restoration of the temple. The work was completed so expeditiously that one living at the time the temple was erected by Solomon was permitted to see the new structure shortly before his death. This good fortune befell Jehoiada himself, the son of Benaiah, commander-in-chief of the army under Solomon. So long as Joash continued under the tutelage of Jehoiada, he was a pious king. When Jehoiada departed this life, the courtiers came to Joash and flattered him, "If thou wert not a god, thou hadst not been able to abide for 6 years in the Holy of Holies, a spot which even the high priest is permitted to enter but once a year." The king lent ear to their blandishments, and permitted the people to pay him divine homage. But when the folly of the king went to the extreme of prompting him to set up an idol in the temple, Zechariah, the son of Jehoiada, placed himself at the entrance, and barring the way said, "Thou shalt not do it so long as I live." High priest, prophet, and judge though Zechariah was, and son-in-law of Joash to boot, the king still did not shrink from having him killed for his presumptuous words, not was he deterred by the fact that it happened on a day of atonement which fell on the Sabbath. The innocent blood crimsoning the hall of the priests did not remain unavenged. For 252 years it did not leave off seething and pulsating, until, finally, Nebuzaradan, captain of Nebuchadnezzar's guard, ordered a great carnage among the Judeans, to avenge the death of Zechariah. Joash himself, the murderer of Zechariah, met with an evil end. He fell into the hands of the Syrians, and they abused him in their barbarous, immoral way. Before he could recover from the suffering inflicted upon him, his servants slew him. Amaziah, the son and successor of Joash, in many respects resembled his father. At the beginning of his reign he was God-fearing, but when, through the aid of God, he had gained a brilliant victory over the Edomites, he knew no better way of manifesting his gratitude than to establish in Jerusalem the cult of the idol worship by his conquered enemies. To compass his chastisement, God inspired Amaziah with the idea of provoking a war with Joash, the ruler of the northern kingdom. Amaziah demanded that Joash should either recognize the suzerainty of the southern realm voluntarily, or let the fate of battle decide the question. At first Joash sought to turn Amaziah aside from his purpose by a parable reminding him of the fate of Shechem, which the sons of Jacob had visited upon him for having done violence to their sister Dinah. Amaziah refused to be warned. He persisted in this challenge, and a war ensued. The fortune of battle decided against Amaziah. He suffered defeat, and later he was tortured to death by his own subjects. 3 great prophets. The reign of Uzziah, who for a little while occupied the throne during his father Amaziah's lifetime, is notable particularly because it marks the beginning of the activity of 3 of the prophets, Hosea, Amos, and Isaiah. The oldest of the 3 was Hosea, the son of the prophet and Prince Beri, the Beri who later was carried away captive by Tiglath-Pileser, the king of Assyria. Of Beri's prophecies we have but 2 verses, preserved for us by Isaiah. The peculiar marriage contracted by Hosea at the command of God himself was not without a good reason. When God spoke to the prophet about the sins of Israel, expecting him to defend or excuse his people, Hosea said severely, "O Lord of the world! Thine is the universe. In place of Israel choose another as thy peculiar people from among the nations of the earth." To make the true relation between God and Israel known to the prophet, he was commanded to take to wife a woman with a dubious past. After she had borne him several children, God suddenly put the question to him, "Why followest thou not the example of thy teacher Moses, who denied himself the joys of family life after his call to prophecy?" Hosea replied, "I can neither send my wife away nor divorce her, for she has borne me children." "If, now," said God to him, "thou who hast a wife of whose honesty thou art so uncertain that thou canst not even be sure that her children are thine, and yet thou canst not separate from her, how, then can I separate myself from Israel, from my children, the children of my elect, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?" Hosea entreated God to pardon him. But God said, "Better were it that thou shouldst pray for the welfare of Israel, for thou art the cause that I issued 3 fateful decrees against them." Hosea prayed as he was bidden, and his prayer averted the impending 3-fold doom. Hosea died at Babylon at a time in which a journey thence to Palestine was beset with many perils. Desirous of having his earthly remains rest in sacred ground, he requested before his death that his bier be loaded upon a camel, and the animal permitted to make its way as it would. Wherever it stopped, there his body was to be buried. As he commanded, so it was done. Without a single mishap the camel arrived at safety. In the Jewish cemetery of the town it stood still, and there Hosea was buried in the presence of a large concourse. The prophetical activity of Amos commenced after Hosea's had closed, and before Isaiah's began. Though he had an impediment in the speech, he obeyed the call of God, and betook himself to Beth-el to proclaim to the sinful inhabitants thereof the divine message with which he had been charged. The denunciation of the priest Amaziah, of Beth-el, who informed against the prophet before King Jeroboam of Israel, did him no harm, for the king, idolater though he was, entertained profound respect for Amos. He said to himself, "God forbid I should think the prophet guilty of cherishing traitorous plans, and if he were, it would surely be at the bidding of God." For this pious disposition Jeroboam was rewarded. Never had the northern kingdom attained to such power as under him. However, the fearlessness of Amos finally caused his death. King Uzziah inflicted a mortal blow upon his forehead with a red-hot iron. 2 years after Amos ceased to prophesy, Isaiah was favored with his first divine communication. It was the day on which King Uzziah, blinded by success and prosperity, arrogated to himself the privileges of the priesthood. He tried to offer sacrifices upon the altar, and when the high priest Ezra ventured to restrain him, he threatened to slay him and any priest sympathizing with him unless they kept silent. Suddenly the earth quaked so violently that a great breach was torn in the temple, through which a brilliant ray of sunlight pierced, falling upon the forehead of the king and causing leprosy to break forth upon him. Nor was that all the damage done by the earthquake. On the west side of Jerusalem, half of the mountain was split off and hurled to the east, into a road, at a distance of 4 stadia. And not heaven and earth alone were outraged by Uzziah's atrocity and sought to annihilate him. Even the angels of fire, the seraphim, were on the point of descending and consuming him, when a voice from on high proclaimed that the punishment appointed for Uzziah was unlike that meted out to Korah and his company despite the similarity of their crimes. When Isaiah beheld the august throne of God on this memorable day, he was sorely affrighted, for he reproached himself with not having tried to turn the king away from his impious desire. Enthralled he hearkened to the hymns of praise sung by the angels, and lost in admiration he failed to join his voice with theirs. "Woe is me," he cried out, "that I was silent. Woe is me that I did not join the chorus of the angels praising God. Had I done it, I, too, like the angels, would have become immortal, seeing I was permitted to look upon sights to behold which had brought death to other men." Then he began to excuse himself, "I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of people of unclean lips." At once resounded the voice of God in rebuke, "Of thyself thou art the master, and of thyself thou mayst say what thou choosest, but who gave thee the right to calumniate my children of Israel and call them a people of unclean lips?" And Isaiah heard God bid one of the seraphim touch his lips with a live coal as a punishment for having slandered Israel. Though the coal was so hot that the seraph needed tongs to hold the tongs with which he had taken the coal from the altar, the prophet yet escaped unscathed, but he learned the lesson, that it was his duty to defend Israel, not traduce him. Thenceforth the championship of his people was the mainspring of the prophet's activity, and he was rewarded by having more revelations concerning Israel and the other nations vouchsafed him than any other prophet before or after him. Moreover, God designated Isaiah to be the prophet of consolation. Thus it happened that the very Isaiah whose early prophecies foretold the exile and the destruction of the temple, later described and proclaimed, in plainer terms than any other prophet, the brilliant destiny in store for Israel. The 2 kingdoms chastised. Afflicted with leprosy, Uzziah was unfit to reign as king, and Jotham administered the affairs of Judah for 25 years before the death of his father. Jotham possessed so much piety that his virtues added to those of 2 other very pious men sufficed to atone for all the sins of the whole of mankind committed from the hour of creation until the end of all time. Ahaz, the son of Jotham, was very unlike him. From first to last he was a sinner. He abolished the true worship of God, forbade the study of the Torah, set up an idol in the upper room of the temple, and disregarded the Jewish laws of marriage. His transgressions are the less pardonable, because he sinned against God knowing his grandeur and power, as appears from his reply to the prophet. Isaiah said to him, "Ask a sign of God, as, for instance, that the dead should arise, Korah come up from Sheol, or Elijah descend from heaven." The king's answer was, "I know thou hast the power to do any of these, but I do not wish the name of God to be glorified through me." The only good quality possessed by Ahaz was respect for Isaiah. To avoid his reproaches, Ahaz would disguise himself when he went abroad, so that the prophet might not recognize him. Only to this circumstance, joined to the fact he was the father of a pious son and the son of an equally pious father, is it to be ascribed that, in spite of his wickedness, Ahaz is not one of those who have forfeited their portion in the world to come. But he did not escape punishment. On the contrary, his chastisement was severe, not only as king but also as man. In the ill-starred war against Pekah, the king of the northern kingdom, he lost his firstborn son, a great hero. Pekah, however, was not permitted to enjoy the fruits of his victory, for the king of Assyria invaded his empire, captured the golden calf at Dan, and led the tribes on the east side of Jordan away into exile. The dismemberment of the Israelitish kingdom went on apace for some years. Then the Assyrians, in the reign of Hoshea, carried off the second golden calf together with the tribes of Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, and Naphtali, leaving but 1/8 of the Israelites in their own land. The larger portion of the exiles was taken to Damascus. After that, Israel's doom overtook it with giant strides, and the last ruler of Israel actually hastened the end of his kingdom by a pious deed. After the golden calves were removed by the Assyrians, Hoshea, the king of the north, abolished the institution of stationing the guards on the frontier between Judah and Israel to prevent pilgrimages to Jerusalem. But the people made no use of the liberty granted them. They persisted in their idolatrous cult, and this quickened their punishment. So long as their kings had put obstacles in their path, they could excuse themselves before God for not worshipping Him in the true way. The action taken by their king Hoshea left them no defense. When the Assyrians made the third incursion into Israel, the kingdom of the north was destroyed forever, and the people, one and all, were carried away into exile. The heathen nations settled in Samaria by the Assyrians instead of the deported 10 tribes were forced by God to accept the true religion of the Jews. Nevertheless they continued to worship their olden idols. The Babylonians paid devotion to a hen, the people of Cuthah to a cock, those of Hamath to a ram, the dog and the ass were the gods of the Avites, and the mule and the horse the gods of the Sepharvites. Hezekiah. While the northern kingdom was rapidly descending into the pit of destruction, a mighty upward impulse was given to Judah, both spiritually and materially, by its king Hezekiah. In his infancy the king had been destined as a sacrifice to Moloch. His mother had saved him from death only by rubbing him with the blood of a salamander, which made him fireproof. In every respect he was the opposite of his father. As the latter is counted among the worst of sinners, so Hezekiah is counted among the most pious of Israel. His first act as king is evidence that he held the honor of God to be his chief concern, important beyond all else. He refused to accord his father regal obsequies. His remains were buried as though he had been poor in the plebeian rank. Impious as he was, Ahaz deserved nothing more dignified. God had himself made it known to Hezekiah, by a sign, that his father was to have no consideration paid him. On the day of the dead king's funeral daylight lasted but 2 hours, and his body had to be interred when the earth was enveloped in darkness. Throughout his reign, Hezekiah devoted himself mainly to the task of dispelling the ignorance of the Torah which his father had caused. While Ahaz had forbidden the study of the law, Hezekiah's orders read, "Who does not occupy himself with the Torah, renders himself subject to the death penalty." The academies closed under Ahaz were kept open day and night under Hezekiah. The king himself supplied the oil needed for illuminating purposes. Gradually, under the system, a generation grew up so well trained that one could search the land from Dan even to Beersheba and not find a single ignoramus. The very women and the children, both boys and girls, knew the laws of clean and unclean. By way of rewarding his piety, God granted Hezekiah a brilliant victory over Sennacherib. This Assyrian king, who had conquered the whole world, equipped an army against Hezekiah like unto which there is none, unless it be the army of the 4 kings whom Abraham rooted, or the army to be raised by God and Magog in the Messianic time. Sennacherib's army consisted of more than 2.5 millions of horsemen, among them 45,000 princes sitting in chariots and surrounded by their paramours, by 80,000 armor-clad soldiers, and 60,000 swordsmen. The camp extended over a space of 400 parasangs, and the saddle beasts standing neck to neck formed a line 40 parasangs long. The host was divided into 4 divisions. After the first of them had passed the Jordan, it was well nigh dry, for the soldiers had all slaked their thirst with water of the river. The second division found nothing to quench their thirst except the water gathered under the hoofs of the horses. The third division was forced to dig wells, and when the fourth division crossed the Jordan, they kicked up great clouds of dust. With this vast army Sennacherib hastened onward, in accordance with the disclosures of the astrologers, who warned him that he would fail in his object of capturing Jerusalem, if he arrived there later than the day set by them. His journey having lasted but 1 day instead of 10, as he had expected, he rested at Nob. A raised platform was there erected for Sennacherib, whence he could view Jerusalem. On first beholding the Judean capital, the Assyrian king exclaimed, "What is this Jerusalem, the city for whose sake I gathered together my whole army, for whose sake I first conquered all other lands? Is it not smaller and weaker than all the cities of the nations I subdued with my strong hand?" He stretched himself and shook his head, and waved his hand contemptuously toward the Temple Mount and the sanctuary crowning it. When his warriors urged him to make his attack upon Jerusalem, he bade them take their ease for one night, and be prepared to storm the city the next day. It seemed no great undertaking. Each warrior would but have to pick up as much mortar from the wall as is needed to seal a letter, and the whole city would disappear. But Sennacherib made the mistake of not proceeding directly to the attack upon the city. If he had made the assault at once, it would have been successful, for the sin of Saul against the priest at Nob had not yet been wholly expiated. On that very day it was fully atoned for. In the following night, which was the Passover night, when Hezekiah and the people began to sing the Hallel Psalms, the giant host was annihilated. The archangel Gabriel, sent by God to ripen the fruits of the field, was charged to address himself to the task of making away with the Assyrians, and he fulfilled his mission so well that of all the millions of the army, Sennacherib alone was saved with his 2 sons, his son-in-law Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuzaradan. The death of the Assyrians happened when the angel permitted them to hear the song of the celestials. Their souls were burnt, though their garments remained intact. Such an end was too good for Sennacherib. To him a disgraceful death was apportioned. On his flight away from Jerusalem, he met a divine apparition in the guise of an old man. He questioned Sennacherib as to what he would say to the kings allied with him, in reply to their inquiry about the fate of their sons at Jerusalem. Sennacherib confessed his dread of a meeting with those kings. The old man advised him to have his hair cut off, which would change his appearance beyond recognition. Sennacherib assented, and his advisor sent him to a house in the vicinity to fetch a pair of shears. Here he found some people, angels in disguise, busying themselves with a handmill. They promised to give him the shears, provided he ground a measure of grain for them. So it grew late and dark by the time Sennacherib returned to the old man, and he had to procure a light before his hair could be cut. As he fanned the fire into a flame, a spark flew into his beard and singed it, and he had to sacrifice his beard as well as his hair. On his return to Assyria, Sennacherib found a plank, which he worshipped as an idol, because it was part of the ark which had saved Noah from the deluge. He vowed that he would sacrifice his sons to this idol if he prospered in his next ventures. But his sons heard his vows, and they killed their father, and fled to Kardu, where they released the Jewish captives confined there in great numbers. With these they marched to Jerusalem, and became proselytes there. The famous scholars Shemaiah and Abtalion were the descendants of these 2 sons of Sennacherib. Miracles wrought for Hezekiah. The destruction of the Assyrian host delivered Hezekiah from an inner as well as an outer enemy, for he had opponents in Jerusalem, among them the high priest Shebna. Shebna had a more numerous following in the city than the king himself, and they and their leader had favored peace with Sennacherib. Supported by Joah, another influential personage, Shebna had fastened a letter to a dart, and shot the dart into the Assyrian camp. The contents of the letter were, "We and the whole people of Israel wish to conclude peace with thee, but Hezekiah and Isaiah will not permit it." Shebna's influence was so powerful that Hezekiah began to show signs of yielding. Had it not been for the prophet Isaiah, the king would have submitted to Sennacherib's demands. Shebna's treachery and his other sins did not go unpunished. When he and his band of adherents left Jerusalem to join the Assyrians, the angel Gabriel closed the gate as soon as Shebna had passed beyond it, and so he was separated from his followers. To the inquiry of Sennacherib about the many sympathizers he had written of, he could give no reply but that they had changed their mind. The Assyrian king thought Shebna had made sport of him. He, therefore, ordered his attendants to bore a hole through his heels, tie him to the tail of a horse by them, and spur the horse on to run until Shebna was dragged to death. The unexpected victory won by Hezekiah over the Assyrians, to whom the kingdom of Samaria had fallen a prey but a short time before, showed how wrong they had been who had mocked at Hezekiah for his frugal ways. A king whose meal consisted of a handful of vegetables could hardly be called a dignified ruler, they had said. These critics would gladly have seen his kingdom pass into the hands of Pekah, the king of Samaria, whose dessert, to speak of nothing else, consisted of 40 sime of young pigeons. In view of all the wonders God had done for him, it was unpardonable that Hezekiah did not feel himself prompted at least to sing a song of praise to God. Indeed, when the prophet Isaiah urged him to it, he refused, saying that the study of the Torah, to which he devoted himself with assiduous zeal, was a substitute for direct expressions of gratitude. Besides, he thought God's miracles would become known to the world without action on his part, in such ways as these. After the destruction of the Assyrian army, when the Jews searched the abandoned camps, they found Pharaoh the king of Egypt and the Ethiopian king Tirhakah. These kings had hastened to the aid of Hezekiah, and the Assyrians had taken them captive and clapped them in irons, in which they were languishing when the Jews came upon them. Liberated by Hezekiah, the two rulers returned to their respective realms, spreading the report of the greatness of God everywhere. And again, all the vassal troops in Sennacherib's army, set free by Hezekiah, accepted the Jewish faith, and on their way home they proclaimed the kingdom of God in Egypt and in many other lands. By failing in gratitude, Hezekiah lost a great opportunity. The divine plan had been to make Hezekiah the Messiah, and Sennacherib was to be God and Magog. Justice opposed this plan, addressing God thus: O Lord of the world. David, king of Israel, who sang so many songs and hymns of praise to thee, him thou didst not make the Messiah, and now thou wouldst confer the distinction upon Hezekiah, who has no word of praise for thee in spite of the manifold wonders thou hast wrought for him. Then the earth appeared before God, and said, Lord of the world, I will song thee a song in place of this righteous man. Make him to be the Messiah. And the earth forthwith intoned a song of praise. Likewise spake the Prince of the world, Lord of the world, do the will of this righteous man. But a voice from heaven announced, This is my secret, this is my secret. And again, when the prophet exclaimed sorrowfully, Woe is me! How long, O Lord, how long? The voice replied, The time of the Messiah will arrive when the treacherous dealers and the treacherous dealers shall have come. The sin committed by Hezekiah asleep, he had to atone for awake. If he refused to devote a song of praise to God for his escape from the Assyrian peril, he could not refrain from doing it after his recovery from the dangerous sickness that befell him. The sickness was a punishment for another sin beside ingratitude. He had peeled off the gold from the temple, and sent it to the king of the Assyrians. Therefore the disease that afflicted him caused his skin to peel off. Moreover, this malady of Hezekiah's was brought upon him by God, to afford an opportunity for the king and the prophet Isaiah to come close to each other. The two had had a dispute on a point of etiquette. The king asked as a precedent the action of Elijah, who went to show himself unto Ahab, and demanded that Isaiah, too, should appear before him. The prophet, on the other hand, modeled his conduct after Elisha's, who permitted the kings of Israel, and Judah, and Edom, to come to him. But God settled the dispute by afflicting Hezekiah with sickness, and then he bade Isaiah go to the king and pay the visit due to the sick. The prophet did the bidding of God. When he appeared in the presence of the ailing king, he said, Set thine house in order, for thou wilt die in this world and not live in the next, a fate which Hezekiah incurred because he had failed to take unto himself a wife and bring forth posterity. The king's defense, that he had preferred a celibate's life because he had seen in the Holy Spirit that he was destined to have impious children, the prophet did not consider valid. He rebutted it with the words, Why dost thou concern thyself with the secrets of the All-Merciful? Thou hast but to do thy duty. God will do whatsoever it pleases him. Thereupon Hezekiah asked the daughter of the prophet in marriage, saying, Perchance my marriage joined to thine will cause my children to be virtuous. But Isaiah rejected the proposal of marriage, because he knew that the decree of God ordaining the king's death was unalterable. Whereupon the king, Thou son of, thus has it been transmitted to me from the house of my ancestor, even if a sharp sword rests at the very throat of a man, he may yet not refrain from uttering a prayer for mercy. And the king was right. Though death had been decreed against him, his prayer averted it. In his prayer he supplicated God to keep him alive for the sake of the merits of his ancestors, who had built the temple and brought many proselytes into the Jewish fold, and for the sake of his own merits, for, he said, I searched out all the 248 members of my body which thou didst give me, and I found none which I had used in a manner contrary to thy will. His prayer was heard. God added 15 years to his life, but he made him understand very clearly, that he owed the mercy solely to the merits of David, not at all to his own, as Hezekiah fondly believed. Before Isaiah left the court of the palace, God instructed him to return to the king, and announce his recovery to him. Isaiah feared lest Hezekiah should place little trust in his words, as he had but a short while before predicted his swiftly approaching end. But God reassured the prophet. In his modesty and piety, the king would harbor no doubt derogatory to the prophet's trustworthiness. The remedy employed by Isaiah, a cake of figs applied to the boil, increased the wonder of Hezekiah's recovery, for it was apt to aggravate the malady rather than alleviate it. A number of miracles besides were connected with the recovery of Hezekiah. In itself it was remarkable, as being the first case of a recovery on record. Previously illness had been inevitably followed by death. Before he had fallen sick, Hezekiah himself had implored God to change this order of nature. He held that sickness followed by restoration to health would induce men to do penance. God had replied, "Thou art right, and the new order shall be begun with thee." Furthermore, the day of Hezekiah's recovery was marked by the great miracle that the sun shone 10 hours longer than its wonted time. The remotest lands were amazed thereat, and Baladan, the ruler of Babylon, was prompted by it to send an embassy to Hezekiah, which was to carry his felicitations to the Jewish king upon his recovery. Baladan, it should be said by the way, was not the real king of Babylon. The throne was occupied by his father, whose face had changed into that of a dog. Therefore the son had to administer the affairs of state, and he was known by his father's name as well as his own. This Baladan was in the habit of dining at noon, and then he took a nap until 3 o'clock of the afternoon. On the day of Hezekiah's recovery, when he awoke from his sleep, and saw the sun overhead, he was on the point of having his guards executed, because he thought they had permitted him to sleep a whole afternoon and the night following it. He desisted only when he was informed of Hezekiah's miraculous recovery, and realized that the God of Hezekiah was greater than his own God, the sun. He at once set about sending greetings to the Jewish king. His letter read as follows: "Peace be with Hezekiah, peace with his great God, and peace with Jerusalem." After the letter was dispatched, it occurred to Baladan that it had not been composed properly. Mention of Hezekiah had been made before mention of God. He had the messengers called back, and ordered another letter to be written, in which the oversight was made good. As a reward for his punctiliousness, 3 of his descendants, Nebuchadnezzar, Evil-Merodach, and Belshazzar, were appointed by God to be world monarchs. God said, "Thou didst arise from thy throne, and didst take 3 steps to do me honor, by having thy letter rewritten, therefore will I grant thee 3 descendants who shall be known from one end of the world to the other." The embassy sent by the Babylonian monarch was an act of homage to God for his miracle-working power. Hezekiah, however, took it to be an act of homage toward himself, and it had the effect of making him arrogant. Not only did he eat and drink with the heathen who made up the embassy, but also, in his hardness of mind, he displayed before them all the treasures which he had captured from Sennacherib, and many other curiosities besides, among them magnetic iron, a peculiar sort of ivory, and honey as solid as stone. What was worse, he had his wife partake of the meal in honor of the embassy, and, most heinous crime of all, he opened the holy ark, and pointing to the tables of law within it, said to the heathen, "With the help of these we undertake wars and win victories." God sent Isaiah to reproach Hezekiah for these acts. The king, instead of confessing his wrong at once, answered the prophet heartily. Then Isaiah announced to him that the treasures taken from Sennacherib would revert to Babylon sometime in the future, and his descendants, Daniel and the 3 companions of Daniel, would serve the Babylonian ruler as eunuchs. Despite his pride in this case, Hezekiah was one of the most pious kings of Judah. Especially he is deserving of praise for his efforts to have Hebrew literature put into writing, for it was Hezekiah who had copies made of the books of Isaiah, Ecclesiastes, Song of Songs, and Proverbs. On the other hand, he had concealed the books containing medical remedies. Great was the mourning over him at his death. No less than 36,000 men with bared shoulders marched before his bier, and, rarer distinction still, a scroll of the law was laid upon his bier, for it was said, "He who rests in this bier, has fulfilled all ordained in this book." He was buried next to David and Solomon. Manasseh. Hezekiah had finally yielded to the admonitions of Isaiah, and had taken a wife unto himself, the daughter of the prophet. But he entered upon marriage with a heavy heart. His prophetic spirit foretold to him that the impiousness of the sons he would beget would make their death to be preferable to their life. These fears were confirmed all too soon. His two sons, Rabshakeh and Manasseh, showed their complete unlikeness to their parents in early childhood. Once, when Hezekiah was carrying his two little ones on his shoulders to the Beth HaMidrash, he overheard their conversation. The one said, "Our father's bald head might do for frying fish." The other rejoined, "It would do well for offering sacrifices to idols." Enraged by these words, Hezekiah let his sons slip from his shoulders. Rabshakeh was killed by the fall, but Manasseh escaped unhurt. Better had it been if Manasseh had shared his brother's untimely fate. He was spared for naught but murder, idolatry, and other abominable atrocities. After Hezekiah had departed this life, Manasseh ceased to serve the God of his father. He did whatever his evil imagination prompted. The altar was destroyed, and in the inner space of the temple he set up an idol with 4 faces, copied from the 4 figures on the throne of God. It was so placed that from whatever direction one entered the temple, a face of the idol confronted him. As Manasseh was sacrilegious toward God, he was malevolent toward his fellows. He had fashioned an image so large that it required 1,000 men to carry it. Daily a new force was employed on this task, because Manasseh had each set of porters killed off at the end of the day's work. All his acts were calculated to cast contempt upon Judaism and its tenets. It did not satisfy his evil desire to obliterate the name of God from the Holy Scriptures. He went so far as to deliver public lectures whose burden was to ridicule the Torah. Isaiah and the other prophets, Micah, Joel, and Habakkuk, left Jerusalem and repaired to a mountain in the desert, that they might be spared the sight of the abominations practiced by the king. Their abiding place was disclosed to the king. A Samaritan, a descendant of the false prophet Zedekiah, had taken refuge in Jerusalem after the destruction of the temple. But he did not remain there long. Charges were made against him before the pious king Hezekiah, and he withdrew to Bethlehem, where he gathered hangers-on about him. This Samaritan it was who traced the prophets to their retreat, and lodged accusations against them before Manasseh. The impious king sat in judgment on Isaiah, and condemned him to death. The indictment against him was that his prophecies contained teachings in contradiction with the law of Moses. God said unto Moses, "Thou canst not see my face. For man shall not see me and live." While Isaiah said, "I saw the Lord sitting upon a throne, high and lifted up." Again, Isaiah compared the princes of Israel and the people with the impious inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah, and he prophesied the downfall of Jerusalem and the destruction of the temple. The prophet offered no explanation. He was convinced of the uselessness of defending himself, and he preferred Manasseh should act from ignorance rather than from wickedness. However, he fled for safety. When he heard the royal bailiffs in pursuit of him, he pronounced the name of God, and a cedar tree swallowed him up. The king ordered the tree to be sawn in pieces. When the saw was applied to the portion of the bark under which the mouth of Isaiah lay concealed, he died. His mouth was the only vulnerable part of his body, because at the time when he was called to his prophetical mission, it had made use of the contemptuous words "a people of unclean lips," regarding Israel. Isaiah died at the age of 120 years, by the hands of his own grandchild. God is long-suffering, but in the end Manasseh received the deserved punishment for his sins and crimes. In the 22nd year of his rulership, the Assyrians came and carried him off to Babylon in fetters, him together with the old Danite idol, Micah's image. In Babylonia, the king was put into an oven which was heated from below. Finding himself in this extremity, Manasseh began to call upon God after God to help him out of his straits. As this proved inefficacious, he resorted to other means. "I remember," he said, "my father taught me the verse, 'When thou art in tribulation, if in the latter days thou shalt return to the Lord thy God, and hearken unto his voice, he will not fail thee.' Now I cry to God. If he inclines his ear unto me, well and good. if not, then all kinds of God are alike. The angels stopped up the windows of heaven, that the prayer of Manasseh might not ascend to God, and they said, Lord of the world, art thou willing to give gracious hearing to one who has paid worship to idols, and set up an idol in the temple? If I did not accept the penance of this man, replied God, I should be closing the door in the face of all repentant sinners. God made a small opening under the throne of his glory, and received the prayer of Manasseh through it. Suddenly a wind arose, and carried Manasseh back to Jerusalem. His return to God not only helped him in his distress, but also brought him pardon for all his sins, so that not even his share in the future world was withdrawn from him. The people of this time were attracted to idolatry with so irresistible a force that the vast learning of Manasseh, who knew 52 different interpretations of the book of Leviticus, did not give him enough moral strength to withstand its influence. Rab Ashi, the famous compiler of the Talmud, once announced a lecture on Manasseh with the words, "Tomorrow I shall speak about our colleague Manasseh." At night the king appeared to Ashi in the dreams, and put a ritual question to him, which the rabbi could not answer. Manasseh told him the solution, and Ashi, in amazement at the king's scholarship, asked why one so erudite had served idols. Manasseh's reply was, Hadst thou lived at my time, thou wouldst have caught hold of the hem of my garment and run after me. Amon, the son of Manasseh, surpassed his father in wickedness. He was in the habit of saying, My father was a sinner from early childhood, and in his old age he did penance. I shall do the same. First I shall satisfy the desires of my heart, and afterward I shall return to God. Indeed, he was guilty of more grievous sins than his predecessor. He burned the Torah. Under him the place of the altar was covered with spiderwebs. And, as though of purpose to set at naught the Jewish religion, he committed the worst sort of incest, a degree more heinous than his father's crime of a similar nature. Thus he executed the first half of his maxim literally. For repentance, however, he was given no time. Death cut him off in the fullness of his sinful ways. Josiah and his successors. That the full measure of punishment was not meted out to Amon's evil deeds were such that he should have forfeited his share in the world to come was due to the circumstance that he had a pious and righteous son. Josiah offers a shining model of true, sincere repentance. Though at first he followed in the footsteps of his father Amon, he soon gave up the ways of wickedness, and became one of the most pious kings of Israel, whose chief undertaking was the effort to bring the whole people back to the true faith. It dates from the time when a copy of the Torah was found in the temple, a copy that had escaped the Holocaust kindled by his father and predecessor Amon for the purpose of exterminating the Holy Scriptures. When he opened the Scriptures, the first verse to strike his eye was the one in Deuteronomy, The Lord shall bring thee and thy king into exile, unto a nation which thou hast not known. Josiah feared this doom of exile was impending, and he sought to conciliate God through the reform of his people. His first step was to enlist the intercession of the prophets in his behalf. He addressed his request, not to Jeremiah, but to the prophetess Huldah, knowing that women are more easily moved to compassion. As Jeremiah was a kinsman of the prophetess, their common ancestors were Joshua and Ram. The king felt no apprehension that the prophet take his preference for Huldah amiss. The proud, dignified answer of the prophetess was, that the misfortune could not be averted from Israel, but the destruction of the temple, she continued consolingly, would not happen until after the death of Josiah. In view of the imminent destruction of the temple, Josiah hid the Holy Ark and all its appurtenances, in order to guard them against desecration at the hands of the enemy. The efforts of the king in behalf of God and his law found no echo with the great majority of the people. Though the king was successful in preventing the worship of idols in public, his subjects knew how to deceive him. Josiah sent out his pious sympathizers to inspect the houses of the people, and he was satisfied with their report, that they had found no idols, not suspecting that the recreant people has fastened half an image on each wing of the doors, so that the inmates faced their household idols as they closed the door upon Josiah's inspectors. This godless generation contemporaneous with Josiah was to blame for his death. When King Pharaoh, in his campaign against the Assyrians, wanted to travel through Palestine, Jeremiah advised the king not to deny the Egyptians the passage through his land. He cited a prophecy by his teacher Isaiah, who had foreseen the war between Assyria and Egypt. But Josiah retorted, "Moses, thy teacher's teacher, spake, I will give peace in the land, and no sword shall go through your land, not even the sword that is not raised against Israel with hostile intent." The king, innocent of the deception practiced by the people, knew not that they were idol worshippers, to whom the promises of the Torah have no application. In the engagement that ensued between the Jews and the Egyptians, no less than 300 darts struck the king. In his death agony he uttered no word of complaint. He only said, "The Lord is righteous, for I have rebelled against his commandment," thus admitting his guilt in not having heeded the advice of the prophet. So ended the days of this just king after a brilliant career, the only king since Solomon to rule over both Judah and Israel, for Jeremiah had brought back to Palestine the 10 exiled tribes of the north, and made them subject to Josiah. The mourning for him was profound. Even Jeremiah perpetuated his memory in his lamentations. Pharaoh of Egypt was not permitted to enjoy the results of his victory to the full, for it was soon after this that, in attempting to ascend the wondrous throne of Solomon, he was struck down by the lions and rendered lame by the blow. The people put Jehoash on the throne of Judah to succeed Josiah, though his brother Jehoiakim was the older by 2 years. To silence the legitimate claims of Jehoiakim, the new king underwent the ceremony of anointing. But his reign was very brief. At the end of 3 months Pharaoh carried him off into exile in Egypt, and Jehoiakim ruled in his stead. Jehoiakim was another of the sinful monarchs of the Jews, uncharitable toward men and disobedient to God and the laws of God. His garments were of 2 kinds of stuff mingled together, his body was tattooed with the names of idols, and in order that he might appear as a non-Jew, he performed the operation of an epipost upon himself. Various forms of incest were committed by him, and, besides, he was in the habit of putting men to death that he might violate their wives, and confiscate their possessions. Blasphemous as he was, he spoke, "My predecessors did not know how to provoke the wrath of God. As for me, I say frankly, we have no need whatsoever of him. The very light he gives us we can dispense with, for the gold of Parvaim can well replace it." Seeing such abominations, God desired to resolve the world into its original chaos. If he desisted from his purpose, it was only because the people led a God-fearing life during the time of Jehoiakim. After he had reigned 11 years, Nebuchadnezzar put an end to his dominion. Advancing with his army, the Babylonian king halted at Daphne, a suburb of Antioch. Here he was met by the Sanhedrin of Jerusalem, who desired to know whether he was coming with the purpose of destroying the temple. Nebuchadnezzar assured them that all he wanted was the surrender of Jehoiakim, who had rebelled against his authority. Returned to Jerusalem, the Sanhedrin informed Jehoiakim of Nebuchadnezzar's intention. The king asked the elders whether it was ethical to purchase their lives by sacrificing his. For answer they referred him to the story of the way Job dealt with the city of Abel of Beth-Makkah, which had saved itself by surrendering the rebel Sheba, the son of Bichri. The king's objections did not deter the Sanhedrin from following the example of Job acting under the direction of David. They made Jehoiakim glide down from the city walls of Jerusalem by a chain. Below, the Babylonians stood ready to receive him. Nebuchadnezzar took Jehoiakim in fetters to all the cities of Judah, then he slew him, and, his rage still unabated, threw his corpse to the dogs after having stuck it into the carcass of an ass. The dogs left nothing of Jehoiakim's body over except his skull, on which were written the words, "This and something besides." Many centuries later it was found by a rabbi near the gates of Jerusalem. He tried in vain to give it burial. The earth refused to retain it, and the rabbi concluded therefrom that it belonged to the corpse of Jehoiakim. He wrapped the skull in a cloth, and laid it in a closet. One day the wife of the rabbi discovered it there, and she burnt it, thinking the skull belonged to a former wife of her husband, so dear to him even after her death that he could not separate himself from this relic. When Nebuchadnezzar returned to Babylonia from his Palestinian expedition, the people received him with great pomp and solemnity. He announced to them that in place of Jehoiakim, whom he had slain, he had installed Mattaniah, the rebel's son, called Joachim, as king over Judah, and the people uttered the warning, "One cannot educate a well-behaved puppy whose dam was ill-conditioned, let alone an ill-conditioned puppy whose dam was ill-conditioned." Nebuchadnezzar returned to Daphne, and informed the Sanhedrin, who hastened from Jerusalem to meet him, that he desired the surrender of Joachim. If they refused to satisfy his demand, he would destroy the temple. When the Jewish king was told the threat of his Babylonian adversary, he mounted upon the roof of the temple, and, holding all the keys of its chambers in his hand, he spoke thus to God: "Until now thou didst consider us worthy of confidence, and thou didst entrust thy keys to us. Since thou no longer dost esteem us trustworthy, here, take back thy keys." He was held to his word, a hand was stretched forth from heaven, and it received the keys. Joachim, good and pious, did not desire the city of Jerusalem to be exposed to peril for his sake. So he delivered himself to the Babylonian leaders, after they swore that neither city nor people should suffer harm. But the Babylonians did not keep their oath. A short while thereafter they carried into exile, not only the king, but also his mother, and 10,000 of the Jewish nobility and of the great scholars. This was the second attempt made by Nebuchadnezzar to deport the Jews. On taking the former king Jehoiakim captive, he had exiled 300 of the noblest of the people, among them the prophet Ezekiel. The king Joachim was incarcerated for life, a solitary prisoner, separated from his wife and his family. The Sanhedrin, who were among those deported with the king, feared that the house of David die out. They therefore besought Nebuchadnezzar not to separate Joachim from his wife. They succeeded in enlisting the sympathy of the queen's hairdresser, and through her of the queen herself, Semiramis, the wife of Nebuchadnezzar, who in turn prevailed upon the king to accord mild treatment to the unfortunate prince exiled from Judea. Suffering had completely changed the once sinful king, so that, in spite of his great joy over his reunion with his wife, he still paid regard to the prescriptions of the Jewish law regulating conjugal life. He was prepared to deny himself every indulgence, when the purchase price was an infringement of the word of God. Such steadfastness pleaded with God to pardon the king for his sins, and the heavenly Sanhedrin absolved God from his oath, to crush Joachim and deprive his house of sovereignty. By way of reward for his continence he was blessed with distinguished posterity. Not only was Zerubbabel, the first governor of Palestine after the destruction of the temple, a grandson of Joachim's, but also the Messiah himself will be a descendant of his. Zedekiah. The execution of one king and the deportation of another were but preludes to the great national catastrophe in the time of Zedekiah, the destruction of the temple and the exile of the whole people. After Nebuchadnezzar had led Joachim and a portion of the people into banishment, his commiseration was aroused for the Jews, and he inquired whether any other sons of Josiah were still living. Only Mattaniah was left. He was renamed Zedekiah, in the hope that he would be the father of pious sons. In reality the name became the omen of the disasters to happen in the time of this king. Nebuchadnezzar, who invested Zedekiah with the royal office, demanded that he swear fealty to him. Zedekiah was about to swear by his own soul, but the Babylonian king, not satisfied, brought a scroll of the law, and made his Jewish vassal take the oath upon that. Nevertheless he did not keep faith with Nebuchadnezzar for long. Nor was this his only treachery toward his suzerain. He had once surprised Nebuchadnezzar in the act of cutting a piece from a living hare and eating it, as is the habit of barbarians. Nebuchadnezzar was painfully embarrassed, and he begged the Jewish king to promise under oath not to mention what he had seen. Though Nebuchadnezzar treated him with great friendliness, even making him sovereign lord over 5 vassal kings, he did not justify the trust reposed in him. To flatter Zedekiah, the 5 kings once said, "If all were as it should be, thou wouldst occupy the throne of Nebuchadnezzar." Zedekiah could not refrain from exclaiming, "Oh yes, Nebuchadnezzar, whom I once saw eating a live hare." The 5 kings at once repaired to Nebuchadnezzar, and reported what Zedekiah had said. Thereupon the king of Babylonia marched to Daphne, near Antioch, with the purpose of chastising Zedekiah. At Daphne he found the Sanhedrin of Jerusalem, who had hastened thither to receive him. Nebuchadnezzar met the Sanhedrin courteously, ordered his attendants to bring state chairs for all the members, and requested them to read the Torah to him and explain it. When they reached the passage in the book of Numbers dealing with the remission of vows, the king put the question, if a man desires to be released from a vow, what steps must he take? The Sanhedrin replied, he must repair to a scholar, and he will absolve him from his vow. Whereupon Nebuchadnezzar exclaimed, I verily believe it was you who released Zedekiah from the vow he took concerning me. And he ordered the members of the Sanhedrin to leave their state chairs and sit on the ground. They were forced to admit that they had not acted in accordance with the law, for Zedekiah's vow affected another beside himself, and without the acquiescence of the other party, namely, Nebuchadnezzar, the Sanhedrin had no authority to annul the vow. Zedekiah was duly punished for the grievous crime of perjury. When Jerusalem was captured, he tried to escape through a cave extending from his house to Jericho. God sent a deer into the camp of the Chaldeans, and in their pursuit of this game, the Babylonian soldiers reached the farther opening of the cave at the very moment when Zedekiah was leaving it. The Jewish king together with his 10 sons was brought before Nebuchadnezzar, who addressed Zedekiah thus, were I to judge thee according to the law of thy God, thou wouldst deserve the death penalty, for thou didst swear a false oath by the name of God. No less wouldst thou deserve death, if I were to judge thee according to the law of the state, for thou didst fail in thy sworn duty to thy overlord. Zedekiah requested the grace that his execution take place before his children's, and he be spared the sight of their blood. His children, on the other hand, besought Nebuchadnezzar to slay them before he slew their father, that they might be spared the disgrace of seeing their father executed. In his heartlessness Nebuchadnezzar had resolved worse things than Zedekiah anticipated. In the sight of their father, the children of Zedekiah were killed, and then Zedekiah himself was deprived of sight. His eyes were blinded. He had been endowed with eyes of superhuman strength, they were the eyes of Adam, and the iron lances forced into them were powerless to destroy his sight. Vision left him only because of the tears he shed over the fate of his children. Now he realized how true Jeremiah had spoken when he had prophesied his exile to Babylonia. Though he should live there until his death, he would never behold the land with his eyes. On account of its seeming contradictoriness, Zedekiah had thought the prophecy untrue. For this reason he had not heeded Jeremiah's advice to make peace with Nebuchadnezzar. Now it had all been verified. He was carried to Babylonia captive, yet, blind as he was, he did not see the land of his exile. Jeremiah. Though Zedekiah besmirched his career by perjury, he was nevertheless so good and just a king that for his sake God relinquished his purpose of returning the world to its original chaos, as a punishment for the evil doing of a wicked generation. In this depraved time, it was first and foremost Jeremiah to whom was delegated the task of proclaiming the word of God. He was a descendant of Joshua and Rahab, and his father was the prophet Hilkiah. He was born while his father was fleeing from the persecution of Jezebel, the murderess of prophets. At his very birth he showed signs that he was destined to play a great part. He was born circumcised, and scarcely had he left his mother's womb when he broke into wailing, and his voice was the voice, not of a babe, but of a youth. He cried, my bowels tremble, the walls of my heart they are disquieted, my limbs quake, destruction upon destruction I bring upon earth. In this strain he continued to moan and groan, complaining of the faithlessness of his mother, and when she expressed her amazement at the unseemly speech of her newborn son, Jeremiah said, not thee do I mean, my mother, not to thee doth my prophecy refer. I speak of Zion, and against Jerusalem are my words directed. She adorns her daughters, arrays them in purple, and puts golden crowns upon their heads. Robbers will come and strip them of their ornaments. As a lad he received the call to be a prophet. But he refused to obey, saying, O Lord, I cannot go as a prophet to Israel, for when lived there a prophet whom Israel did not desire to kill? Moses and Aaron they sought to stone with stones. Elijah the Tishbite they mocked at because his hair was grown long. And they called after Elisha, Go up, thou bald head. No, I cannot go to Israel, for I am still naught but a lad. God replied, I love youth, for it is innocent. when I carried Israel out of Egypt, I called him a lad, and when I think of Israel lovingly, I speak of him as a lad. Say not, therefore, thou art only a lad, but thou shalt go on whatsoever errand I shall send thee. Now, then, God continued, take the cup of wrath, and let the nations drink of it. Jeremiah put the question which land was to drink first from the cup of wrath, and the answer of God was, first Jerusalem is to drink, the head of all earthly nations, and then the cities of Judah. When the prophet heard this, he began to curse the day of his birth. I am like the high priest, he said, who has to administer the water of bitterness to a woman who is held under the suspicion of adultery, and when he approaches the woman with the cup, lo, he beholds his own mother. And I, O Mother Zion, thought, when I was called to prophesy, that I was appointed to proclaim prosperity and salvation to thee, but now I see that my message forebodes thee evil. Jeremiah's first appearance in public was during the reign of Josiah, when he announced to the people in the streets, if you will give up your wicked doings, God will raise you above all nations. If not, he will deliver his house into the hands of the enemies, and they will deal with it as seemeth best to them. The prophets contemporary with Jeremiah in his early years were Zechariah and Huldah. The province of the latter was among women, while Zechariah was active in the synagogue. Later, under Jehoiakim, Jeremiah was supported by the prophets of his relative Uriah of Kiriath-Jearim, a friend of the prophet Isaiah. But Uriah was put to death by the ungodly king, the same who had the first chapter of Lamentations burnt after obliterating the name of God wherever it occurs in the whole book. But Jeremiah added 4 chapters. The prophet fell upon evil times under Zedekiah. He had both the people and the court against him. Nor was that surprising in the day when not even the high priests in the temple bore the sign of the covenant upon their bodies. Jeremiah had called forth general hostility by condemning the alliance with Egypt against Babylonia, and favoring peace with Nebuchadnezzar. And this, though to all appearances the help of the Egyptians would prove of good effect for the Jews. The hosts of Pharaoh Necho had actually set forth from Egypt to join the Jews against Babylon. But when they were on the high seas, God commanded the waters to cover themselves with corpses. Astonished, the Egyptians asked each other, whence the dead bodies? Presently the answer occurred to them, they were the bodies of their ancestors drowned in the Red Sea on account of the Jews, who had shaken off Egyptian rule. What, said the Egyptians thereupon, shall we bring help to those who drowned our fathers? So they returned to their own country, justifying the warning of Jeremiah, that no dependence could be put upon Egyptian promises. A little while after this occurrence, when Jeremiah wanted to leave Jerusalem to go to Anathoth and partake of his priestly portion there, the watchman at the gate accused him of desiring to desert to the enemy. He was delivered to his adversaries at court, and they confined him in prison. The watchman knew full well that it was a trumped-up charge he was bringing against Jeremiah, and the intention attributed to him was as far as possible from the mind of the prophet, but he took this opportunity to vent an old family grudge. For this gateman was a grandson of the false prophet Hananiah, the enemy of Jeremiah, the one who had prophesied complete victory over Nebuchadnezzar within 2 years. It were proper to say, he calculated the victory rather than prophesied it. He reasoned, if unto Elam, which is a mere ally of the Babylonians against the Jews, destruction has been appointed by God through Jeremiah, so much the more will the extreme penalty fall upon the Babylonians themselves, who have inflicted vast evil upon the Jews. Jeremiah's prophecy had been the reverse. So far from holding forth any hope that a victory would be won over Nebuchadnezzar, the Jewish state, he said, would suffer annihilation. Hananiah demanded a sign betokening the truth of Jeremiah's prophecy. But Jeremiah contended there could be no sign for such a prophecy as his, since the divine determination to do evil can be annulled. On the other hand, it was the duty of Hananiah to give a sign, for he was prophesying pleasant things, and the divine resolution for good is executed without. Finally, Jeremiah advanced the clinching argument, I, a priest, may be well content with the prophecy. It is to my interest that the temple should continue to stand. As for thee, thou art a Gibeonite, thou wilt have to do a slave service in it so long as there is a temple. But instead of troubling thy mind with the future in store for others, thou shouldst rather have thought of thine own future, for this very year thou wilt die. Hananiah, in very truth, died on the last day of the year set as his term of life, but before his death he ordered that it should be kept secret for 2 days, so to give the lie to Jeremiah's prophecy. With his last words, addressed to his son Shelemiah, he charged him to seek every possible way of taking revenge upon Jeremiah, to whose curse his death was to be ascribed. Shelemiah had no opportunity of fulfilling his father's last behest, but it did not pass from his mind, and when he, in turn, lay upon his deathbed, he impressed the duty of revenge upon his son Jeriah. It was the grandson of Hananiah who, when he saw Jeremiah leaving the city, hastened to take the opportunity of accusing the prophet of treason. His purpose prospered. The aristocratic enemies of Jeremiah, enraged against him, welcomed the chance to put him behind prison bars, and gave him in charge of a jailer, Jonathan, who had been a friend of the false prophet Hananiah. Jonathan pleased himself by mocking at his prisoner. "See," he would say, "see what honor thy friend does thee, to put thee in so fine a prison as this. Verily, it is a royal palace." Despite his suffering, Jeremiah did not hold back the truth. When the king inquired of him whether he had a revelation from God, he replied, "Yes, the king of Babylonia will carry thee off into exile." To avoid irritating the king, he went into no further detail. He only prayed the king to liberate him from prison, saying, "Even wicked men like Hananiah and his descendants at least cast about for a pretext when they desire to take revenge, and their example ought not to be lost upon thee who art called Zedekiah, just man." The king granted his petition, but Jeremiah did not enjoy liberty for long. Hardly out of prison, he again advised the people to surrender, and the nobility seized him and cast him into a lime pit filled with water, where they hoped he would drown. But a miracle happened. The water sank to the bottom, and the mud rose to the surface, and supported the prophet above the water. Help came to him from Ebed-melech, a white raven, the only pious man at court. Ebed-melech hastened to the king and spoke, "No, if Jeremiah perishes in the lime pit, Jerusalem will surely be captured." With the permission of the king, Ebed-melech went to the pit, and cried out aloud several times, "O my lord Jeremiah," but no answer came. Jeremiah feared the words were spoken by his former jailer Jonathan, who had not given up his practice of mocking at the prophet. He would come to the edge of the pit and call down jeeringly, "Do not rest thy head on the mud, and take a little sleep, Jeremiah." To such snares Jeremiah made no reply, and hence it was that Ebed-melech was left unanswered. Thinking the prophet dead, he began to lament and tear his clothes. Then Jeremiah, realizing that it was a friend, and not Jonathan, asked, "Who is it that is calling my name and weeps therewith?" And he received the assurance that Ebed-melech had come to rescue him from his perilous position. Nebuchadnezzar. The suffering to which Jeremiah was exposed was finally ended by the capture of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar. This Babylonian king was a son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. His first contact with the Jews happened in the time of his father-in-law Sennacherib, whom he accompanied on his campaign against Hezekiah. The destruction of the Assyrian army before the walls of Jerusalem, the great catastrophe from which only Nebuchadnezzar and 4 others escaped with their life, inspired him with fear of God. Later, in his capacity as secretary to the Babylonian king Merodach-Baladan, it was he who called his master's notice to the mention of the Jewish king's name before the name of God. "Thou callest him the great God, yet thou dost name him after the king," he said. Nebuchadnezzar himself hastened after the messenger to bring back the letter and have it changed. He had advanced scarce 3 steps when he was restrained by the angel Gabriel, for even the few paces he had walked for the glory of God earned him his great power over Israel. A further step would have extended his ability to inflict harm immeasurably. For 18 years daily a heavenly voice resounded in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar, saying, "O thou wicked slave, go and destroy the house of thy Lord, for his children hearken not unto him." But Nebuchadnezzar was beset with fears lest God prepare a fate for him similar to that of his ancestor Sennacherib. He practiced belomancy and consulted other auguries, to assure himself that he was against Jerusalem would result favorably. When he shook up the arrows, and questioned whether he was to go to Rome or Alexandria. Not one arrow sprang up, but when he questioned about Jerusalem, one sprang up. He sowed seeds and set out planets. For Rome or Alexandria nothing came up. For Jerusalem everything sprouted and grew. He lighted candles in lanterns. For Rome or Alexandria they refused to burn, for Jerusalem they shed their light. He floated vessels on the Euphrates. For Rome or Alexandria they did not move, for Jerusalem they swam. Still the fears of Nebuchadnezzar were not allayed. His determination to attack the holy city ripened only after God himself had shown him how he had bound the hands of the archangel Michael, the patron of the Jews, behind his back, in order to render him powerless to bring to his wards. So the campaign against Jerusalem was undertaken. The capture of Jerusalem. If the Babylonians thought that the conquest of Jerusalem was an easy task, they were greatly mistaken. For 3 years God endured the inhabitants with strength to withstand the onslaughts of the enemy, in the hope that the Jews would amend their evil ways and abandon their godless conduct, so that the threatened punishment might be annulled. Among the many heroes in the beleaguered city that was bidding defiance to the Babylonians, one by the name of Akiba was particularly distinguished. The stones were hurled at the walls of the city from the catapults wielded by the enemy without. He was wont to catch on his feet, and throw them back upon the besiegers. Once it happened that a stone was so cast as to drop, not upon the wall, but in front of it. In his swift race toward it, Akiba was precipitated into the space between the inner and the outer wall. He quickly reassured his friends in the city, that his fall had in no wise harmed him. He was only a little shaken up and weak. As soon as he had his accustomed daily meal, a roasted ox, he would be able to scale the wall and resume the struggle with the Babylonians. But human strength and artifice avail not against God. A gust of wind arose, and Akiba was thrown from the wall, and he died. Thereupon the Chaldeans made a breach in the wall, and penetrated into the city. Equally fruitless were the endeavors of Hanamel, the uncle of Jeremiah, to save the city. He conjured the angels up, armed them, and had them occupy the walls. The Chaldeans retreated in terror at the sight of the heavenly host. But God changed the names of the angels, and brought them back to heaven. Hanamel's exorcisms availed naught. When he called the angel of the water, for instance, the response would come from the angel of fire, who bore the former name of his companion. Then Hanamel resorted to the extreme measure of summoning the prince of the world, who raised Jerusalem high up in the air. But God thrust the city down again, and the enemy entered unhindered. Nevertheless, the capture of the city could not have been accomplished if Jeremiah had been present. His deeds were as a firm pillar for the city, and his prayers as a stony wall. Therefore God sent the prophet on an errand out of the city. He was made to go to his native place, Anatheth, to take possession of a field, his by right of inheritance. Jeremiah rejoiced. He took this as a sign that God would be gracious to Judah, else he would not have commanded him to take possession of a piece of land. Scarcely had the prophet left Jerusalem when an angel descended upon the wall of the city and caused a breach to appear, at the same time crying out, "Let the enemy come and enter the house, for the master of the house is no longer therein. The enemy has leave to despoil it and destroy it. Go ye into the vineyard and snap the vines asunder, for the watchman hath gone away and abandoned it. But let no man boast and say, He and his have vanquished the city. Nay, a conquered city have ye conquered, a dead people have ye killed." The enemy rushed in and ascended the Temple Mount, and on the spot whereon King Solomon had been in the habit of sitting when he took counsel with the elders, the Chaldeans plotted how to reduce the temple to ashes. During their sinister deliberations, they beheld 4 angels, each with a flaming torch in his hand, descending and setting fire to the 4 corners of the temple. The high priest, seeing the flames shoot up, cast the keys of the temple heavenward, saying, "Here are the keys of thy house. It seems I am an untrustworthy custodian," and, as he turned, he was seized by the enemy and slaughtered in the very place on which he had been wont to offer the daily sacrifice. With him perished his daughter, her blood mingling with her father's. The priests and the Levites threw themselves into the flames with their harps and trumpets, and, to escape the violence feared from the licentious Chaldeans, the virgins who wove the curtains for the sanctuary followed their example. Still more horrible was the carnage caused among the people by Nebuzaradan, spurred on as he was by the sight of the blood of the murdered prophet Zechariah seething on the floor of the temple. At first the Jews sought to conceal the true story connected with the blood. At length they had to confess that it was the blood of a prophet who had prophesied the destruction of the temple, and for Iskander had been slain by the people. Nebuzaradan, to appease the prophet, ordered the scholars of the kingdom to be executed first on the bloody spot, then the school children, and at last the young priests, more than 1,000,000 souls in all. But the blood of the prophet went on seething and reeking, until Nebuzaradan exclaimed, "Zechariah, Zechariah, the good in Israel I have slaughtered. Dost thou desire the destruction of the whole people?" Then the blood ceased to seethe. Nebuzaradan was startled by the thought, if the Jews, who had a single life upon their conscience, were made to atone so cruelly, what would be his own fate? He left Nebuchadnezzar and became a proselyte. The Great Lament. On his return from Anathoth, Jeremiah saw, at a distance, smoke curling upward from the Temple Mount, and his spirit was joyful. He thought the Jews had repented of their sins, and were bringing incense offerings. Once within the city walls, he knew the truth, that the temple had fallen a prey to the incendiary. Overwhelmed by grief, he cried out, "O Lord, thou didst entice me, and I permitted myself to be enticed. Thou didst send me forth out of thy house that thou mightest destroy it." God himself was deeply moved by the destruction of the temple, which he had abandoned that the enemy might enter and destroy it. Accompanied by the angels, he visited the ruins, and gave vent to his sorrow. "Woe is me on account of my house! Where are my children, where my priests, where my beloved? But what could I do for you? Did I not warn you? Yet you would not mend your ways." Today, God said to Jeremiah, "I am like a man who has an only son. He prepares the marriage canopy for him, and his only beloved dies under it. Thou doest seem to feel but little sympathy with me and with my children. Go, summon Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses from their graces. They know how to mourn." "Lord of the world," replied Jeremiah, "I know not where Moses is buried." "Stand on the banks of the Jordan," said God, "and cry, Thou son of Amram, arise, see how wolves have devoured thy sheep." Jeremiah repaired to the double cave, and spake to the patriarchs, "Arise, ye are summoned to appear before God." When they asked him the reason of the summons, he feigned ignorance, for he feared to tell them the true reason. They might have cast reproaches upon him that so great a disaster had overtaken Israel in his time. Then Jeremiah journeyed on to the banks of the Jordan, and there he called as he had been bidden, "Thou son of Amram, arise, thou art cited to appear before God." "What has happened this day, that God calls me unto him?" asked Moses. "I know not," replied Jeremiah again. Moses thereupon went to the angels, and from them he learned that the temple had been destroyed, and Israel banished from his land. Weeping and mourning, Moses joined the patriarchs, and together, rending their garments and wringing their hands, they betook themselves to the ruins of the temple. Here their wailing was augmented by the loud lamentations of the angels. "How desolate are the highways to Jerusalem, the highways destined for travel without end! How deserted are the streets that once were thronged at the seasons of the pilgrimages! O Lord of the world, with Abraham the father of thy people, who taught the world to know thee as the ruler of the universe, thou didst make a covenant, that through him and his descendants the earth should be filled with people, and now thou hast dissolved thy covenant with him. O Lord of the world! Thou hast scorned Zion and Jerusalem, once thy chosen habitation. Thou hast dealt more harshly with Israel than with the generation of Enosh, the first idolaters." God thereupon said to the angels, "Why do ye array yourselves against me with your complaints?" "Lord, do the world," they replied, "on account of Abraham, thy beloved, who has come into thy house wailing and weeping, yet thou payest no heed unto him." Thereupon God, "Since my beloved ended his earthly career, he has not been in my house. What hath my beloved to do in my house?" Now Abraham entered into the conversation. "Why, O Lord of the world, hast thou exiled my children, delivered them into the hands of the nations, who tortured them with all tortures, and who have rendered desolate the sanctuary, where I was ready to bring thee my son Isaac as a sacrifice. Thy children have sinned, said God, they have transgressed the whole Torah, they have offended against every letter of it. Abraham, who is there that will testify against Israel, that he has transgressed the Torah? God, let the Torah herself appear and testify. The Torah came, and Abraham addressed her, O my daughter, dost thou indeed come to testify against Israel, to say that he violated thy commandments? Dost thou feel no shame? Remember the day on which God offered thee to all the peoples, all the nations of the earth, and they all rejected thee with disdain. Then my children came to Sinai, they accepted thee, and they honored thee. And now, on the day of their distress, thou standest up against them? Hearing this, the Torah stepped aside, and did not testify. Let the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet in which Torah is written come and testify against Israel, said God. They appeared without delay, and Aleph, the first letter, was about to testify against Israel, when Abraham interrupted it with the words, Thou chief of all letters, thou comest to testify against Israel in the time of his distress? Be mindful of the day on which God revealed himself on Mount Sinai, beginning his words with thee, and know ye the Lord thy God. No people, no nation accepted thee, only my children, and now thou comest to testify against them. Aleph stepped aside and was silent. The same happened with the second letter Bet, and with the third, Gimel, and with all the rest all of them retired abashed, and opened not their mouth. Now Abraham turned to God and said, O Lord of the world! When I was 100 years old, thou didst give me a son, and when he was in the flower of his age, 37 years old, thou didst command me to sacrifice him to thee, and I, like a monster, without compassion, I bound him upon the altar with mine own hands. Let that plead with thee, and have thou pity on my children. Then Isaac raised his voice and spake, O Lord of the world, when my father told me, God will provide himself the lamb for a burnt offering, my son, I did not resist thy word. Willingly I let myself be tied to the altar, my throat was raised to meet the knife. Let that plead with thee, and have thou pity on my children. Then Jacob raised his voice and spake, O Lord of the world, for 20 years I dwelt in the house of Laban, and when I left it, I met with Esau, who sought to murder my children, and I risked my life for theirs. And now they are delivered into the hands of their enemies, like sheep led to the shambles, after I coddled them like fledglings breaking forth from their shells, after I suffered anguish for their sake all the days of my life. Let that plead with thee, and have thou pity on my children. And at last Moses raised his voice and spake, O Lord of the world, was I not a faithful shepherd unto Israel for 40 long years? Like a steed I ran ahead of him in the desert, and when the time came for him to enter the promised land, thou didst command, Here in the desert shall thy bones drop. And now that the children of Israel are exiled, thou hast sent for me to mourn and lament over them. That is what the people mean when they say, The good fortune of the master is none for the slave, but the master's woe is his woe. And turning to Jeremiah, he continued, Walk before me, I will lead them back. Let us see who will venture to raise a hand against them. Jeremiah replied, The roads cannot be passed, they are blocked with corpses. But Moses was not to be deterred, and the two, Moses following Jeremiah, reached the rivers of Babylon. When the Jews saw Moses, they said, The son of Amram has ascended from his grave to redeem us from our enemies. At that moment a heavenly voice was heard to cry out, It is decreed. And Moses said, O my children, I cannot redeem you, the decree is unalterable, may God redeem you speedily, and he departed from them. The children of Israel raised their voices in sore lamentations, and the sound of their grief pierced to the very heavens. Meantime Moses returned to the fathers, and reported to them to what dire suffering the exiled Jews were exposed, and they all broke out into woebegone plaints. In his bitter grief, Moses exclaimed, Be cursed, O sun, why was not thy light extinguished in the hour in which the enemy invaded the sanctuary? The sun replied, O faithful shepherd, I swear by the life, I could not grow dark. the heavenly powers would not permit it. 60 fiery scourges they dealt me, and they said, Go and let thy light shine forth. Another last complaint Moses uttered, O Lord of the world, thou hast written it in thy Torah, and whether it be cow or ewe, ye shall not kill it and her young both in one day. How many mothers have they slaughtered with their children, and thou art silent? Then, with the suddenness of a flash, Rachel, our mother, stood before the Holy One. Blessed be he, Lord of the world, she said, Thou knowest how overwhelming was Jacob's love for me, and when I observed that my father thought to put Leah in my place, I gave Jacob secret signs, that the plan of my father might be set at naught. But then I repented me of what I had done, and to spare my sister mortification, I disclosed the signs to her. More than this, I myself was in the bridal chamber, and when Jacob spake with Leah, I made reply, lest her voice betray her. I, a woman, a creature of flesh and blood, of dust and ashes, was not jealous of my rival. Thou, O God, everlasting King, thou eternal and merciful Father, why wast thou jealous of the idols, empty vanities? Why hast thou driven out my children, slain them with swords, left them at the mercy of their enemies? Then the compassion of the Supreme God was awakened, and he said, For thy sake, O Rachel, I will lead the children of Israel back to their land. Jeremiah's journey to Babylon. When Nebuchadnezzar dispatched his general Nebuzaradan to the capture of Jerusalem, he gave him 3 instructions regarding the mild treatment of Jeremiah: Take him, and look well to him, and do him no harm. But do unto him even as he shall say unto thee. At the same time he enjoined him to use pitiless cruelty toward the rest of the people. But the prophet desired to share the fate of his suffering brethren, and when he saw a company of youths in the pillory, he put his own head into it. Nebuzaradan would always withdraw him again. Thereafter if Jeremiah saw a company of old men clapped in chains, he would join them and share their ignominy, until Nebuzaradan released him. Finally, Nebuzaradan said to Jeremiah, Lo, thou art one of 3 things. Either thou art a prophesier of false things, or thou art a despiser of suffering, or thou art a shedder of blood. A prophesier of false things, for since many a year hast thou been prophesying the downfall of this city, and now, when thy prophecy has come true, thou sorrowest and mournest. Or a despiser of suffering, for I seek to do thee naught harmful, and thou thyself pursuest what is harmful to thee, as thou to say, I am indifferent to pain. Or a shedder of blood, for the king has charged me to have a care of thee, and let no harm come upon thee, but as thou insistest upon seeking evil for thyself, it must be that the king may hear of thy misfortune, and put me to death. At first Jeremiah refused Nebuzaradan's offer to let him remain in Palestine. He joined the march of the captives going to Babylon, along the highways streaming with blood and strewn with corpses. When they arrived at the borders of the Holy Land, they all, prophet and people, broke out into loud wails, and Jeremiah said, Yes, brethren and countrymen, all this hath befallen you, because ye did not hearken unto the words of my prophecy. Jeremiah journeyed with them until they came to the banks of the Euphrates. Then God spoke to the prophet, Jeremiah, If thou remainest here, I shall go with them, and if thou goest with them, I shall remain here. Jeremiah replied, Lord of the world, if I go with them, what doth it avail them? Only if their king, their creator accompanies them, will it bestead them. When the captives saw Jeremiah make preparations to return to Palestine, they began to weep and cry, O Father Jeremiah, wilt thou, too, abandon us? I call heaven and earth to witness, said the prophet, had you wept but once in Zion, ye have not been driven out. Beset with terrors was the return journey for the prophet. Corpses lay everywhere, and Jeremiah gathered up all the fingers that lay about. He strained them to his heart, fondled them, kissed them, and wrapped them in his mantle, saying sadly, Did I not tell you, my children, did I not say to you, Give glory to the Lord your God, before he caused darkness, and before your feet stumble upon the dark mountains? Dejected, oppressed by his grief, Jeremiah saw the fulfillment of his prophecy against the coquettish maidens of Jerusalem, who had pursued but the pleasures and enjoyments of the world. How often had the prophet admonished them to do penance and lead a God-fearing life? In vain. Whenever he threatened them with the destruction of Jerusalem, they said, "Why should we concern ourselves about it? A prince will take me unto wife," said one; the other, "A prefect will marry me." And at first it seemed the expectations of Jerusalem's fair daughters would be realized, for the most aristocratic of the victorious Chaldeans were charmed by the beauty of the women of Jerusalem, and offered them their hand and their rank. But God sent disfiguring and repulsive diseases upon the women, and the Babylonians cast them off, threw them violently out of their chariots, and ruthlessly drove them over the prostrate bodies. Transportation of the captives. Nebuchadnezzar's orders were to hurry the captives along the road to Babylon without stop or stay. He feared the Jews might else find opportunity to supplicate the mercy of God, and he, compassionate as he is, would release them instantly they did penance. Accordingly, there was no pause in the forward march, until the Euphrates was reached. There they were within the borders of the empire of Nebuchadnezzar, and he thought he had nothing more to fear. Many of the Jews died as soon as they drank of the Euphrates. In their native land they had been accustomed to the water drawn from springs and wells. Mourning over their dead and over the others that had fallen by the way, they sat on the banks of the river, while Nebuchadnezzar and his princes on their vessels celebrated their victory amid song and music. The king noticed that the princes of Judah, though they were in chains, bore no load upon their shoulders, and he called to his servants, "Have you no load for these?" They took the parchment scrolls of the law, tore them in pieces, made sacks of them, and filled them with sand. These they loaded upon the backs of the Jewish princes. At sight of this disgrace, all Israel broke out into loud weeping. The voice of their sorrow pierced the very heavens, and God determined to turn the world once more into chaos, for he told himself, that after all the world was created but for the sake of Israel. The angels hastened thither, and they spake before God, "O Lord of the world, the universe is thine. Is it not enough that thou hast dismembered thy earthly house, the temple? Wilt thou destroy thy heavenly house, too?" God restraining them said, "Do ye think I am a creature of flesh and blood, and stand in need of consolation? Do I not know beginning and end of all things? Go rather and remove their burdens from the princes of Judah." Aided by God the angels descended, and they carried the loads put upon the Jewish captives until they reached Babylon. On their way, they passed the city of Bari. The inhabitants thereof were not a little astonished at the cruelty of Nebuchadnezzar, who made the captives march naked. The people of Bari stripped their slaves of their clothes, and presented the slaves to Nebuchadnezzar. When the king expressed his astonishment thereat, they said, "We thought thou wert particularly pleased with naked men." The king at once ordered the Jews to be arrayed in their garments. The reward accorded the Barites was that God endowed them forever with beauty and irresistible grace. The compassionate Barites did not find many imitators. The very opposite quality was displayed by the Ammonites, Moabites, Edomites, and Arabs. Despite their close kinship with Israel, their conduct toward the Jews was dictated by cruelty. The two first mentioned, the Ammonites and the Moabites, when they heard the prophet foretell the destruction of Jerusalem, hastened without a moment's delay to report it to Nebuchadnezzar, and urge him to attack Jerusalem. The scruples of the Babylonian king, who feared God, and all the reasons he advanced against a combat with Israel, they refuted, and finally they induced him to act as they wished. At the capture of the city, while all the strange nations were seeking booty, the Ammonites and the Moabites threw themselves into the temple to seize the scroll of the law, because it contained a clause against their entering into the assembly of the Lord even to the 10th generation. To disgrace the faith of Israel, they plucked the cherubim from the Holy of Holies and dragged them through the streets of Jerusalem, crying aloud at the same time, "Behold these sacred things that belong to the Israelites, who say ever they have no idols." The Edomites were still more hostile in the hour of Israel's need. They went to Jerusalem with Nebuchadnezzar, but they kept themselves at a distance from the city, there to await the outcome of the battle between the Jews and the Babylonians. If the Jews had been victorious, they would have pretended they had come to bring them aid. When Nebuchadnezzar's victory became known, they showed their true feelings. Those who escaped the sword of the Babylonians were hewn down by the hand of the Edomites. But in fiendish cunning these nations were surpassed by the Ishmaelites, 80,000 young priests, each with a golden shield upon his breast, succeeded in making their way through the ranks of Nebuchadnezzar and in reaching the Ishmaelites. They asked for water to drink. The reply of the Ishmaelites was, "First eat, and then you may drink," at the same time handing them salt food. Their thirst was increased, and the Ishmaelites gave them leather bags filled with nothing but air instead of water. When they raised them to their mouths, the air entered their bodies, and they fell dead. Other Arabic tribes showed their hostility openly. As the Palmyreans, who put 80,000 archers at the disposal of Nebuchadnezzar in his war against Israel. The sons of Moses. If Nebuchadnezzar thought that once he had the Jews in the regions of the Euphrates they were in his power forever, he was greatly mistaken. It was on the very banks of the great river that he suffered the loss of a number of his captives. When the first stop was made by the Euphrates, the Jews could no longer contain their grief, and they broke out into tears and bitter lamentations. Nebuchadnezzar bade them be silent, and as though to render obedience to his orders the harder, he called upon the Levites, the minstrels of the temple, to sing the songs of Zion for the entertainment of his guests at the banquet he had arranged. The Levites consulted with one another. Not enough that the temple lies in ashes because of our sins, should we add to our transgressions by coaxing music from the strings of our holy harps in honor of these dwarfs? They said, and they determined to offer resistance. The murderous Babylonians mowed them down in heaps, yet they met death with high courage, for it saved their sacred instruments from the desecration of being used before idols and for the sake of idolaters. The Levites who survived the carnage of the sons of Moses, they were bit their own fingers off, and when they were asked to play, they showed their tyrants mutilated hands, with which it was impossible to manipulate their harps. At the fall of night a cloud descended and enveloped the sons of Moses and all who belonged to them. They were hidden from their enemies, while their own way was illuminated by a pillar of fire. The cloud and the pillar vanished at break of day, and before the sons of Moses lay a tract of land bordered by the sea on three sides. For their complete protection God made the river Sambation to flow on the fourth side. This river is full of sand and stones, and on the 6 working days of the week, they tumble over each other with such vehemence that the crash and the roar are heard far and wide. But on the Sabbath the tumultuous river subsides into quiet. As a guard against trespassers on that day, a column of cloud stretches along the whole length of the river, and none can approach the Sambation within 3 miles. Hedged in as they are, the sons of Moses yet communicate with their brethren of the tribes of Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, who dwell near the banks of the Sambation. Carrier pigeons bear letters hither and thither. In the land of the sons of Moses there are none but clean animals, and in every respect the inhabitants lead a holy and pure life, worthy of their ancestor Moses. They never use an oath, and, if perchance an oath escapes the lips of one of them, he is at once reminded of the divine punishment connected with his act. His children will die at a tender age. The sons of Moses live peaceably and enjoy prosperity as equals through their common Jewish faith. They have need of neither prince nor judge, for they know not strife and litigation. Each works for the welfare of the community, and each takes from the common store only what will satisfy his needs. Their houses are built of equal height, that no one may deem himself above his neighbor, and that the fresh air may not be hindered from playing freely about all alike. Even at night their doors stand wide open, for they have naught to fear from thieves, nor are wild animals known in their land. They all attain a good old age. The son never dies before the father. When a death occurs, there is rejoicing, because the departed is known to have entered into life everlasting in loyalty to his faith. The birth of a child, on the other hand, calls forth mourning, for who can tell whether the being ushered into the world will be pious and faithful? The dead are buried near the doors of their own houses, in order that their survivors, in all their comings and goings, may be reminded of their own end. Disease is unknown among them, for they never sin, and sickness is sent only to purify from sins. Admelech. The sons of Moses were not the only ones to escape from under the heavy hand of Nebuchadnezzar. Still more miraculous was the deliverance of the pious Ethiopian Admelech from the hands of the Babylonians. He was saved as a reward for rescuing Jeremiah when the prophet's life was jeopardized. On the day before the destruction of the temple, shortly before the enemy forced his way into the city, the Ethiopian was sent, by the prophet Jeremiah acting under divine instruction, to a certain place in front of the gates of the city, to dole out refreshments to the poor from a little basket of figs he was to carry with him. Ebed-melech reached the spot, but the heat was so intense that he fell asleep under a tree, and there he slept for 66 years. When he woke up, the figs were still fresh and juicy, but all the surroundings had so changed, he could not make out where he was. His confusion increased when he entered the city to seek Jeremiah, and found nothing as it had been. He accosted an old man, and asked him the name of the place. When he was told it was Jerusalem, Ebed-melech cried out in amazement, "Where is Jeremiah, where is Baruch, and where are all the people?" The old man was not a little astonished at these questions. How was it possible that one who had known Jeremiah and Jerusalem should be ignorant of the events that had passed 60 years before? In brief words he told Ebed-melech of the destruction of the temple and of the captivity of the people, but what he said found no credence with his auditor. Finally Ebed-melech realized that God had performed a great miracle for him, so that he had been spared the sight of Israel's misfortune. While he was pouring out his heart in gratitude to God, an eagle descended and led him to Baruch, who lived not far from the city. Thereupon Baruch received the command from God to write to Jeremiah that the people should remove the strangers from the midst of them, and then God would lead them back to Jerusalem. The letter written by Baruch and some of the figs that had retained their freshness for 66 years were carried to Babylonia by an eagle, who had told Baruch that he had been sent to serve him as a messenger. The eagle set out on his journey. His first halting place was a dreary waste spot to which he knew Jeremiah and the people would come. It was the burial place of the Jews which Nebuchadnezzar had given the prophet at his solicitation. When the eagle saw Jeremiah and the people approach with a funeral train, he cried out, "I have a message for thee, Jeremiah. Let all the people draw nigh to receive the good tidings." As a sign that his mission was true, the eagle touched the corpse, and it came to life. Amidst tears all the people cried unto Jeremiah, "Save us! What must we do to return to our land?" The eagle brought Jeremiah's answer to Baruch, and after the prophet had sent the Babylonian women away, he returned to Jerusalem with the people. Those who would not submit to the orders of Jeremiah relative to the heathen women, were not permitted by the prophet to enter the holy city, and as they likewise were not permitted to return to Babylonia, they founded the city of Samaria near Jerusalem. The temple vessels. The task laid upon Jeremiah had been twofold. Besides giving him charge over the people in the land of their exile, God had entrusted to him the care of the sanctuary and all it contained. The holy ark, the altar of incense, and the holy tent were carried by an angel to the mount whence Moses before his death had viewed the land divinely assigned to Israel. There Jeremiah found a spacious place, in which he concealed these sacred utensils. Some of his companions had gone with him to note the way to the cave, but yet they could not find it. When Jeremiah heard of their purpose, he censured them, for it was the wish of God that the place of hiding should remain a secret until the redemption, and then God himself will make the hidden things visible. Even the temple vessels not concealed by Jeremiah were prevented from falling into the hands of the enemy. The gates of the temple sank into the earth, and other parts and utensils were hidden in a tower at Baghdad by the Levite Shimmer and his friends. Among these utensils was the 7-branched candlestick of pure gold, every branch set with 26 pearls, and beside the pearls 200 stones of inestimable worth. Furthermore, the tower at Baghdad was the hiding place for 77 golden tables, and for the gold with which the walls of the temple had been clothed within and without. The tables had been taken from paradise by Solomon, and in brilliance they outshone the sun and the moon, while the gold from the walls excelled in amount and worth all the gold that had existed from the creation of the world until the destruction of the temple. The jewels, pearls, gold, and silver, and precious gems, which David and Solomon had intended for the temple were discovered by the scribe Hilkiah, and he delivered them to the angel Shamshiel, who in turn deposited the treasure in Borsippa. The sacred musical instruments were taken charge of and hidden by Baruch and Zedekiah until the advent of the Messiah, who will reveal all treasures. In his time a stream will break forth from under the place of the Holy of Holies, and flow through the lands to the Euphrates, and, as it flows, it will uncover all the treasures buried in the earth. Baruch. At the time of the destruction of the temple, one of the prominent figures was Baruch, the faithful attendant of Jeremiah. God commanded him to leave the city one day before the enemy was to enter it, in order that his presence might not render it impregnable. On the following day, he and all other pious men having abandoned Jerusalem, he saw from a distance how the angels descended, set fire to the city walls, and concealed the sacred vessels of the temple. At first his mourning over the misfortunes of Jerusalem and the people knew no bounds. But he was in a measure consoled at the end of a 7 days' fast, when God made known to him that the day of reckoning would come for the heathen, too. Other divine visions were vouchsafed him. The whole future of mankind was unrolled before his eyes, especially the history of Israel, and he learned that the coming of the Messiah would put an end to all sorrow and misery, and usher in the reign of peace and joy among men. As for him, he would be removed from the earth, he was told, but not through death, and only in order to be kept safe against the coming of the end of all time. Thus consoled, Baruch addressed an admonition to the people left in Palestine, and wrote 2 letters of the same tenor to the exiles, one to the 9 tribes and a half, the other to the 2 tribes and a half. The letter to the 9 tribes and a half of the captivity was carried to them by an eagle. 5 years after the great catastrophe, he composed a book in Babylon, which contained penitential prayers and hymns of consolation, exhorting Israel and urging the people to return to God and His law. This book Baruch read to King Jeconiah and the whole people on a day of prayer and penitence. On the same occasion a collection was taken up among the people, and the funds thus secured, together with the silver temple vessels made by order of Zedekiah after Jeconiah had been carried away captive, were sent to Jerusalem, with the request that the high priest Joachim and the people should apply the money to the sacrificial service and to prayers for the life of King Nebuchadnezzar and his son Belshazzar. Thus they might ensure peace and happiness under Babylonian rule. Above all, they were to supplicate God to turn away His wrath from His people. Baruch sent his book also to the residents of Jerusalem, and they read it in the temple on distinguishing days, and recited the prayers it contains. Baruch is one of the few mortals who have been privileged to visit paradise and know its secrets. An angel of the Lord appeared to him while he was lamenting over the destruction of Jerusalem and took him to the 7 heavens, to the place of judgment where the doom of the godless is pronounced, and to the abodes of the blessed. He was still among the living at the time in which Cyrus permitted the Jews to return to Palestine, but on account of his advanced age he could not avail himself of the permission. So long as he was alive, his disciple Ezra remained with him in Babylonia, for the study of the law is more important than the building of the temple. It was only after the death of Baruch that he decided to gather together the exiles who desired to return to the Holy Land and rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. The tombs of Baruch and Ezekiel. The piety of Baruch and the great favor he enjoyed with God were made known to later generations many years after his death, through the marvelous occurrences connected with his tomb. Once a Babylonian prince commanded a Jew, Rabbi Solomon by name, to show him the grave of Ezekiel, concerning which he had heard many remarkable tales. The Jew advised the prince first to enter the tomb of Baruch, which adjoined that of Ezekiel. Having succeeded in this, he might attempt the same with the tomb of Ezekiel, the teacher of Baruch. In the presence of his grandees and his people the prince tried to open the grave of Baruch, but his efforts were fruitless. Whosoever touched it, was at once stricken dead. An old Arab advised the prince to call upon the Jews to gain entrance for him, seeing that Baruch had been a Jew, and his books were still being studied by Jews. The Jews prepared themselves by fasts, prayers, penitence, and almsgiving, and they succeeded in opening the grave without a mishap. Baruch was found lying on marble bier, and the appearance of the corpse was as though he had only then passed away. The prince ordered the bier to be brought to the city, and the body to be entombed there. He thought it was not seemly that Ezekiel and Baruch should rest in the same grave. But the bearers found it impossible to remove the bier more than 2,000 ells from the original grave. Not even with the help of numerous draft animals could it be urged a single step further. Following the advice of Rabbi Solomon, the prince resolved to enter the bier on the spot they had reached and also to erect an academy there. These miraculous happenings induced the prince to go to Mecca. There he became convinced of the falseness of Mohammedanism, of which he had hitherto been an adherent, and he converted to Judaism, he and his whole court. Near the grave of Baruch there grows a species of grass whose leaves are covered with gold dust. As the sheen of the gold is not readily noticeable by day, the people seek out the place at night, mark the very spot on which the grass grows, and return by day and gather it. Not less famous is the tomb of Ezekiel, at a distance of 2,000 ells from Baruch's. It is overarched by a beautiful mausoleum erected by King Jeconiah after evil Merodach had released him from captivity. The mausoleum existed down to the Middle Ages, and it bore on its walls the names of the 35,000 Jews who assisted Jeconiah in erecting the monument. It was the scene of many miracles. When great crowds of people journeyed thither to pay reverence to the memory of the prophet, the little low gate in the wall surrounding the grave enlarged in width and height to admit all who desired to enter. Once a prince vowed to give a colt to the grave of the prophet, if but his mare which had been sterile would bear one. When his wish was fulfilled, however, he did not keep his promise. But the filly ran a distance equal to a 4 days' journey to the tomb, and his owner could not recover it until he deposited his value in silver upon the grace. When people went on long journeys, they were in the habit of carrying their treasures to the grave of the prophet, and beseeching him to let none but the rightful heirs remove them thence. The prophet always granted their petition. Once when an attempt was made to take some books from the grave of Ezekiel, the ravager suddenly became sick and blind. For a time a pillar of fire, visible at a great distance, rose above the grave of the prophet, but it disappeared in consequence of the unseemly conduct of the pilgrims who resorted thither. Not far from the grave of Ezekiel was the grave of Baruch, who once appeared to a rich Jew in a dream. He spoke, "I am Baruch, one of the princes who were led into captivity with Jeremiah. I am one of the just. If thou wilt erect a handsome mausoleum for me, thou wilt be blessed with progeny." The Jew did as he had been bidden, and he who had been childless, shortly after became a father. Daniel. The most distinguished member of the Babylonian diaspora was Daniel. Though not a prophet, he was surpassed by none in wisdom, piety, and good deeds. His firm adherence to Judaism he displayed from his early youth, when, a page at the royal court, he refused to partake of the bread, wine, and oil of the heathen, even though the enjoyment of them was not prohibited by the law. In general, his prominent position at the court was maintained at the cost of many a hardship, for he and his companions, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, were envied their distinctions by numerous enemies, who sought to compass their ruin. Once they were accused before King Nebuchadnezzar of leading an unchaste life. The king resolved to order their execution. But Daniel and his friends mutilated certain parts of their bodies, and so demonstrated how unfounded were the charges against them. As a youth Daniel gave evidence of his wisdom, when he convicted 2 old sinners of having testified falsely against Susanna, as beautiful as she was good. Misled by the perjured witnesses, the court had condemned Susanna to death. Then Daniel, impelled by a higher power, appeared among the people, proclaimed that wrong had been done, and demanded that the case be reopened. And so it was. Daniel himself cross-questioned the witnesses one after the other. The same questions were addressed to both, and as the replies did not agree with each other, the false witnesses stood condemned, and they were made to suffer the penalty they would have had the court inflict upon their victim. Daniel's high position in the state dates from the time when he interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dream. The king said to the astrologers and magicians, "I know my dream, but I do not want to tell you what it was, else you will invent anything at all, and pretend it is the interpretation of the dream. But if you tell me the dream, then I shall have confidence in your interpretation of it." After much talk between Nebuchadnezzar and his wise men, they confessed that the king's wish might have been fulfilled, if but the temple had still existed. The high priest at Jerusalem might have revealed the secret by consulting the Urim and Thummim. At this point the king became wrathful against his wise men, who had advised him to destroy the temple, though they must have known how useful it might become to the king and the state. He ordered them all to execution. their life was saved by Daniel, who recited the king's dream, and gave its interpretation. The king was so filled with admiration of Daniel's wisdom that he paid him divine honors. Daniel, however, refused such extravagant treatment. He did not desire to be the object of idolaters' veneration. He left Nebuchadnezzar in order to escape the marks of honor thrust upon him, and repaired to Tiberias, where he built a canal. Besides, he was charged by the king with commissions, to bring fodder for cattle to Babylonia and also swine from Alexandria. The three men in the furnace. During Daniel's absence, Nebuchadnezzar set up an idol, and its worship was exacted from all his subjects under penalty of death by fire. The image could not stand on account of the disproportion between its height and its thickness. The whole of the gold and silver captured by the Babylonians in Jerusalem was needed to give it steadiness. All the nations owning the rule of Nebuchadnezzar, including even Israel, obeyed the royal command to worship the image. Only the three pious companions of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, resisted the order. In vain Nebuchadnezzar urged upon them, as an argument in favor of idolatry, that the Jews had been so devoted to heathen practices before the destruction of Jerusalem that they had gone to Babylonia for the purpose of imitating the idols there and bringing the copies they made to Jerusalem. The three saints would not hearken to these seductions of the king, nor when he referred them to such authorities as Moses and Jeremiah, in order to prove to them that they were under obligation to do the royal bidding. They said to him, "Thou art our king in all that concerns service, taxes, poll money, and tribute, but with respect to thy present command thou art only Nebuchadnezzar. Therein thou and the dog are like unto us. Bark like a dog, inflate thyself like a water bottle, and chirp like a cricket." Now Nebuchadnezzar's wrath transcended all bound, and he ordered the three to be cast into a red-hot furnace, so hot that the flames of its fire darted to the height of 49 ells beyond the oven, and consumed the heathen standing about it. No less than 4 nations were thus exterminated. While the three saints were being thrust into the furnace, they addressed a fervent prayer to God, supplicating His grace toward them, and entreating Him to put their adversaries to shame. The angels desired to descend and rescue the 3 men in the furnace. But God forbade it. Did the 3 men act thus for your sakes? Nay, they did it for me. And I will save them with mine own hands. God also rejected the good offices of Yerkami, the angel of hail who offered to extinguish the fire in the furnace. The angel Gabriel justly pointed out that such a miracle would not be sufficiently striking to arrest attention. His own proposition was accepted. He, the angel of fire, was deputed to snatch the 3 men from the red-hot furnace. He executed this mission by cooling off the fire inside of the oven, while on the outside the heat continued to increase to such a degree that the heathen standing around the furnace were consumed. The 3 youths thereupon raised their voices together in a hymn of praise to God, thanking Him for His miraculous help. The Chaldeans observed the 3 men pacing up and down quietly in the furnace, followed by a 4th, the angel Gabriel, as by an attendant. Nebuchadnezzar, who hastened thither to see the wonder, was stunned with fright, for he recognized Gabriel to be the angel who in the guise of a column of fire had blasted the army of Sennacherib. 6 other miracles happened, all of them driving terror to the heart of the king. The fiery furnace which had been sunk in the ground raised itself into the air. It was broken. The bottom dropped out. The image erected by Nebuchadnezzar fell prostrate. 4 nations were wasted by fire. And Ezekiel revived the dead in the valley of Dura. Of the last, Nebuchadnezzar was apprised in a peculiar way. He had a drinking vessel made of the bones of a slain Jew. When he was about to use it, life began to stir in the bones, and a blow was planted in the king's face, while a voice announced, "A friend of this man is at this moment reviving the dead." Nebuchadnezzar now offered praise to God for the miracles performed, and if an angel had not quickly struck him a blow on his mouth, and forced him into silence, his psalms of praise would have excelled the Psalter of David. The deliverance of the 3 pious young men was a brilliant vindication of their ways, but at the same time it caused great mortification to the masses of the Jewish people, who had complied with the order of Nebuchadnezzar to worship his idol accordingly, when the three men left the furnace, which they did not do until Nebuchadnezzar invited them to leave, the heathen struck all the Jews they met in the face, deriding them at the same time, "You who have so marvelous a God pay homage to an idol." The three men thereupon left Babylonia and went to Palestine, where they joined their friend, the high priest Joshua. Their readiness to sacrifice their lives for the honor of God had been all the more admirable as they had been advised by the prophet Ezekiel that no miracle would be done for their sakes. When the king's command to bow down before the idol was published, and the three men were appointed to act as the representatives of the people, Hananiah and his companions resorted to Daniel for his advice. He referred them to the prophet Ezekiel, who counseled flight, citing his teacher Isaiah as his authority. The three men rejected his advice, and declared themselves ready to suffer the death of martyrs. Ezekiel bade them tarry until he inquired of God, whether a miracle would be done for them. The words of God were, "I shall not manifest myself as their Savior." They caused my house to be destroyed, my palace to be burnt, my children to be dispersed among the heathen, and now they appeal for my help. As I live, I will not be found of them. Instead of discouraging the three men, this answer but infused new spirit and resolution in them, and they declared with more decided emphasis than before, that they were ready to meet death. God consoled the weeping prophet by revealing to him, that he would save the three saintly heroes. He had sought to restrain them from martyrdom only to let their piety and steadfastness appear the brighter. On account of their piety it became customary to swear by the name of him who supports the world on three pillars, the pillars being the saints Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Their deliverance from death by fire worked a great effect upon the disposition of the heathen. They were convinced of the uselessness of their idols, and with their own hands they destroyed them. Ezekiel revives the dead. Among the dead whom Ezekiel restored to life at the same time when the three men were redeemed from the fiery furnace were different classes of persons. Some were the Ephraimites that had perished in the attempt to escape from Egypt before Moses led the whole nation out of the land of bondage. Some were the godless among the Jews that had polluted the temple at Jerusalem with heathen rites, and those still more godless who in life had not believed in the resurrection of the dead. Others of those revived by Ezekiel were the youths among the Jews carried away captive to Babylonia by Nebuchadnezzar, whose beauty was so radiant that it darkened the very splendor of the sun. The Babylonian women were seized with a great passion for them, and at the solicitation of their husbands, Nebuchadnezzar ordered a bloody massacre of the handsome youths. But the Babylonian women were not yet cured of their unlawful passion. The beauty of the young Hebrews haunted them until their corpses lay crushed before them, their graceful bodies mutilated. These were the youths recalled to life by the prophet Ezekiel. Lastly, he revived some that had perished only a short time before. When Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were saved from death, Nebuchadnezzar thus addressed the other Jews, those who had yielded obedience to his command concerning the worship of the idol: "You know that your God can help and save, nevertheless you paid worship to an idol which is incapable of doing anything. This proves that, as you have destroyed your own land by your wicked deeds, so you are now trying to destroy my land with your iniquity." Forthwith he commanded that they all be executed, 60,000 in number. 20 years passed, and Ezekiel was vouchsafed the vision in which God bade him repair to the valley of Dura, where Nebuchadnezzar had set up his idol, and had massacred the host of the Jews. Here God showed him the dry bones of the slain with the question, "Can I revive these bones?" Ezekiel's answer was evasive, and as a punishment for his little faith, he had to end his days in Babylon, and was not granted even burial in the soil of Palestine. God then dropped the dew of heaven upon the dry bones, and sinews were upon them, and flesh came up, and skin covered them above. At the same time God sent forth winds to the four corners of the earth, which unlocked the treasure houses of souls, and brought its own soul to each body. All came to life except one man, who, as God explained to the prophet, was excluded from the resurrection because he was a usurer. In spite of the marvelous miracle performed from them, the men thus restored to life wept, because they feared they would have no share at the end of time in the resurrection of the whole of Israel. But the prophet assured them, in the name of God, that their portion in all that had been promised Israel should in no wise be diminished. Nebuchadnezzar a beast. Nebuchadnezzar, the ruler of the whole world, to whom even the wild animals paid obedience, his pet was a lion with a snake coiled about its neck, did not escape punishment for his sins. He was chastised as none before him. He whom fear of God had at first held back from a war against Jerusalem, and who had to be dragged forcibly, as he sat on his horse, to the Holy of Holies by the Archangel Michael, he later became so arrogant that he thought himself a god, and cherished the plan of enveloping himself in a cloud, so that he might live apart from men. A heavenly voice resounded, "O thou wicked man, son of a wicked man, and descendant of Nimrod the wicked, who incited the world to rebel against God. Behold, the days of the years of a man are 80 years and 10, or perhaps by reason of strength 80 years. It takes 500 years to traverse the distance of the earth from the first heaven, and as long a time to penetrate from the bottom to the top of the first heaven, and not less are the distances from one of the 7 heavens to the next. How, then, canst thou speak of ascending like unto the Most High above the heights of the clouds?" For this transgression of deeming himself more than a man, he was punished by being made to live for some time as a beast among beasts, treated by them as though he were one of them. For 40 days he led this life. As far down as his navel he had the appearance of an ox, and the lower part of his body resembled that of a lion. Like an ox he ate grass, and like a lion he attacked a curious crowd, but Daniel spent his time in prayer, entreating that the 7 years of this brutish life allotted to Nebuchadnezzar might be reduced to 7 months. His prayer was granted. At the end of 40 days reason returned to the king. The next 40 days he passed in weeping bitterly over his sins, and in the interval that remained to complete the 7 months he again lived the life of a beast. Hiram, the king of Tyre, was a contemporary of Nebuchadnezzar, and in many respects resembled him. He, too, esteemed himself a god, and sought to make men believe in his divinity by the artificial heavens he fashioned for himself. In the sea he erected 4 iron pillars, on which he built up 7 heavens, each 500 ells larger than the one below. The first was a plate of glass of 500 square ells, and the second a plate of iron of 1,000 square ells. The third, of lead, and separated from the second by canals, contained huge round boulders, which produced the sound of thunder on the iron. The fourth heaven was of brass, the fifth of copper, the sixth of silver, and the 7th of gold, all separated from each other by canals. In the 7th, 3,500 ells in extent, he had diamonds and pearls, which he manipulated so as to produce the effect of flashes and sheets of lightning, while the stones below imitated the growling of the thunder. As Hiram was thus floating above the earth, in his vain imagination deeming himself superior to the rest of men, he suddenly perceived the prophet Ezekiel next to himself. He had been waved thither by a wind. Frightened and amazed, Hiram asked the prophet how he had risen to his heights. The answer was, "God brought me here, and he bade me ask thee why thou art so proud, thou born of woman?" The king of Tyre replied defiantly, "I am not one born of woman. I live forever, and as God resides on the sea, so my abode is on the sea, and as he inhabits 7 heavens, so do I see how many kings I have survived. 21 of the house of David, and as many of the kingdom of the 10 tribes, and no less than 50 prophets and 10 high priests have I buried." Thereupon God said, "I will destroy my house, that henceforth Hiram may have no reason for self-glorification, because all his pride comes only from the circumstance that he furnished the cedar trees for the building of the temple." The end of this proud king was that he was conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, deprived of this throne, and made to suffer a cruel death. Though the Babylonian king was the stepson of Hiram, he had no mercy with him. Daily he cut off a bit of the flesh of his body, and forced the Tyrian king to eat it, until the finally perished. Hiram's palace was swallowed by the earth, and in the bowels of the earth it will remain until it shall emerge in the future world as the habitation of the pious. The false prophets. Not only among the heathen, but also among the Jews there were very sinful people in those days. The most notorious Jewish sinners were the 2 false prophets Ahab and Zedekiah. Ahab came to the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar and said, "Yield thyself to Zedekiah," telling her this in the form of a divine message. The same was done by Zedekiah, who only varied the message by substituting the name of Ahab. The princess could not accept such messages as divine, and she told her father what had occurred. Though Nebuchadnezzar was so addicted to immoral practices that he was in the habit of making his captive kings drunk, and then satisfying his unnatural lusts upon them, and a miracle had to interpose to shield the pious of Judah against this disgrace, yet he well knew that the God of the Jews hates immorality. He therefore questioned Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah about it, and they emphatically denied the possibility that such a message could have come from God. The prophets of lies refused to recall their statements, and Nebuchadnezzar decided to subject them to the same fiery test as he had decreed for the 3 pious companions of Daniel. To be fair toward them, the king permitted them to choose a 3rd fellow sufferer, some pious man to share their lot. Seeing no escape, Ahab and Zedekiah asked for Joshua, later the high priest, as their companion in the furnace, in the hope that his distinguished merits would suffice to save all 3 of them. They were mistaken. Joshua emerged unhurt, only his garments were seared, but the false prophets were consumed. Joshua explained the singeing of his garments by the fact that he was directly exposed to the full fury of the flames. But the truth was that he had to expiate the sins of his sons, who had contracted marriages unworthy of their dignity and descent. Therefore their father escaped death only after the fire had burnt his garments. Daniel's piety. No greater contrast to Hiram and the false prophets Ahab and Zedekiah can be imagined than is presented by the character of the pious Daniel. When Nebuchadnezzar offered him divine honors, he refused what Hiram sought to obtain by every means in his power. The Babylonian king felt so ardent an admiration for Daniel that he sent him from the country when the time arrived to worship the idol he had erected in Dura, for he knew very well that Daniel would prefer death in the flames to disregard of the commands of God, and he could not well have cast the man into the fire to whom he had paid divine homage. Moreover, it was the wish of God that Daniel should not pass through the fiery ordeal at the same time as his 3 friends, in order that their deliverance might not be ascribed to him. In spite of all this, Nebuchadnezzar endeavored to persuade Daniel by gentle means to worship an idol. He had the golden diadem of the high priest inserted in the mouth of an idol, and by reason of the wondrous power that resides in the holy name inscribed on the diadem, the idol gained the ability to speak, and it said the words, "I am thy God." Thus were many seduced to worship the image. But Daniel could not be misled so easily. He secured permission from the king to kiss the idol. Laying his mouth upon the idols, he adjured the diadem in the following words, "I am but flesh and blood, yet at the same time a messenger of God. I therefore admonish thee, take heed that the name of the Holy One, blessed be he, may not be desecrated, and I order thee to follow me." So it happened. When the heathen came with music and song to give honor to the idol, it emitted no sound, but a storm broke loose and overturned it. On still another occasion Nebuchadnezzar tried to persuade Daniel to worship an idol, this time a dragon that devoured all who approached it, and therefore was adored as a god by the Babylonians. Daniel had straw mixed with nails fed to him, and the dragon ate and perished almost immediately. All this did not prevent Daniel from keeping the welfare of the king in mind continually. Hence it was that when Nebuchadnezzar was engaged in setting his house in order, he desired to mention Daniel in his will as one of his heirs. But the Jew refused with the words, "Far be it from me to leave the inheritance of my fathers for that of the uncircumcised." Nebuchadnezzar died after having reigned 40 years, as long as King David. The death of a tyrant brought hope and joy to many a heart, for his severity had been such that during his lifetime none dared laugh, and when he descended to Sheol, its inhabitants trembled, fearing he had come to reign over them, too. However, a heavenly voice called to him, "Go down, and be thou laid down with the uncircumcised." The interment of this great king was anything but what one might have expected, and for this reason, during the 7 years spent by Nebuchadnezzar among the beast, his son Evil-Merodach ruled in his stead. Nebuchadnezzar reappeared after his period of penance, and incarcerated his son for life. When the death of Nebuchadnezzar actually did occur, Evil-Merodach refused to accept the homage the nobles brought him as the new king, because he feared that his father was not dead, but had only disappeared as once before, and would return again. To convince him of the groundlessness of his apprehension, the corpse of Nebuchadnezzar, badly mutilated by his enemies, was dragged through the streets. Shortly afterward occurred the death of Zedekiah, the dethroned king of Judah. His burial took place amid great demonstrations of sympathy and mourning. The elegy over him ran thus: "Alas that King Zedekiah had to die, he who quaffed the lees which all the generations before him accumulated." Zedekiah reached a good old age, for though it was in his reign that the destruction of Jerusalem took place, yet it was the guilt of the nation, not of the king, that had brought about the catastrophe. Belshazzar's Feast. When God resolved to take revenge upon Babylon for all the sufferings it had inflicted on Israel, he chose Darius and Cyrus as the agents of vengeance. Cyrus, the king of Persia, and his father-in-law Darius, the king of Media, together went up against Belshazzar, the ruler of the Chaldeans. The war lasted a considerable time, and fortune favored first one side, then the other, until finally the Chaldeans won a decisive victory. To celebrate the event, Belshazzar arranged a great banquet, which was served from the vessels taken out of the temple at Jerusalem by his father. While the king and his guests were feasting, the angel sent by God put the mean, tekel, upharsin on the wall, Aramaic words in Hebrew characters, written with red ink. The angel was seen by none but the king. His grandees and the princes of the realm who were present at the orgy perceived nothing. The king himself did not see the form of the angel, only his awesome fingers as they traced the words were visible to him. The interpretation given to the enigmatical words by Daniel put an end to the merry-making of the feasters. They scattered in dread and fear, leaving none behind except the king and his attendants. In the same night the king was murdered by an old servant, who knew Daniel from the time of Nebuchadnezzar, and doubted not that his sinister prophecy would be fulfilled. With the head of King Belshazzar he betook himself to Darius and Cyrus, and told them how his master had desecrated the sacred vessels, told them of the wonderful writing on the wall, and of the way it had been interpreted by Daniel. The two kings were moved by his recital to vow solemnly that they would permit the Jews to return to Palestine, and would grant them the use of the temple vessels. They resumed the war against Babylonia with more energy, and God vouchsafed them victory. They conquered the whole of Belshazzar's realm, and took possession of the city of Babylon, whose inhabitants, young and old, were made to suffer death. The subjugated lands were divided between Cyrus and Darius, the latter receiving Babylon and Media, the former Chaldea, Persia, and Assyria. But this is not the whole story of the fall of Babylon. The wicked king Belshazzar arranged the banquet at which the holy vessels were desecrated in the 5th year of his reign, because he thought it wholly certain then that all danger was past of the realization of Jeremiah's prophecy, foretelling the return of the Jews to Palestine at the end of 70 years of Babylonian rule over them. Nebuchadnezzar had governed 25 years, and Evil-Merodach 23, leaving 5 years in the reign of Belshazzar for the fulfillment of the appointed time. Not enough that the king scoffed at God by using the temple vessels, he needs must have the pastry for the banquet, which was given on the 2nd day of the Passover festival, made of wheaten flour finer than that used on this day for the Omri in the temple. Punishment followed hard upon the heels of the atrocity. Cyrus and Darius served as doorkeepers of the royal palace on the evening of the banquet. They had received orders from Belshazzar to admit none, though he should say he was the king himself. Belshazzar was forced to leave his apartments for a short time, and he went out unnoticed by the two doorkeepers. On his return, when he asked to be admitted, they felt him dead, even while he was asseverating that he was the king. Daniel under the Persian kings. Daniel left Belshazzar and fled to Shushtar, where he was kindly received by Cyrus, who promised him to have the temple vessels taken back to Jerusalem, provided Daniel would pray to God to grant him success in his war with the king of Mosul. God gave Daniel's prayer favorable hearing, and Cyrus was true to his promise. Daniel now received the divine charge to urge Cyrus to rebuild the temple. To this end he was to introduce Ezra and Zerubbabel to the king. Ezra then went from place to place and called upon the people to return to Palestine. Sad to say, only a tribe and a half obeyed his summons. Indeed, the majority of the people were so wroth against Ezra that they sought to slay him. he escaped the peril to his life only by a divine miracle. Daniel, too, was exposed to much suffering at this time. King Cyrus cast him into a den of lions, because he refused to bow down before the idol of the king. For 7 days Daniel lay among the wild beasts, and not a hair of his head was touched. When the king at the end of the week found Daniel alive, he could not but acknowledge the sovereign grandeur of God. Cyrus released Daniel, and instead had his calumniators thrown to the lions. In an instant they were rent in pieces. In general, Cyrus fell far short of coming up to the expectations set in him for piety and justice. Though he granted permission to the Jews to rebuild the temple, they were to use no material but wood, so that it might easily be destroyed if the Jews should take it into their head to rebel against him. Even in point of morals, the Persian king was not above reproach. Another time Cyrus pressingly urged Daniel to pay homage to the idol Bel. As proof of the divinity of the idol, the king advanced the fact that it ate the dishes set before it, a report spread by the priests of Bel, who entered the temple of the idol at night, through subterranean passages, themselves ate up the dishes, and then attributed their disappearance to the appetite of the god. But Daniel was too shrewd to be misled by a fabricated story. He had the ashes strewn upon the floor of the temple, and the footprints visible the next morning convinced the king of the deceit practiced by the priests. Pleasant relations did not continue to subsist forever between Cyrus and Darius. A war broke out between them, in which Cyrus lost life and lands. Fearing Darius, Daniel fled to Persia. But an angel of God appeared to him with the message, "Fear not the king, not unto him will I surrender thee." Shortly afterward he received a letter from Darius reading as follows, "Come to me, Daniel, fear not, I shall be even kinder to thee than Cyrus was." Accordingly Daniel returned to Shushtar, and was received with great consideration by Darius. One day the king chanced to remember the sacred garments brought by Nebuchadnezzar out of the temple at Jerusalem to Babylon. They had vanished, and no trace of them could be discovered. The king suspected Daniel of having had something to do with their disappearance. It booted little that he protested his innocence. He was cast into prison. God sent an angel who was to blind Darius, telling him at the same time that he was deprived of the light of his eyes because he was keeping the pious Daniel in durance, and sight would be restored to him only if Daniel interceded for him. The king at once released Daniel, and the two together journeyed to Jerusalem to pray on the holy place for the restoration of the king. An angel appeared to Daniel, and announced to him that his prayer had been heard. The king had but to wash his eyes, and vision would return to them. So it happened. Darius gave thanks to God, and in his gratitude assigned the tithe of his grain to the priests and the Levites. Besides, he testified his appreciation to Daniel by loading him down with gifts, and both returned to Shushtar. The recovery of the king convinced many of his subjects of the omnipotence of God, and they converted to Judaism. Following the advice of Daniel, Darius appointed a triumvirate to take charge of the administration of his realm, and Daniel was made the chief of the council of 3. His high dignity he was second to none, but the king himself exposed him to envy and hostility on all sides. His enemies plotted his ruin. With cunning they induced the king to sign an order attaching the penalty of death to prayers addressed to any god or any man other than Darius. Though the order did not require Daniel to commit a sin, he preferred to give his life for the honor of the one God rather than omit his devotions to him. When his jealous enemies surprised him during his prayers, he did not interrupt himself. He was dragged before the king, who refused to give credence to the charge against Daniel. Meanwhile the hour for the afternoon prayer arrived, and in the presence of the king and his princes Daniel began to perform his devotions. This naturally rendered unavailing all efforts made by the king to save his friend from death. Daniel was cast into a pit full of lions. The entrance to the pit was closed up with a rock, which had all of its own accord rolled from Palestine to protect him against any harm contemplated by his enemies. The ferocious beasts welcomed the pious Daniel like dogs fawning upon their master on his return home, licking his hands and wagging their tails. While this was passing in Babylon, an angel appeared to the prophet Habakkuk in Judea. He ordered the prophet to bring Daniel the food he was about to carry to his laborers in the field. Astonished, Habakkuk asked the angel how he could carry it to so great a distance, whereupon he was seized by his hair, and in a moment set down before Daniel. They dined together, and then the angel transported Habakkuk back to his place in Palestine. Early in the morning Darius went to the pit of the lions to discover the fate of Daniel. The king called his name, but he received no answer, because Daniel was reciting the Shema at that moment, after having spent the night in giving praise and adoration to God. Seeing that he was still alive, the king summoned the enemies of Daniel to the pit. It was their opinion that the lions had not been hungry, and therefore Daniel was still unhurt. The king commanded them to put the beasts to the test with their own persons. The result was that the 122 enemies of Daniel, together with their wives and children numbering 244 persons, were torn in shreds by 1,464 lions. The miraculous escape of Daniel brought him more distinguished consideration and greater honors than before. The king published the wonders done by God in all parts of his land, and called upon the people to betake themselves to Jerusalem and help in the erection of the temple. Daniel entreated the king to relieve him of the duties of his position, for the performance of which he no longer felt himself fit, on account of his advanced age. The king consented on condition that Daniel designate a successor worthy of him. His choice fell upon Zerubbabel. Loaded with rich presents and amid public demonstrations designed to honor him, Daniel retired from public life. He settled in the city of Shushan, where he abode until his end. Though he was no prophet, God vouchsafed to him a knowledge of the end of time not granted his friends, the prophets Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, but even he, in the fullness of his years, lost all memory of the revelation with which he had been favored. The grave of Daniel. Daniel was buried in Shushan, on account of which a sore quarrel was enkindled among the inhabitants of the city. Shushan is divided in two parts by a river. The side containing the grave of Daniel was occupied by the wealthy inhabitants, and the poor citizens lived on the other side of the river. The latter maintained that they, too, would be rich if the grave of Daniel were in their quarter. The frequent disputes and conflicts were finally adjusted by a compromise. 1 year the bier of Daniel reposed on one side of the river, the next year on the other. When the Persian king Sandra came to Shushan, he put a stop to the practice of dragging the bier hither and thither. He resorted to another device for guarding the peace of the city. He had the bier suspended from chains precisely in the middle of the bridge spanning the river. In the same spot he erected a house of prayer for all confessions, and out of respect to Daniel he prohibited fishing in the river for a distance of a mile on either side of the memorial building. The sacredness of the spot appeared when the godless tried to pass by. They were drowned, while the pious remained unscathed. Furthermore, the fish that swam near it had heads glittering like gold. Beside the house of Daniel lay a stone, under which he had concealed the holy temple vessels. Once an attempt was made to roll the stone from its place, but whoever ventured to touch it, fell dead. The same fate overtook all who later tried to make excavations near the spot. A storm broke out and mowed them down. Zerubbabel. The successor to Daniel in the service of the king, Zerubbabel, enjoyed equally as much royal consideration and affection. He occupied a higher position than all the other servants and officials, and he and 2 others constituted the bodyguard of the king. Once when the king lay wrapped in deep slumber, his guards resolved to write down what each of them considered the mightiest thing in the world, and he who wrote the suggest saying should be given rich presents and rewards by the king. What they wrote they laid under the pillow on which the head of the king rested, that he might not delay to make a decision after he awoke. The first one wrote, "Wine is the mightiest thing there is." The second wrote, "The king is the mightiest on earth," and the third, Zerubbabel, wrote, "Women are the mightiest in the world, but truth prevails over all else." When the king awoke, and he perused the document, he summoned the grandees of his realm and the 3 youths as well. Each of the 3 was called upon to justify his saying. In eloquent words the first described the potency of wine. When it takes possession of the senses of a man, he forgets grief and sorrow. Still more beautiful and convincing were the words of the second speaker, when his turn came to establish the truth of his saying, that the king was the mightiest on earth. Finally Zerubbabel depicted in glowing words the power of woman, who rules even over kings. But, he continued, truth is supreme over all. The whole earth asks for truth, the heavens sing the praises of truth, all creation quakes and trembles before truth, naught of wrong can be found in truth. Unto truth belongeth the might, the dominion, the power, and the glory of all times. Blessed be the God of truth. When Zerubbabel ceased from speaking, the assembly broke out into the words, Great is truth, it is mightier than all else. The king was so charmed with the wisdom of Zerubbabel that he said to him, Ask for aught thou wishest, it shall be granted thee. Zerubbabel required nothing for himself, he only sought permission of the king to restore Jerusalem, rebuild the sanctuary, and return the holy temple vessels to the place whence they had been carried off. Not only did Darius grant what Zerubbabel wished for, not only did he give him letters of safe conduct, but he also conferred numerous privileges upon the Jews who accompanied Zerubbabel to Palestine, and he sent abundant presents to the temple and its officers. As unto his predecessor Daniel, so unto Zerubbabel, God vouchsafed a knowledge of the secrets of the future. Especially the archangel Metatron dealt kindly with him. Besides revealing to him the time at which the Messiah would appear, he brought about an interview between the Messiah and Zerubbabel. In reality, Zerubbabel was none other than Nehemiah, who was given this second name because he was born in Babylon. Richly endowed as Zerubbabel, Nehemiah was with admirable qualities, he yet did not lack faults. He was excessively self-complacent, and he did not hesitate to fasten a stigma publicly upon his predecessors in the office of governor in the land of Judah, among whom was so excellent a man as Daniel. To punish him for these transgressions, the book of Ezra does not bear the name of its real author Nehemiah. When Darius felt his end approach, he appointed his son-in-law Cyrus, who had hitherto reigned only over Persia, to be the ruler over his kingdom as well. His wish was honored by the princes of Media and Persia. After Darius had departed this life, Cyrus was proclaimed king. In the very first year of his reign, Cyrus summoned the most distinguished of the Jews to appear before him, and he gave them permission to return to Palestine and rebuild the temple at Jerusalem. More than this, he pledged himself to contribute to the temple service in proportion to his means, and pay honor to the God who had invested him with strength to subdue the Chaldeans. These actions of Cyrus partly flowed from his own pious inclinations, and partly were due to his desire to accomplish the dying behests of Darius, who had admonished him to give the Jews the opportunity of rebuilding the temple. When the first sacrifice was to be brought by the company of Jews who returned to Jerusalem under the leadership of Ezra, and set about restoring the temple, they missed the celestial fire which had dropped from heaven on the altar in the time of Moses, and had not been extinguished so long as the temple stood. They turned in supplication to God to be instructed by him. The celestial fire had been hidden by Jeremiah at the time of the destruction of the holy city, and the law did not permit them to bring strange fire upon the altar of God. An old man suddenly remembered the spot on which Jeremiah had buried the holy fire, and he led the elders thither. They rolled away the stone covering the spot, and from under it appeared a spring flowing not with water, but with a sort of oil. Ezra ordered this fluid to be sprinkled upon the altar, and forthwith an all-consuming flame shot up. The priests themselves scattered in fright. But after the temple and its vessels were purified by the flame, it confined itself to the altar, never more to leave it, for the priest guarded it so that it might not be extinguished. Among the band of returned exiles were the prophets Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. Each one of them had a place of the greatest importance to fill in the rebuilding of the temple. By the first the people were shown the plan of the altar, which was larger than the one that had stood in Solomon's temple. The second informed them of the exact location of the altar, and the third taught them that the sacrifices might be brought on the holy place even before the completion of the temple. On the authority of one of the prophets, the Jews, on their return from Babylonia, gave up their original Hebrew characters, and rewrote the Torah in the Assyrian characters still in use at this day. While the temple work was in progress, the builders found the skull of Araunah, the owner of the temple site in the time of David. The priests, unlearned as they were, could not decide to what extent the corpse lying there had defiled the holy place. It was for this that Haggai poured out his reproaches upon them. Ezra The complete resettlement of Palestine took place under the direction of Ezra, or, as the scriptures sometimes call him, Malachi. He had not been present at the earlier attempts to restore the sanctuary, because he could not leave his old teacher Baruch, who was too advanced in years to venture upon the difficult journey to the Holy Land. In spite of Ezra's persuasive efforts, it was but a comparatively small portion of the people that joined the procession winding its way westward to Palestine. For this reason the prophetical spirit did not show itself during the existence of the Second Temple. Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were the last representatives of prophecy. Nothing was more surprising than the apathy of the Levites. They manifested no desire to return to Palestine. Their punishment was the loss of the tithes, which were later given to the priest, though the Levites had the first claim upon them. In restoring the Jewish state in Palestine, Ezra cherished two hopes: to preserve the purity of the Jewish race, and to spread the study of the Torah until it should become the common property of the people at large. To help on his first purpose, he inveighed against marriages between the Jews and the nations round about. He himself had carefully worked out his own pedigree before he consented to leave Babylonia, and in order to perpetuate the purity of the families and groups remaining in the East, he took all the unfit with him to Palestine. In the realization of his second hope, the spread of the Torah, Ezra was so zealous and efficient that it was justly said of him, if Moses had not anticipated him, Ezra would have received the Torah. In a sense he was, indeed, a second Moses. The Torah had fallen into neglect and oblivion in his day, and he restored and re-established it in the minds of his people. It is due to him chiefly that it was divided up into portions, to be read annually, Sabbath after Sabbath, in the synagogues, and he it was, likewise, who originated the idea of rewriting the Pentateuch in Assyrian characters. To further his purpose still more, he ordered additional schools for children to be established everywhere, though the old ones sufficed to satisfy the demand. He thought the rivalry between the old and the new institutions would redound to the benefit of the pupils. Ezra is the originator of institutions known as the 10 Regulations of Ezra. They are the following: readings from the Torah on Sabbath afternoons, readings from the Torah on Mondays and Thursdays, sessions of the court on Mondays and Thursdays, to do laundry work on Thursdays, not Fridays, to eat garlic on Friday on account of its salutary action, to bake bread early in the morning that it may be ready for the poor whenever they ask for some. Women are to cover the lower parts of their bodies with a garment called siner. Before taking a ritual bath, the hair is to be combed. The ritual bath prescribed for the unclean is to cover the case of one who desires to offer prayer or study the law. Permission to peddlers to sell cosmetics to women in the towns. Ezra was not only a great teacher of his people and their wise leader, he was also their advocate with the Celestials, to whom his relation was of a peculiarly intimate character. Once he addressed a prayer to God, in which he complained of the misfortune of Israel and the prosperity of the heathen nations. Thereupon the angel Uriel appeared to him, and instructed him how that evil has its appointed time in which to run its course, as the dead have their appointed time to sojourn in the nether world. Ezra could not rest satisfied with this explanation, and in response to his further question, 7 prophetic visions were vouchsafed him, and interpreted by the angel for him. They typified the whole course of history up to his day, and disclosed the future to his eyes. In the 7th vision he heard a voice from a thorn bush, like Moses aforetimes, and it admonished him to guard in his heart the secrets revealed to him. The same voice had given Moses a similar injunction: these words shalt thou publish, those shalt thou keep secret. Then his early translation from earth was announced to him. He besought God to let the Holy Spirit descend upon him before he died, so that he might record all that had happened since the creation of the world as it was set down in the Torah, and guide man upon the path that leads to God. Hereupon God bade him take the 5 experienced scribes, Sarga, Dabria, Selusha, Ethan, and Aziel, with him into retirement, and dictate to them for 40 days. After 1 day spent with these writers in isolation, remote from the city and from men, a voice admonished him, Ezra, open thy mouth, and drink whereof I give thee to drink. He opened his mouth, and a chalice was handed to him, filled to the brim with a liquid that flowed like water, but in color resembled fire. His mouth opened to drink, and for 40 days it was not closed. During all that time, the 5 scribes put down, in signs they did not understand, they were the newly adopted Hebrew characters, all that Ezra dictated to them, and it made 94 books. At the end of the 40 days period, God spoke to Ezra thus: "The 24 books of the Holy Scriptures thou shalt publish, for the worthy and the unworthy alike to read. But the last 70 books thou shalt withhold from the populace, for the perusal of the wise of thy people." On account of his literary activity, he is called the scribe of the science of the Supreme Being unto all eternity. Having finished his task, Ezra was removed from this mundane world, and he entered the life everlasting. But his death did not occur in the Holy Land. It overtook him at Khuzestan, in Persia, on his journey to King Artakshashta. At Racha, in Mesopotamia, there stood, as late as the 12th century, the synagogue founded by Ezra when he was journeying from Babylonia to Palestine. At his grave, over which columns of fire are often seen to hover at night, a miracle once happened. A shepherd fell asleep by the side of it. Ezra appeared to him and bade him tell the Jews that they were to transport his bier to another spot. If the master of the new place refused assent, he was to be warned to yield permission, else all the inhabitants of his place would perish. At first the master refused to allow the necessary excavations to be made. Only after a large number of the non-Jewish inhabitants of the place had been stricken down suddenly, he consented to have the corpse transported thither. As soon as the grave was opened, the plague ceased. Shortly before the death of Ezra, the city of Babylon was totally destroyed by the Persians. There remained but a portion of the wall which was impregnable by human strength. All the prophecies hurled against the city by the prophets were accomplished. To this day there is a spot on its site which no animal can pass unless some of the earth of the place is strewn upon it. The men of the Great Assembly. At the same time with Ezra, or, to speak more accurately, under his direction, the Great Assembly carried on its beneficent activities, which laid the foundations of rabbinical Judaism, and constituted the binding link between the Jewish prophet and the Jewish sage. The great men who belonged to this august assembly once succeeded, through the efficacy of their prayers, in laying hands upon the seducers unto sin, and confining them, to prevent them from doing more mischief. Thus they banished from the world the desire unto idolatry. They tried to do the same to the desire unto lustfulness. This evil adversary warned them against making away with him, for the world would cease to exist without him. For 3 days they kept him a prisoner, but then they had to dismiss him and let him go free. They found that not even an egg was to be had, for sexual appetite had vanished from the world. However, he did not escape altogether unscathed. They plastered up his eyes, and from that time on he gave up inflaming the passions of men against their blood relations. Among the decrees and ordinances of the Great Assembly, the most prominent is the fixation of the prayer of the 18 benedictions. The several benedictions composing this prayer date back to remote ancient times. The patriarchs were their authors, and the work of the Great Assembly was to put them together in the order in which we now have them. We know how each of the benedictions originated. When Abraham was saved from the furnace, angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, the shield of Abraham," which is the essence of the first of the 18. When Isaac lay stunned by fright on Mount Moriah, God sent his dew to revive him, whereupon the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who quickenest the dead." When Jacob arrived at the gates of heaven and proclaimed the holiness of God, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, thou holy God." When Pharaoh was about to make Joseph the ruler over Egypt, and it appeared that he was unacquainted with the 70 tongues which an Egyptian sovereign must know, the angel Gabriel came and taught him those languages, whereupon the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who graciously bestowest knowledge." When Reuben committed the trespass against his father, sentence of death was pronounced upon him in the heavens. But when he repented, he was permitted to continue to live, and the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast delight in repentance." When Judah had committed a trespass against Tamar, and confessing his guilt obtained forgiveness, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who pardonest greatly." When Israel was sore oppressed by Mizraim, and God proclaimed his redemption, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who redeemest Israel." When the angel Raphael came to Abraham to soothe the pain of his circumcision, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who healest the sick." When Israel's sowing in the land of the Philistines bore an abundant harvest, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who blessest the years." When Jacob was reunited with Joseph and Simon in Egypt, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who gatherest the dispersed of thy people Israel." When the Torah was revealed and God communicated the code of laws to Moses, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who lovest righteousness and justice." When the Egyptians were drowned in the Red Sea, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who shatterest the enemy and humiliatest the presumptuous." When Joseph laid his hands on the eyes of his father Jacob, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who art the stay and the support of the pious." When Solomon built the temple, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who buildest Jerusalem." When the children of Israel singing hymns of praise unto God passed through the Red Sea, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who causest the hour of salvation to sprout forth." When God lent a gracious ear to the prayer of the suffering Israelites in Egypt, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who hearest our prayer." When the Shekinah descended between the cherubim in the tabernacle, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who wilt restore thy divine presence to Jerusalem." When Solomon dedicated his temple, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, whose name is worthy of praise." When Israel entered the Holy Land, the angels spoke, "Blessed art thou, O Lord, who establishest peace." The Feast for the Grandees. The Book of Esther is the last of the scriptural writings. The subsequent history of Israel and all his suffering we know only through oral tradition. For this reason the heroine of the last canonical book was named Esther, that is, Venus, the morning star, which sheds its light after all the other stars have ceased to shine, and while the sun still delays to rise. Thus the deeds of Queen Esther cast a ray of light forward into Israel's history at its darkest. The Jews at the time of Ahasuerus were like the dove about to enter her nest wherein a snake lies coiled. Yet she cannot withdraw, because a falcon bides without to swoop down upon her. In Shushan the Jews were in the clutches of Haman, and in other lands they were at the mercy of many murderous enemies to their race, ready to do the bidding of Haman to destroy and to slay them, and cause them to perish. But the rescue of the Jews from the hand of their adversaries is only a part of this wonderful chapter in the history of Israel. No less important is the exalted station to which they rose in the realm of Ahasuerus after the fall of Haman, especially the power and dignity to which Esther herself attained. On this account the magnificent feast prepared by Ahasuerus for his subjects belongs to the history of Esther. The splendor of his feast is the gauge whereby to measure the wealth and power she later enjoyed. Ahasuerus was not the king of Persia by right of birth. He owed his position to his vast wealth, with which he purchased dominion over the whole world. He had various reasons for giving a gorgeous feast. The 3rd year of his reign was the 70th since the beginning of Nebuchadnezzar's rule, and Ahasuerus thought it quite certain that the time had passed for the fulfillment of the prophecy of Jeremiah foretelling the return of Israel to the Holy Land. The temple was still in ruins, and Ahasuerus was convinced that the Jewish kingdom would never again be restored. Needless to say, it was not Jeremiah who erred. Not with the accession of King Nebuchadnezzar had the prophet's term of years begun, but with the destruction of Jerusalem. Reckoned in this way, the 70 years of desolation were at an end exactly at the time when Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, permitted the rebuilding of the temple. Beside this mistaken cause for a celebration, there were reasons personal to Ahasuerus why he desired to give expression to joy. A short time before, he had crushed a rebellion against himself, and this victory he wanted to celebrate with pomp and ceremony. The first part of the celebration was given over to the 127 rulers of the 127 provinces of his empire. His purpose was to win the devotion of those of them with whom otherwise he did not come in direct contact. But can it be said with certainty that this was a good policy? If he had not first made sure of the loyalty of his capital, was it not dangerous to have these rulers near him in case of an insurrection? For 6 whole months he celebrated the feast for the grandees, the nobles and the high officials, the latter of whom, according to the constitution, were all required to be Medians under the Persian king Ahasuerus, as they would have had to be Persians under a Median king. This was the program of the feast. In the first month Ahasuerus showed his treasures to his guests. In the second, the delegates of the king's royal vassals saw them. In the third the presents were exposed to view. In the fourth the guests were invited to admire his literary possessions, among them the sacred scroll. In the fifth his pearl and diamond-studded ornaments of gold were put on exhibition. And in the sixth he displayed the treasures which had been given him as tribute. All this vast wealth, however, appertained to the crown. It was not his personal property. When Nebuchadnezzar felt his end draw nigh, he resolved to sink his immense treasures in the Euphrates rather than let them ascend to his son Evil-Merodach, so great was his miserliness. But, again, when Cyrus gave the Jews permission to build the temple, his divinely appointed reward was that he discovered the spot in the river at which the treasures were sunk, and he was permitted to take possession of them. These were the treasures of which Ahasuerus availed himself to glorify his feast. So prodigious were they that during the 6 months of the feast he unlocked 6 treasure chambers daily to display their contents to his guests. When Ahasuerus boasted of his wealth, which he had no right to do, as his treasures had come from the temple, God said, "Verily, has the creature of flesh and blood any possessions of his own? I alone possess treasures, for the silver is mine, and the gold is mine." Among the treasures displayed were the temple vessels, which Ahasuerus had desecrated in his drinking bouts. When the noble Jews who had been invited to the capital saw these, they began to weep, and they refused to take further part in the festivities. Thereupon the king commanded that a separate place be assigned to the Jews, so that their eyes might be spared the painful sight. This was not the only incident that aroused poignant memories in them, for Ahasuerus arrayed himself in the robes of state once belonging to the high priests at Jerusalem, and this, too, made the Jews smart uncomfortably. The Persian king had wanted to mount the throne of Solomon besides, but herein he was thwarted, because its ingenious construction was an enigma to him. Egyptian artificers tried to fashion a throne after the model of Solomon's, but in vain. After 2 years' work they managed to produce a weak imitation of it, and upon this Ahasuerus sat during his splendid feast. The festivities in Shushan. At the expiration of the 180 days allotted to the feast for the nobles, Ahasuerus arranged a great celebration for the residents of Shushan, the capital city of Elam. From the creation of the world until after the deluge the unwritten law had been in force, that the firstborn son of the patriarchs was to be the ruler of the world. Thus, Seth was the successor to Adam, and he was followed in turn by Enosh, and so the succession went on, from firstborn son to firstborn son, down to Noah and his oldest son Shem. Now, the firstborn son of Shem was Elam, and, according to custom, he should have been given the universal dominion which was his heritage. Shem, being a prophet, knew that Abraham and his posterity, the Israelites, would not spring from the family of Elam, but from that of Arpachshad. Therefore he named Arpachshad as his successor, and through him rulership descended to Abraham, and so to Isaac, Jacob, and Judah, and to David and his posterity, down to the last Judean king Zedekiah, who was deprived of his sovereignty by Nebuchadnezzar. Then it was that God spake thus: "So long as the government rested in the hands of my children, I was prepared to exercise patience. The misdeeds of the one were made good by the other. If one of them was wicked, the other was pious. But now that the dominions has been wrested from my children, it shall at least revert to its original possessors." Elam was the firstborn son of Shem, and his seed shall be given the rule. So it happened that Shushan, the capital city of Elam, became the seat of government. That there were any celebrations in Shushan was due to Haman, who even in those early days was devising intrigues against the Jews. He appeared before Ahasuerus, and said, "O king, this people is a peculiar people. May it please thee to destroy it." Ahasuerus replied, "I fear the God of this people. He is very mighty, and I bear in mind what befell Pharaoh for his wicked treatment of the Israelites. Their God, said Haman, hates an unjust life. Do thou, therefore, prepare feasts for them, and order them to take part in the merrymakings. Have them eat and drink and act as their heart desireth, so that their God may become wrathful against them. When Mordecai heard of the feasts that were planned, he advised the Jews not to join in them. All the prominent men of his people and many of the lower classes took his advice to heart. They fled from Shushan, to avoid being compelled to take part in the festivities. The rest remained in the city and yielded to force. They participated in the celebrations, and even permitted themselves to eat of food prepared by the heathen, though the king had taken care not to offend the religious conscience of the Jews in such details. He had been so punctilious that there was no need for them to drink wine touched by the hand of an idolater, let alone eat forbidden food. The arrangements for the feast were entirely in the charge of Haman and Mordecai, so that neither Jew nor Gentile might absent himself for religious reasons. It was the aim of the king to let every guest follow the inclination of his heart. When Ahasuerus issued the order, that the officers of his house were to do according to every man's pleasure, God became wroth with him. Thou villain, he said, canst thou do every man's pleasure? Suppose two men love the same woman, can both marry her? Two vessels sail forth together from a port, the one desires a south wind, the other a north wind. Canst thou produce a wind to satisfy the two? On the morrow Haman and Mordecai will appear before thee. Wilt thou be able to side with both? The scene of the festivities was in the royal gardens. The upper branches of the high trees were made to interlace with each other, so as to form vaulted arches, and the smaller trees with aromatic foliage were taken up out of the ground, and placed in artfully constructed tents. From tree to tree stretched curtains of byssus, white and sapphire blue, and vivid green and royal purple, fastened to their supports by ropes depending from round silver beams, these in turn resting on pillars of red, green, yellow, white, and glittering blue marble. The couches were made of delicate draperies, their frames stood on silver feet, and the rods attached to them were of gold. The floor was tiled with crystal and marble, outlined with precious stones, whose brilliance illuminated the scene far and wide. The wine and the other beverages were drunk only from golden vessels, yet Ahasuerus was so rich that no drinking cup was used more than a single time. But magnificent as these utensils of his were, when the holy vessels of the temple were brought in, the golden splendor of the others was dimmed. It turned dull as lead. The wine was in each case older than its drinker. To prevent intoxication from unaccustomed drinks, every guest was served with the wine and dizziness to his native place. In general, Ahasuerus followed the Jewish rather than the Persian manner. It was a banquet rather than a drinking bout. In Persia a custom prevailed that every participant in a banquet of wine had to drain a huge beaker far exceeding the drinking capacity of any human being, and do it he must, though he lost reason and life. The office butler accordingly was very lucrative, because the guests at such wassels were in the habit of bribing him to purchase the liberty of drinking as little as they pleased or dared. This Persian habit of compelling excess in drinking was ignored at Ahasuerus's banquet. Every guest did as he chose. The royal bounty did not show itself in food and drink alone. The king's guests could also indulge in the pleasures of the dance if they were so minded. Dancers were provided, who charmed the company with their artistic figures displayed upon the purple-covered floor. That the enjoyment of the participants might in no wise be marred, as by separation from their families, all were permitted to bring their households with them, and merchants were released from the taxes imposed upon them. So sure was Ahasuerus of his success as a host that he dared say to his Jewish guests, "Will your God be able to match this banquet in the future world?" Whereunto the Jews replied, "The banquet God will prepare for the righteous in the world to come is that of which it is written, No eye hath seen it but God's. He will accomplish it for them that wait upon him. If God were to offer us a banquet like unto thine, O king, we should say, such as this we ate at the table of Ahasuerus." Vashti's banquet. The banquet given by Queen Vashti to the women differed but slightly from Ahasuerus's. She sought to emulate her husband's example even in the point of exhibiting treasures. 6 store chambers she displayed daily to the women she had bidden as guests. She did not even shrink from arraying herself in the high priestly garments. The meats and dishes, as at Ahasuerus's table, were Palestinian, only instead of wine, liqueurs were served, and sweets. As the weak sex is subject to sudden attacks of indisposition, the banquet was given in the halls of the palace, so that the guests might at need withdraw to the adjoining chambers. The gorgeously ornamented apartments of the palace, besides, were more attractive to the feminine taste than the natural beauties of the royal gardens, for a woman would rather reside in beautiful chambers and possess beautiful clothes than eat fatted calves. Nothing interested the women more than to become acquainted with the arrangement of the interior of the palace, for women are curious to know all things. Vashti gratified their desire. She showed them all there was to be seen, describing every place as she came to it. This is the dining hall, this the wine room, this the bed chamber. Vashti, too, was actuated by a political motive when she determined to give her banquet. By inviting the wives of hostages in case the men rose in insurrection against the king. For Vashti knew the ways of statecraft. She not only was the wife of a king, but also the daughter of a king, of Belshazzar. The night of Belshazzar's murder in his own palace, Vashti, alarmed by the confusion that ensued, and not knowing of the death of her father, fled to the apartments in which he was in the habit of sitting. The Median Darius had already ascended the throne of Belshazzar, and so it happened that Vashti, instead of finding the hoped-for refuge with her father, ran straight into the hands of his successor. But he had compassion with her, and gave her to his son Ahasuerus for wife. The fate of Vashti. Though Ahasuerus had taken every precaution to prevent intemperate indulgence in wine, his banquet revealed the essential difference between Jewish and pagan festivities. When Jews are gathered about a festal board, they discuss a halakha, or a Haggadah, or, at the least, a simple verse from the scriptures. Ahasuerus and his boon companions rounded out the banquet with prurient talk. The Persians lauded the charms of the women of their people, while the Medians admitted none superior to the Median women. Then the fool Ahasuerus up and spake, My wife is neither a Persian nor a Median, but a Chaldean, yet she excels all in beauty. Would you convince yourselves of the truth of my words? Yes, shouted the company, who were deep in their cups, but that we may properly judge of her natural charms, let her appear before us unadorned, yes, without any apparel whatsoever, and Ahasuerus agreed to the shameless condition. The thing was from God, that so insensate a demand should be made of Vashti by the king. A whole week Mordecai had spent in fasting and praying, supplicating God to mete out punishment to Ahasuerus for his desecration of the temple utensils. On the 7th day of the week, on the Sabbath, when Mordecai after his long fast took food, because fasting is forbidden on the Sabbath day, God heard his prayer and the prayer of the Sanhedrin. He sent down 7 angels of confusion to put an end to Ahasuerus's pleasure. They were named, Merhuman, confusion; Biztha, destruction of the house; Harbana, annihilation; Bigtha and Abagtha, the pressers of the winepress, for God had resolved to crush the court of Ahasuerus as one presses the juice from grapes in a press; Zetha, observer of immorality; and Carcass, knocker. There was a particular reason why this interruption of the feast took place on the Sabbath. Vashti was in the habit of forcing Jewish maidens to spin and weave on the Sabbath day, and to add to her cruelty, she would deprive them of all their clothes. It was on the Sabbath, therefore, that her punishment overtook her, and for the same reason it was put into the king's heart to have her appear in public stripped of all clothing. Vashti recoiled from the king's revolting order. But it must not be supposed that she shrank from carrying it out because it offended her moral sense. She was not a whit better than her husband. She fairly revelled in the opportunity his command gave her to indulge in carnal pleasures once again, for it was exactly a week since she had been delivered of a child. But God sent the angel Gabriel to her to disfigure her countenance. Suddenly signs of leprosy appeared on her forehead, and the marks of other diseases on her person. In this state it was impossible for her to show herself to the king. She made a virtue of necessity, and worded her refusal to appear before him arrogantly, Say to Ahasuerus, O thou fool and madman! Hast thou lost thy reason by too much drinking? I am Vashti, the daughter of Belshazzar, who was a son of Nebuchadnezzar, the Nebuchadnezzar who scoffed at kings and unto whom princes were a derision, and even thou wouldst not have been deemed worthy to run before my father's chariot as a courier. Had he lived, I should never have been given unto thee for wife. Not even those who suffered the death penalty during the reign of my forefather Nebuchadnezzar were stripped bare of their clothing, and thou demandest that I appear naked in public. Why, it is for thine own sake that I refuse to heed thy order. Either the people will decide that I do not come up to thy description of me, and will proclaim thee a liar, or, bewitched by my beauty, they will kill thee in order to gain possession of me, saying, Shall this fool be the master of so much beauty? The first lady of the Persian aristocracy encouraged Vashti to adhere to her resolution. Better, her advisor said, when Ahasuerus' second summons was delivered to Vashti, together with his threat to kill her unless she obeyed, better the king should kill thee and annihilate thy beauty, than that thy person should be admired by other eyes than thy husband's, and thus thy name be disgraced, and the name of thy ancestors. When Vashti refused to obey the repeated command to appear before the king and the 127 crown princes of the realm, Ahasuerus turned to the Jewish sages, and requested them to pass sentence upon his queen. Their thoughts ran in this wise: if we condemn the queen to death, we shall suffer for it as soon as Ahasuerus becomes sober, and here's it was at our advice that she was executed. But if we admonish him unto clemency now, while he is intoxicated, he will accuse us of not paying due deference to the majesty of the king. They therefore resolved upon neutrality. Since the destruction of the temple, they said to the king, since we have not dwelt in our land, we have lost the power to give sage advice, particularly in matters of life and death. Better seek counsel with the wise men of Ammon and Moab, who have ever dwelt at ease in their land, like wine that hath settled on its lees, and hath not been emptied from vessel to vessel. Thereupon Ahasuerus put his charge against Vashti before the 7 princes of Persia, Karshina, Shethar, Admatha, Tarshish, Meres, Marsena, and Memucan, who came from Africa, India, Edom, Tarsus, Mersa, Rezin, and Jerusalem, respectively. The names of these 7 officials, each representing his country, were indicative of their office. Karshina had the care of the animals, Shethar of the wine, Admatha of the land, Tarshish of the palace, Meres of the poultry, Marsena of the bakery, and Memucan provided for the needs of all in the palace, his wife acting as housekeeper. This Memucan, a native of Jerusalem, was none other than Daniel, called Memucan, the appointed one, because he was designated by God to perform miracles and bring about the death of Vashti. When the king applied for advice to these 7 nobles, Memucan was the first to speak up, though in rank he was inferior to the other 6, as appears from the place his name occupies in the list. However, it is customary, as well among Persians as among Jews, in passing death sentence, to begin taking the vote with the youngest of the judges on the bench, to prevent the juniors and the less prominent from being overawed by the opinion of the more influential. It was Memucan's advice to the king to make an example of Vashti, so that in future no woman should dare refuse obedience to her husband. Daniel Memucan had had unpleasant experiences in his conjugal life. He had married a wealthy Persian lady, who insisted upon speaking to him in her own language exclusively. Besides, personal antipathy existed between Daniel and Vashti. He had in a measure been the cause of her refusal to appear before the king and his princes. Vashti hated Daniel, because it was he who had prophesied his death to her father, and the extinction of his dynasty. She could not endure his sight, wherefore she would not show herself to the court in his presence. Also, it was Daniel who, by pronouncing the name of God, had caused the beauty of Vashti to vanish, and her face to be marred. In consequence of all this, Daniel advised, not only that Vashti should be cast off, but that she should be made harmless forever by the hangman's hand. His advice was endorsed by his colleagues, and approved by the king. That the king might not delay execution of the death sentence, and Daniel himself thus incurred danger to his own life, he made Ahasuerus swear the most solemn oath known to the Persians, that it would be carried out forthwith. At the same time a royal edict was promulgated, making it the duty of wives to obey their husbands. with special reference to Daniel's domestic difficulties, it was specified that the wife must speak the language of her lord and master. The execution of Vashti brought most disastrous consequences in its train. His whole empire, which is tantamount to saying the whole world, rose against Ahasuerus. The widespread rebellion was put down only after his marriage with Esther, but not before it had inflicted upon him the loss of 127 provinces, the half of his kingdom. Such was his punishment for refusing permission to rebuild the temple. It was only after the fall of Haman, when Mordecai had been made the chancellor of the empire, that Ahasuerus succeeded in reducing the revolted provinces to submission. The death of Vashti was not undeserved punishment, for it had been she who had prevented the king from giving his consent to the rebuilding of the temple. "Wilt thou rebuild the temple," said she, reproachfully, "which my ancestors destroyed?" The follies of Ahasuerus. Ahasuerus is the prototype of the unstable, foolish ruler. He sacrificed his wife Vashti to his friend Haman Memucan, and later on again his friend Haman to his wife Esther. Folly possessed him, too, when he arranged extravagant festivities for guests from afar, before he had won, by means of kindly treatment, the friendship of his surroundings, of the inhabitants of his capital. Ridiculous is the word that describes his edict bidding wives obey their husbands. Everyone who read it exclaimed, "To be sure, a man is master in his own house." However, the silly decree served its purpose. It revealed his true character to the subjects of Ahasuerus, and thenceforward they attached little importance to his edicts. This was the reason why the decree of annihilation directed against the Jews failed of the effect expected by Haman and Ahasuerus. The people regarded it as but another of the king's foolish pranks, and therefore were ready to acquiesce in the revocation of the edict when it came. The king's true character appeared when he grew sober after the episode with Vashti. Learning that he had had her executed, he burst out furiously against his 7 counselors, and in turn ordered them to death. Foolish, too, is the only word to describe the manner in which he set about discovering the most beautiful woman in his dominion. King David on a similar occasion wisely sent out messengers who were to bring to him the most beautiful maiden in the land, and there was none who was not eager to enjoy the honor of giving a daughter of his to the king. Ahasuerus's method was to have his servants gather together a multitude of beautiful maidens and women from all parts, and among them he proposed to make choice. The result of this system was that the women concealed themselves to avoid being taken into the harem of the king, when it was not certain that they would be found worthy of becoming his queen. With this stupidity Ahasuerus combined wantonness. He ordered force to be used in taking the maidens from their parents and the wives from their husbands, and then he confined them in his harem. On the other hand, the moral sense of the heathen was so degraded that many maidens displayed their charms to public view, so that they might be sure to attract the admiring attention of the royal emissaries. As for Esther, for 4 years Mordecai kept her concealed in a chamber, so that the king's scouts could not discover her. But her beauty had long been known to fame, and when they returned to Shushan, they had to confess to the king that the most superbly beautiful woman in the land eluded their search. Thereupon Ahasuerus issued a decree ordaining the death penalty for the woman who should secrete herself before his emissaries. There was nothing left for Mordecai to do but fetch Esther from her hiding place, and immediately she was espied and carried to the palace of the king. Mordecai. The descent of Mordecai and of his niece Esther is disposed of in a few words in the scripture. But he could trace it all the way back to the patriarch Jacob, from whom he was 45 degrees removed. Beside the father of Mordecai, the only ancestor of his who is mentioned by name is Shimei, and he is mentioned for a specific reason. This Shimei is none other than the notorious son of Jerah, the rebel who had so scoffed and mocked at David fleeing before Absalom that he would have been killed by Abishai, if David had not generously interfered in his favor. David's prophetic eye discerned in Shimei the ancestor of Israel's savior in the time of Ahasuerus. For this reason he dealt leniently with him, and on his deathbed he bade his son Solomon reserve vengeance until Shimei should have reached old age and could beget no more children. Thus Mordecai deserves both appellations, the Benjamite and the Judean, for he owed his existence not only to his actual Benjamite forebears on his father's side, but also to the Judean David, who kept his ancestor Shimei alive. Shimei's distinction as the ancestor of Israel's Redeemer was due to the merits of his wife. When Jonathan and Ahimaaz, David's spies in his war against his son, fled before the myrmidons of Absalom, they found the gate of Shimei's house open. Entering, they concealed themselves in the well. That they escaped detection was due to the ruse of Shimei's pious wife. She quickly transformed the well into a lady's chamber. When Absalom's men came and looked about, they desisted from searching the place, because they reasoned that men as saintly as Jonathan and Ahimaaz would not have taken refuge in the private apartment of a woman. God determined that for having rescued 2 pious men he would reward her with 2 pious descendants, who should in turn avert the ruin of Israel. On his mother's side, Mordecai was, in very deed, a member of the tribe of Judah. In any event, he was a son of Judah in the true sense of the word. He publicly acknowledged himself a Jew, and he refused to touch of the forbidden food which Ahasuerus set before his guest at his banquet. His other appellatives likewise point to his piety and his excellencies. His name Mordecai, for instance, consists of mor, meaning myrrh, and decai, pure, for he was as refined and noble as pure myrrh. Again, he is called Ben-Jer, because he illumined the eyes of Israel. And Ben-Kish, because when he knocked at the gates of the divine mercy, they were opened unto him, which is likewise the origin of his name Ben-Shimei, for he was heard by God when he offered up prayer. Still another of Mordecai's epithets was Bilshan, master of languages. Being a member of the great Sanhedrin, he understood all the 70 languages spoken in the world. More than that, he knew the language of the deaf-mutes. It once happened that no new grain could be obtained at Passover time. A deaf-mute came and pointed with one hand to the roof and with the other to the cottage. Mordecai understood that these signs meant a locality by the name of Gagat Zeraphim, cottage roofs, and, lo, new grain was found there for the Omer offering. On another occasion a deaf-mute pointed with one hand to his eye and with the other to the staple of the bolt on the door. Mordecai understood that he meant a place called En-Soker, dry well, for eye and spring are the same word, en, in Aramaic, and Sikra also has a double meaning, staple and exhaustion. Mordecai belonged to the highest aristocracy of Jerusalem, he was of royal blood, and he was deported to Babylonian together with King Jeconiah, by Nebuchadnezzar, who at that time exiled only the great of the land. Later he returned to Palestine, but remained only for a time. He preferred to live in the diaspora, and watch over the education of Esther. When Cyrus and Darius captured Babylon, Mordecai, Daniel, and the Jewish community of the conquered city accompanied King Cyrus to Shushan, where Mordecai established his academy. Esther's beauty and piety. The birth of Esther caused the death of her mother. Her father had died a little while before, so she was entirely orphaned. Mordecai and his wife interested themselves in the poor babe. His wife became her nurse, and he himself did not hesitate, when there was need for it, to do services for the child that are usually performed only by women. Both her names, Esther as well as Hadassah, are descriptive of her virtues. Hadassah, or Myrtle, she is called, because her good deeds spread her fame abroad, as the sweet fragrance of the myrtle pervades the air in which it grows. In general, the myrtle is symbolic of the pious, because, as the myrtle is evergreen, summer and winter alike, so the saints never suffer dishonor, either in this world or in the world to come. In another way Esther resembled the myrtle, which, in spite of its pleasant scent, has a bitter taste. Esther was pleasant to the Jews, but bitterness itself to Haman and all who belonged to him. The name Esther is equally significant. In Hebrew it means she who conceals, a fitting name for the niece of Mordecai, the woman who well knew how to guard a secret, and long hid her descent and faith from the king and the court. She herself had been kept concealed for years in the house of her uncle, withdrawn from the searching eyes of the king's spies. Above all, she was the hidden light that suddenly shone upon Israel in Israel's darkness. In build, Esther was neither tall nor short, she was exactly of average height, another reason for calling her myrtle, a plant which likewise is neither large nor small. In point of fact, Esther was not a beauty in the real sense of the word. The beholder was bewitched by her grace and her charm, and that in spite of her somewhat sallow, myrtle-like complexion. More than this, her enchanting grace was not the grace of youth, for she was 75 years old when she came to court, and captivated the hearts of all who saw her, from king to eunuch. This was in fulfillment of the prophecy which God made to Abraham when he was leaving the home of his father, "Thou art leaving the house of thy father at the age of 75. As thou livest, the deliverer of thy children in Media also shall be 75 years old." Another historical event pointed forward to Esther's achievement. When the Jews, after the destruction of Jerusalem, broke out into the wail, "We are orphans and fatherless," God said, "In very sooth, the Redeemer whom I shall send unto you in Media shall also be an orphan, fatherless and motherless." Ahasuerus put Esther between two groups of beauties, Median beauties to right of her, and Persian beauties to left of her. Yet Esther's comeliness outshone them all. Not even Joseph could vie with the Jewish queen in grace. Grace was suspended above him, but Esther was fairly laden down with it. Whoever saw her, pronounced her the ideal of beauty of his nation. The general exclamation was, "This one is worthy of being queen." In vain Ahasuerus had sought a wife for 4 years, in vain fathers had spent time and money bringing their daughters to him, in the hope that one or the other would appeal to his fancy. None among the maidens, none among the women, pleased Ahasuerus. But scarcely had he set eyes upon Esther when he thrilled with the feeling that he had at last found what he had long yearned for. All these years the portrait of Vashti had hung in his chamber. He had not forgotten his rejected queen. But once he beheld Esther, Vashti's picture was replaced by hers. Maiden grace and womanly charm were in her united. The change in her worldly position wrought no change in Esther's ways and manners. As she retained her beauty until old age, so the queen remained as pure in mind and soul as ever the simple maiden had been. All the other women who entered the gates of the royal palace made exaggerated demands. Esther's demeanor continued modest and unassuming. The others insisted that the 7 girl pages assigned to them should have certain peculiar qualities, as, that they should not differ, each from her mistress, in complexion and height. Esther uttered no wish whatsoever. But her unpretending ways were far from pleasing to Hegai, chief of the eunuchs of the harem. He feared lest the king discover that Esther did nothing to preserve her beauty, and would put the blame for it upon him, an accusation that might bring him to the gallows. To avoid such a fate, he loaded Esther down with resplendent jewels, distinguishing her beyond all the other women gathered in the palace, as Joseph, by means of costly gifts lavished upon him, had singled out her ancestor Benjamin from among his brethren. Hegai paid particular attention to what Esther ate. For her he brought dishes from the royal table, which, however, she refused obstinately to ouch. Only such things passed her lips as were permitted to Jews. She lived entirely on vegetable food, as Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah had aforetimes done at the court of Nebuchadnezzar. The forbidden tidbits she passed over to the non-Jewish servants. Her personal attendants were 7 Jewish maidens as consistently pious as herself, whose devotion to the ritual law Esther could depend upon. Otherwise Esther was cut off from all intercourse with Jews, and she was in danger of forgetting when the Sabbath bath came around. She therefore adopted the device of giving her 7 attendants peculiar names, to keep her in mind of the passage of time. The first one was called Huldah, workaday, and she was in attendance upon Esther on Sundays. On Mondays, she was served by Rockida, to remind her of Rekia, the firmament, which was created on the 2nd day of the world. Tuesday's maid was called Genanita, garden, the 3rd day of creation having produced the world of plants. On Wednesday, she was reminded by Nerhurita's name, the luminous, that it was the day on which God had made the great luminaries, to shed their light in the sky. On Thursday by Rahashita, movement, for on the 5th day the first animated beings were created. On Friday, the day on which the beasts came into being, by Herphita, little Awam. And on the Sabbath her bidding was done by Regoida, rest. Thus she was sure to remember the Sabbath day week after week. Mordecai's daily visits to the gate of the palace had a similar purpose. Thus Esther was afforded the opportunity of obtaining instruction from him on all ritual doubts that might assail her. This lively interest displayed by Mordecai in Esther's physical and spiritual welfare is not wholly attributable to an uncle's and guardian's solicitude in behalf of an orphan niece. A much closer bond, the bond between husband and wife, united them, for when Esther had grown to maidenhood, Mordecai had espoused her. Naturally, Esther would have been ready to defend her conjugal honor with her life. She would gladly have suffered death at the hands of the king's bailiffs rather than yield herself to a man not her husband. Luckily, there was no need for this sacrifice, for her marriage with Ahasuerus was but a feigned union. God has sent down a female spirit in the guise of Esther to take her place with the king. Esther herself never lived with Ahasuerus as his wife. At the advice of her uncle, Esther kept her descent and her faith a secret. Mordecai's injunction was dictated by several motives. First of all, it was his modesty that suggested secrecy. He thought the king, if he heard from Esther that she had been raised by him, might offer to install him in some high office. In point of fact, Mordecai was right in his conjecture. Ahasuerus had pledged himself to make lords, princes, and kings of Esther's friends and kinspeople, if she would but name them. Another reason for keeping Esther's Jewish affiliations a secret was Mordecai's apprehension that the fate of Vashti overtake Esther, too. If such were in store for her, he desired at least to guard against the Jews becoming her philosophers. Besides, Mordecai knew only too well the inimical feelings entertained by the heathen toward the Jews, ever since their exile from the Holy Land, and he feared that the Jew-haters, to gratify their hostility against the Jews, might bring about the ruin of Esther and her house. Mindful of the perils to which Esther was exposed, Mordecai allowed no day to pass without assuring himself of her well-being. His compensation therefore came from God. Thou makest the well-being of a single soul thy intimate concern. As thou livest, the well-being and good of thy whole nation Israel shall be entrusted to thee as thy task. And to reward him for his modesty, God said, Thou withdrawest thyself from greatness. As thou livest, I will honor thee more than all men on earth. Vain were the efforts made by Ahasuerus to draw her secret from Esther. He arranged great festivities for the purpose, but she guarded it well. She had an answer ready for his most insistent questions. I know neither my people nor my family, for I lost my parents in my earliest infancy. But as the king desired greatly to show himself gracious to the nation to which the queen belonged, he released all the peoples under his dominion from the payment of taxes and imposts. In this way, he thought, her nation was bound to be benefited. When the king saw that kindness and generosity left her untouched, he sought to wrest a secret from her by threats. Once when she parried his inquiries in the customary way, saying, I am an orphan, and God, the Father of the fatherless, in His mercy, has brought me up, he retorted, I shall gather virgins together the second time. His purpose was to provoke the jealousy of Esther, for a woman is jealous of nothing so much as a rival. When Mordecai noticed that women were being brought to court anew, he was overcome with anxiety for his niece. Thinking that the fate of Vashti might have befallen her, he was impelled to make inquiries about her. As for Esther herself, she was but following the example of her race. She could keep silent in all modesty, as Rachel, the mother of Benjamin, had kept a modest silence when her father gave her sister Leah to Jacob for wife instead of herself, and as Saul the Benjamite was modestly reserved when, questioned by his uncle, he told about the finding of his sheasses, but nothing about his elevation to the kingship. Rachel and Saul were recompensed for their self-abnegation by being given a descendant like Esther. The conspiracy. Once the following conversation took place between Ahasuerus and Esther. The king asked Esther, Whose daughter art thou? Esther, and whose son art thou? Ahasuerus, I am a king, and the son of a king. Esther, and I am a queen, the daughter of kings, a descendant of the royal family of Saul. If thou art, indeed, a real prince, how couldst thou put Vashti to death? Ahasuerus, it was not to gratify my own wish, but at the advice of the great princes of Persia and Media. Esther, thy predecessors took no advice from ordinary intelligences. They were guided by prophetical counsel. Arioch brought Daniel to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and Belshazzar, too, summoned Daniel before him. "Ahasuerus, is there aught left of those toothsome morsels? Are there still prophets abroad? Esther, seek and thou wilt find." The result was that Mordecai was given the position at court once occupied by the chamberlains Bigthan and Teresh. Indignant that a place once filled by senators should be given to a barbarian, the ousted officials resolved to be revenged upon the king and take his life. Their purpose was to administer poison, which seemed easy of accomplishment, as they were the royal butlers, and could find many occasions to drop poison into a cup of water before handing it to the king. The plan successfully carried out would have satisfied their vengeful feelings, not only as to the king, but as to Mordecai as well. It would have made it appear that the death of Ahasuerus was attributable to the circumstance that he had entrusted his person to the care of the Jew, as his life had been secure under Bigthan and Teresh. They discussed their plans in the presence of Mordecai, acting upon the unwarranted assumption that he would not understand the language they spoke, the Tarshan, their native tongue. They were ignorant of the fact that Mordecai was a member of the Sanhedrin, and as such knew all the 70 languages of the world. Thus their own tongue betrayed them to ruin. However, Mordecai had no need to make use of his great knowledge of languages. He obtained his information about the plot of the two chamberlains through prophetical channels. Accordingly, he appeared one night in the palace. By a miracle the guards at the gates had not seen him, and he could enter unrestrained. Thus he overheard the conversation between the two conspirators. Mordecai had more than a single reason for preventing the death of Ahasuerus. In the first place, he desired to secure the king's friendship for the Jews, and more especially his permission for the rebuilding of the temple. Then he feared, if the king were murdered immediately after his rise to a high place in the state, the heathen would assign as the cause of the disaster his connection with the Jews, his marriage with Esther, and the appointment of Mordecai to office. Esther's confidence in Mordecai's piety was so great that she unhesitatingly gave credence to the message she received from him concerning the mischievous plot hatched against the king. She believed that God would execute the wishes of Mordecai. Albeit Bigthan and Teresh had no plans of the sort attributed to them by her uncle, they would conceive them now in order to make Mordecai's words true. That Esther's confidence was justified appeared at once. The conspirators got wind of their betrayal to the king, and in good time they removed the poison they had already placed in Ahasuerus's cup. But that the lie might not be given to Mordecai, God caused poison to appear where none had been, and the conspirators were convicted of their crime. The king had the water analyzed which he was given to drink, and it was made manifest that it contained poison. Other evidence besides existed against the two plotters. It was established that both had at the same time busied themselves about the person of the king, though the regulations of the palace assigned definite hours of service to the one different from those assigned to the other. This made it clear that they intended to perpetrate a dark deed in common. The two conspirators sought to escape the legitimate punishment for their dastardly deed by ending their own life. But their intention was frustrated, and they were nailed to the cross. Haman the Jew baiter. The conspiracy of Bigthan and Teresh determined the king never again to have two chamberlains guard his person. Henceforward he would entrust his safety to a single individual, and he appointed Haman to the place. This was an act of ingratitude toward Mordecai, who, as the king's savior, had the most cogent claims upon the post. But Haman possessed one important advantage: he was the owner of great wealth. With the exception of Korah, he was the richest man that had ever lived, for he had appropriated to himself the treasures of the Judean kings and of the temple. Ahasuerus had an additional reason for distinguishing Haman. He was well aware of Mordecai's ardent desire to see the temple restored, and he instinctively felt he could not deny the wish of the man who had snatched him from untimely death. Yet he was not prepared to grant it. To escape from the dilemma he endeavored to make Haman act as a counterpoise against Mordecai, that, what the one built up, the other might pull down. Ahasuerus had long been acquainted with Haman's feeling against the Jews. When the quarrel about the rebuilding of the temple broke out between the Jews and their heathen adversaries, and the sons of Haman denounced the Jews before Ahasuerus, the two parties at odds agreed to send each a representative to the king, to advocate his case. Mordecai was appointed the Jewish delegate, and no more rabid Jew-hater could be found than Haman, to plead the cause of the antagonists of the temple builders. As for his character, that, too, King Ahasuerus had had occasion to see in its true light, because Haman is but another name for Memucan, the prince who is chargeable in the last resort with the death of Vashti. At the time of the king's wrath against the queen, Memucan was still lowest in the rank among the 7 princes of Persia, yet, arrogant as he was the first to speak up when the king put his question about the punishment due to Vashti. An illustration of the popular adage, the common man rushes to the front. Haman's hostility toward Vashti dated from her banquet, to which the queen had failed to bid his wife as guest. Moreover, she had once insulted him by striking him a blow in the face. Besides, Haman calculated, if only Vashti's repudiation could be brought about, he might succeed in marrying his own daughter to the king. He was not the only disappointed man at court. In part the conspiracy of Bigthan and Teresh was a measure of revenge against Ahasuerus for having made choice of Esther instead of a kinswoman of theirs. Esther once married to the king, however, Haman made the best of a bad bargain. He tried by every means in his power to win the friendship of the queen. Whether she was Jewess or heathen, he desired to claim kinship with her as a Jewess through the fraternal bond between Esau and Jacob, as a heathen easily enough, for all the heathen area akin to one another. Mordecai's pride. When Ahasuerus raised Haman to his high office, he at the same time issued the order, that all who saw him were to prostrate themselves before him and pay him divine honors. To make it manifest that the homage due to him had an idolatrous character, Haman had the image of an idol fastened to his clothes, so that whoever bowed down before him, worshipped an idol at the same time. Mordecai alone of all at court refused to obey the royal order. The highest officials, even the most exalted judges, showed Haman the reverence bidden by the king. The Jews themselves entreated Mordecai not to call forth the fury of Haman, and cause the ruin of Israel thereby. Mordecai, however, remained steadfast. No persuasions could move him to pay to a mortal the tribute due to divinity. Also the servants of the king who sat at the gate of the royal palace said to Mordecai, "Wherein art thou better than we, that we should pay reverence to Haman and prostrate ourselves, and thou doest not of all commanded us in the matter?" Mordecai answered, saying, "O ye fools without understanding! Hear ye my words and make meet reply. Tharunto. Who is man that he should act proudly and arrogantly, man born of woman and few in days? At his birth there is weeping and travailing, and his youth pain and groans, all his days are full of trouble, and in the end he returns unto dust. Before such an one I should prostrate myself? I bend the knee before God alone, the only living one in heaven, he who is the fire consuming all other fires. Who holds the earth in his arms? Who stretches out the heavens in his might? Who darkens the sun when it pleases him, and illumines the darkness? Who commanded the sand to set bounds unto the seas? Who made the waters of the sea salt, and caused its waves to spread an aroma as of wine? Who chained the sea as with manacles, and held it fast in the depths of the abyss that it might not overflow the land? It rages, yet it cannot pass its limits. With his word he created the firmament, which he stretched out like a cloud in the air. He cast it over the world like a dark vault, like a tent it is spread over the earth. In his strength he upholds all there is above and below. The sun, the moon, and the Pleiades run before him, the stars and the planets are not idle for a single moment. They rest not, they speed before him as his messengers, going to the right and to the left, to do the will of him who created them. To him praise is due, before him we must prostrate ourselves. The court officials spake and said, "Yet we know well that thy ancestor Jacob prostrated himself before Haman's ancestor Esau." Whereunto Mordecai made reply, "I am a descendant of Benjamin, who was not yet born when his father Jacob and his brothers cast themselves upon the earth before Esau. My ancestor never showed such honor to a mortal. Therefore was Benjamin's allotment of land in Palestine privileged to contain the temple, the spot whereon Israel and all the peoples of the earth prostrated themselves before God belonged to him who had never prostrated himself before mortal man. Therefore I will not bend my knee before the sinner Haman, nor cast myself to earth before him." Haman at first tried to propitiate Mordecai by a show of modesty. as though he had not noticed the behavior of Mordecai, he approached him, and saluted him with the words, "Peace be with thee, my lord." But Mordecai bluntly replied, "There is no peace, saith my God, to the wicked." The hatred of Mordecai cherished by Haman was due to more than the hereditary enmity between the descendants of Saul and Agag. Not even Mordecai's public refusal to pay the homage due to Haman suffices to explain its virulence. Mordecai was aware of a certain incident in the past of Haman. If he had divulged it, the betrayal would have been most painful to the latter. This accounts for the intensity of his feeling. It once happened that a city in India rebelled against Ahasuerus. In great haste troops were dispatched thither under the command of Mordecai and Haman. It was estimated that the campaign would require 3 years, and all preparations were made accordingly. By the end of the first year Haman had squandered the provisions laid in to supply the part of the army commanded by him, for the whole term of the campaign. Greatly embarrassed, he requested Mordecai to give him aid. Mordecai, however, refused him succor. They both had been granted the same amount of provisions for an equal number of men. Haman then offered to borrow from Mordecai and pay him interest. This, too, Mordecai refused to do, and for 2 reasons. If Mordecai had supplied Haman's men with provisions, his own would have to suffer, and as for interest, the law prohibits it, saying, "Unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury," and Jacob and Esau, the respective ancestors of Mordecai and Haman, had been brothers. When starvation stared them in the face, the troops commanded by Haman threatened him with death unless he gave them their rations. Haman again resorted to Mordecai, and promised to pay him as much as 10% interest. The Jewish general continued to refuse the offer. But he professed himself willing to help him out of his embarrassment on one condition, that Haman sell himself to Mordecai as a slave. Driven into a corner, he acquiesced, and the contract was written upon Mordecai's kneecap, because there was no paper to be found in the camp. The bill of sale ran thus: I, Haman, the son of Hammedatha of the family of Agag, was sent out by King Ahasuerus to make war upon an Indian city, with an army of 60,000 soldiers, furnished with the necessary provisions. Precisely the same commission was given by the king to Mordecai, the son of Shimei of the tribe of Benjamin. But I squandered the provisions entrusted to me by the king, so that I had no rations to give to my troops. I desired to borrow from Mordecai on interest, but, having regard to the fact that Jacob and Esau were brothers, he refused to lend me upon usury, and I was forced to sell myself as slave to him. If, now, I should at any time decline to serve him as a slave, or deny that I am his slave, or if my children and children's children unto the end of all time should refuse to do him service, if only a single day of the week, or if I should act inimically toward him on account of this contract, as Esau did toward Jacob after selling him his birthright. In all these cases, a beam of wood is to be plucked out of the house of the recalcitrant, and he is to be hanged upon it. I, Haman, the son of Hammedatha of the family of Agag, being under no restraint, do hereby consent with my own will, and bind myself to be slave in perpetuity to Mordecai, in accordance with the contents of this document. Later, when Haman attained to high rank in the state, Mordecai, whenever he met him, was in the habit of stretching out his knee toward him, so that he might see the bill of sale. This so enraged him against Mordecai and against the Jews that he resolved to extirpate the Jewish people. Casting the lots. Haman's hatred, first directed against Mordecai alone, grew apace until it included Mordecai's colleagues, all the scholars, whom he sought to destroy, and not satisfied with even this, he plotted the annihilation of the whole of Mordecai's people, the Jews. Before beginning to lay out his plans, he desired to determine the most favorable moment for his undertaking, which he did by casting lots. First of all he wanted to decide on the day of the week. The scribe Shimshai began to cast lots. Sunday appeared inappropriate, being the day on which God created heaven and earth, whose continuance depends on Israel's existence. Were it not for God's covenant with Israel, there would be neither day nor night, neither heaven nor earth. Monday showed itself equally unpropitious for Haman's devices, for it was the day on which God effected the separation between the celestial and the terrestrial waters, symbolic of the separation between Israel and the heathen. Tuesday, the day on which the vegetable world was created, refused to give its aid in bringing about the ruin of Israel, who worships God with branches of palm trees. Wednesday, too, protested against the annihilation of Israel, saying, "On me the celestial luminaries were created, and like unto them Israel is appointed to illumine the whole world. First destroy me, and then thou mayest destroy Israel." Thursday said, "O Lord, on me the birds were created, which are used for sin offerings. When Israel shall be no more, who will bring offerings? First destroy me, and then thou mayest destroy Israel." Friday was unfavorable to Haman's lots, because it was the day of the creation of man, and the Lord God said to Israel, "Ye are men." Least of all was the Sabbath day inclined to make itself subservient to Haman's wicked plans. It said, "The Sabbath is a sign between Israel and God. First destroy me, and then thou mayest destroy Israel." Baffled, Haman gave up all idea of settling upon a favorable day of the week. He applied himself to the task of searching out the suitable month for his sinister undertaking. As it appeared to him, Adar was the only one of the 12 owning naught that might be interpreted in favor of the Jews. The rest of them seemed to be enlisted on their side. In Nisan Israel was redeemed from Egypt. In Ir Amalek was overcome. In Siwan the Ethiopian Zerah was smitten in the war with Asa. In Tammuz the Amorite kings were subjugated. In Ab the Jews won a victory over Arad, the Canaanite. In Tishrei the Jewish kingdom was firmly established by the dedication of Solomon's temple, while in Heshwan the building of the temple at Jerusalem was completed. Kilu and Tebet were the months during which Sihon and Og were conquered by the Israelites, and in Shabbat occurred the sanguinary campaign of the 11 tribes against the godless children of Benjamin. Not alone was Adar a month without favorable significance in Jewish history, but actually a month of misfortune, the month in which Moses died. What Haman did not know was, that Adar was the month in which occurred also the birth of Moses. Then Haman investigated the 12 signs of the zodiac in relation to Israel, and again it appeared that Adar was the most unfavorable month for the Jews. The first constellation, the Ram, said to Haman, "Israel is a scattered sheep, and how canst thou expect a father to offer his son for slaughter?" The bull said, "Israel's ancestor was the firstling bullock. The twins, as we are twins, so Tamar bore twins to Judah. The crab, as I am called Saradin, the scratcher, so it is said of Israel, all that oppress him, he shall scratch sorely. The lion, God is called the lion, and is it likely the lion will permit the fox to bite his children? The virgin, as I am a virgin, so Israel is compared unto a virgin. The balance, Israel obeys the law against unjust balances in the Torah, and must therefore be protected by the balance. The scorpion, Israel is like unto me, for he, too, is called scorpion. The archer, the sons of Judah are masters of the bow, and the bows of mighty men directed against them will be broken. The goat, it was a goat that brought blessing unto Jacob, the ancestor of Israel, and it stands to reason that the blessing of the ancestor cannot cause misfortune to the descendant. The water-bearer, his dominion is likened unto a bucket, and therefore the water-bearer cannot but bring him good. The fishes were the only constellation which, at least according to Haman's interpretation, made unfavorable prognostications as to the fate of the Jews. It said that the Jews would be swallowed like fishes. God however spake, "O thou villain! Fishes are sometimes swallowed, but sometimes they swallow, and thou shalt be swallowed by the swallowers." And when Haman began to cast lots, God said, "O thou villain, son of a villain! What thy lots have shown thee is thine own lot, that thou wilt be hanged." The denunciation of the Jews. His resolve to ruin the Jews taken, Haman appeared before Ahasuerus with this accusation against them. "There is a certain people," he said, "the Jews, scattered abroad and dispersed among the peoples in all the provinces of the kingdom. They are proud and presumptuous. In Tebet, in the depth of winter, they bathe in warm water, and they sit in cold water in summer. Their religion is diverse from the religion of every other people, and their laws from the laws of every other land. To our laws they pay no heed, our religion finds no favor with them, and the decrees of the king they do not execute. when their eye falls upon us, they spread out before us, and they consider us as unclean vessels. When we levy them for the king's service, they either jump upon the wall, and hide within the chambers, or they break through the walls and escape. If we hasten to arrest them, they turn upon us, glare at us with their eyes, grind their teeth, stamp their feet, and so intimidate us that we cannot hold them fast. They do not give us their daughters unto wives, nor do they take our daughters unto wives. If one of them has to do the king's service, he idles all the day long. If they want to buy aught of us, they say, "This is a day for doing business." But if we want to buy aught of them, they say, "We may do no business today," and thus we can buy nothing from them on their market days. Their time they pass in this wise: the first hour of the day, they say, they need for reciting the Shema; the second for praying; the third for eating; the fourth for saying grace, to give thanks to God for the food and drink He has granted them; the fifth hour they devote to their business affairs; in the sixth they already feel the need of rest; in the seventh their wives call for them, saying, "Come home, ye weary ones, who are so exhausted by the king's service." The seventh day they celebrate as their Sabbath. They go to the synagogues on that day, read out of their books, translate pieces from their prophets, curse our king, and execrate our government, saying, "This is the day whereon the great God rested. So may He grant us rest from the heathen." The women pollute the waters with their ritual baths, which they take after the 7 days of their defilement. On the 8th day after the birth of sons, they circumcise them mercilessly, saying, "This shall distinguish us from all other nations." At the end of 30 days, and sometimes 29, they celebrate the beginning of the month. In the month of Nisan they observe 8 days of Passover, beginning the celebration by kindling a fire of brushwood to burn up the leaven. They put all the leaven in their homes out of sight before they use the unleavened bread, saying, "This is the day whereon our fathers were redeemed from Egypt." Such is the festival they call Pesach. They go to their synagogues, read out of their books, and translate from the writings of the prophets, saying, "As the leaven has been removed out of our houses, so may this wicked leaven be removed from over us." Again, in Siwan, they celebrate 2 days, on which they go to their synagogues, recite the Shema, and offer up prayers, read out of the Torah, and translate from the books of their prophets, curse our king, and execrate our government. This is the holiday which they call Azarta, the closing festival. They ascend to the roofs of their synagogues, and throw down apples, which are picked up by those below, with the words, "As these apples are gathered up, so may we be gathered together from our dispersion among the heathen." They say they observe this festival, because on these days the Torah was revealed to their ancestors on Mount Sinai. On the 1st of Tishrei they celebrate the New Year. Again they go to their synagogues, read out of their books, translate pieces from the writings of their prophets, curse our king, execrate our government, and blow the trumpets, saying, "On this day of memorial may we be remembered unto good, and our enemies unto evil." On the 9th day of the same month they slaughter cattle, geese, and poultry. They eat and drink and indulge in dainties, they and their wives, their sons and their daughters. But the 10th day of the same month they call the Great Fast, and all of them fast, they together with their wives, their sons, and their daughters, yea, they even torture their little children without mercy, forcing them to abstain from food. They say, "On this day our sins are pardoned, and are added to the sum of the sins committed by our enemies." They go to their synagogues, read from their books, translate from the writings of their prophets, curse our king, and execrate our government, saying, "May this empire be wiped off from the face of the earth like unto our sins." They supplicate and pray that the king may die, and his rule be made to cease. On the 15th of the same month they celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. They cover the roofs of their houses with foliage, they resort to our parks, where they cut down palm branches for their festal wreaths, pluck the fruit of the etrog, and cause havoc among the willows of the brook, by breaking down the hedges in their quest after Hosanna, saying, "As does the king in the triumphal procession, so do we." Then they repair to their synagogues to pray, and read out of their books, and make circuits with their Hosanna, all the while jumping and skipping like goats. so that there is no telling whether they curse us or bless us. This is Sukkot, as they call it, and while it lasts, they do none of the king's service, for, they maintain, all work is forbidden them on these days. In this way they waste the whole year with tomfoolery and fiddle-faddle, only in order to avoid doing the king's service. At the expiration of every period of 50 years they have a jubilee year, and every 7th year is a year of release, during which the land lies fallow, for they neither sow nor reap therein, and sell us neither fruits nor other products of the field, so that those of us who live among them die of hunger. At the end of every period of 12 months, they observe the new year, at the end of every 30 days the new moon, and every 7th day is the Sabbath, the day on which, as they say, the Lord of the world rested. After Haman had finished his arraignment of the Jews, God said, "Thou didst well enumerate the holidays of the Jews, yet thou didst omit the 2 Purim and Shushan Purim which the Jews will celebrate to commemorate thy fall." Clever though Haman's charge was, the vindication of the Jews was no whit less clever. For they found a defender in the archangel Michael. While Haman was delivering his indictment, he spoke thus to God, "O Lord of the world, thou knowest well that the Jews are not accused of idolatry, nor of immoral conduct, nor of shedding blood. They are accused only of observing thy Torah." God pacified him, "As thou livest, I have not abandoned them, I will not abandon them." Haman's denunciations of the Jewish people found a ready echo in the heart of the king. He replied, "I, too, desire the annihilation of the Jews, but I fear their God, for he is mighty beyond compare, and he loves his people with a great love. Whoever rises up against them, he crushes under their feet." Just think of Pharaoh. Should his example not be a warning to us? He ruled the whole world, yet, because he oppressed the Jews, he was visited with frightful plagues. God delivered them from the Egyptians, and cleft the sea for them, a miracle never done for any other nation, and when Pharaoh pursued them with an army of 600,000 warriors, he and his host together were drowned in the sea. Thy ancestor Amalek, O Haman, attacked them with 400,000 heroes, and all of them God delivered into the hands of Joshua, who slew them. Sisera had 40,000 generals under him, each one commander of 100,000 men, yet they all were annihilated. The God of the Jews ordered the stars to consume the warriors of Sisera, and then he caused the great general to fall into the power of a woman, to become a byword and a reproach forever. Many and valorous rulers have risen up against them, they all were cast down by their God and crushed unto their everlasting disgrace. Now, then, can we venture out against them? Haman, however, persisted. Day after day he urged the king to consent to his plan. Ahasuerus thereupon called together a council of the wise men of all nations and tongues. To them he submitted the question, whether the Jews ought not to be destroyed, seeing they differed from all other peoples. The sage counselors inquired, "Who is it that desires to induce thee to take so fatal a step? If the Jewish nation is destroyed, the world itself will cease to be, for the world exists only for the sake of the Torah studied by Israel. Yea, the very sun and moon shed their light only for the sake of Israel, and were it not for him, there were neither day nor night, and neither dew nor rain would moisten the earth. More than this, all other nations beside Israel are designated as strangers by God, but Israel he called in his love a people near to him, and his children. If men do not suffer their children and kinsmen to be attacked with impunity, how much less will God sit by quiet when Israel is assailed? God the ruler over all things, over the powers in heaven above and on earth beneath, over the spirits and the souls, God with whom it lies to exalt and to degrade, to slay and to revive. Haman was ready with a reply to these words of the wise, the God who drowned Pharaoh in the sea, and who did all the wonders and signs ye have recounted, that God is now in his dotage, he can neither see nor protect. For did not Nebuchadnezzar destroy his house, burn his palace, and scatter his people to all corners of the earth, and he was not able to do one thing against it? If he had had power and strength, would he not have displayed them? This is the best proof that he was waxed old and feeble. When the heathen sages heard these arguments advanced by Haman, they agreed to his plan, and put their signature to an edict decreeing the persecution of the Jews. The decree of annihilation. This is the text of the decree which Haman issued to the heads of all the nations regarding the annihilation of the Jews. This herein is written by me, the great officer of the king, his second in rank, the first among the grandees, and one of the 7 princes, and the most distinguished among the nobles of the realm. I, in agreement with the rulers of the provinces, the princes of the king, the chiefs and the lords, the eastern kings and the satraps, all being of the same language, write you at the order of King Ahasuerus this writing sealed with the signet, so that it may not be sent back, concerning the great eagle Israel. The great eagle had stretched out his pinions over the whole world. Neither bird nor beast could withstand him. But there came the great lion Nebuchadnezzar, and dealt the great eagle a stinging blow. His pinions snapped, his feathers were plucked out, and his feet were hacked off. The whole world has enjoyed rest, cheer, and tranquility since the moment the eagle was chased from his eyrie until this day. Now we notice that he is using all efforts to secure wings. He is permitting his feathers to grow, with the intention of covering us and the whole world, as he did unto our forefathers. At the instance of King Ahasuerus, all the magnates of the king of Media and Persia are assembled, and we are writing you our joint advice, as follows: set snares for the eagle, and capture him before he renews his strength, and soars back to his eyrie. We advise you to tear out his plumage, break his wings, give his flesh to the fowl of heaven, split the eggs lying in his nest, and crush his young, so that his memorial may vanish from the world. Our counsel is not like unto Pharaoh's. He sought to destroy only the men of Israel. To the women he did no harm. It is not like unto the plan of Esau, who wanted to slay his brother Jacob and keep his children as slaves. It is not like unto the tactics of Amalek, who pursued Israel and smote the hindmost and feeble, but left the strong unscathed. It is not like unto the policy of Nebuchadnezzar, who carried them away into exile, and settled them near his own throne. And it is not like unto the way of Sennacherib, who assigned a land unto the Jews as fair as their own had been. We, recognizing clearly what the situation is, have resolved to slay the Jews, annihilate them, young and old, so that their name and their memorial may be no more, and their posterity may be cut off forever. The edict issued by Ahasuerus against the Jews ran thus: to all the peoples, nations, and races, peace be with you. This is to acquaint you that one came to us who is not of our nation and of our land, an Amalekite, the son of great ancestors, and his name is Haman. He made a trifling request of me, saying, among us there dwells a people, the most despicable of all, who are a stumbling block in every time. They are exceeding presumptuous, and they know our weakness and our shortcomings. They curse the king in these words, which are constantly in their mouths: God is the king of the world forever and ever, he will make the heathen to perish out of his land, he will execute vengeance and punishments upon the peoples. From the beginning of all time they have been ungrateful, as witness their behavior toward Pharaoh. With kindness he received them, their wives, and their children, at the time of a famine. He gave up to them the best of his land. He provided them with food and all they needed. Then Pharaoh desired to build a palace, and he requested the Jews to do it for him. They began the work grudgingly, amid murmurings, and it is not completed unto this day. In the midst of it, they approached Pharaoh with these words: we wish to offer sacrifices to our God in a place that is a 3 days' journey from here, and we petition thee to lend us silver and gold vessels, and clothes, and apparel. So much did they borrow, that each one bore 90 ass loads off with him, and Egypt was emptied out. When, the 3 days having elapsed, they did not return, Pharaoh pursued them in order to recover the stolen treasures. What did the Jews? They had among them a man by the name of Moses, the son of Amram, an arch-wizard, who had been bred in the house of Pharaoh. When they reached the sea, this man raised his staff, and cleft the waters, and led the Jews through them drished, while Pharaoh and his host were drowned. Their God helps them as long as they observe his law, so that none can prevail against them. Balaam, the only prophet we heathens ever had, they slew with the sword, as they did unto Sihon and Og, the powerful kings of Canaan, whose land they took after killing them. Likewise they brought ruin upon Amalek, the great and glorious ruler they, and Saul their king, and Samuel their prophet. Later they had an unmerciful king, David by name, who smote the Philistines, the Ammonites, and the Moabites, and not one of them could discomfit him. Solomon, the son of this king, being wise and sagacious, built them a house of worship in Jerusalem, that they might not scatter to all parts of the world. But after they had been guilty of many crimes against their God, he delivered them into the hand of King Nebuchadnezzar, who deported them to Babylonia. To this day they are among us, and though they are under our hand, we are of none account in their eyes. Their religion and their laws are different from the religion and laws of all the other nations. Their sons do not marry with our daughters, our gods they do not worship, they have no regard for our honor, and they refuse to bend the knee before us. Calling themselves freemen, they will not do our service, and our commands they heed not. Therefore the grandees, the princes, and the satraps have been assembled before us, we have taken counsel together, and we have resolved an irrevocable resolution, according to the laws of the Medes and Persians, to extirpate the Jews from among the inhabitants of the earth. We have sent the edict to the 127 provinces of my empire, to slay them, their sons, their wives, and their little children, on the 13th day of the month of Adar. None is to escape. As they did to our forefathers, and desired to do unto us, so shall be done unto them, and their possessions are to be given over to the spoilers. Thus shall ye do, that ye may find grace before me. This is the writing of the letter which I sent to you, Ahasuerus king of Media and Persia. The price Haman offered the king for the Jews was 10,000 hundredweights of silver. He took the number of the Jews at their exodus from Egypt, 600,000, as the basis of his calculation, and offered a half shekel for every soul of them, the sum each Israelite had to pay yearly for the maintenance of the sanctuary. Though the sum was so vast that Haman could not find coin enough to pay it, but promised to deliver it in the form of silver bars, Ahasuerus refused the ransom. When Haman made the offer, he said, "Let us cast lots. If thou drawest Israel and I draw money, then the sale stands as a valid transaction. If the reverse, it is not valid." Because of the sins of the Jews, the sale was confirmed by the lots. But Haman was not too greatly pleased with his own success. He disliked to give up so large a sum of money. Observing his ill humor, Ahasuerus said, "Keep the money. I do not care either to make or to lose money on account of the Jews." For the Jews it was fortunate that the king did not accept money for them, else his subjects would not have obeyed his second edict, the one favorable to the Jews. They would have been able to advance the argument, that the king, by accepting the sum of money for them, had resigned his rights over the Jews in favor of Haman, who, therefore, could deal with them as he pleased. The agreement between Ahasuerus and Haman was concluded at a carouse, by way of punishment for the crime of the sons of Jacob, who had unmercifully sold their brother Joseph into slavery to the Ishmaelites while eating and drinking. The joy of this Jew-hating couple, for Ahasuerus hated the Jews with no less fierce a hatred than Haman did, was shared by none. The capital city of Shushan was in mourning and sorely perplexed. Scarcely had the edict of annihilation been promulgated against the Jews, when all sorts of misfortunes began to happen in the city. Women who were hanging up their wash to dry on the roofs of the houses dropped dead. Men who went to draw water fell into the wells, and lost their lives. While Ahasuerus and Haman were making merry in the palace, the city was thrown into consternation and mourning. Satan indicts the Jews. The position of the Jews after the royal edict became known beggars description. If a Jew ventured abroad on the street to make a purchase, he was almost throttled by the Persians, who taunted him with these words, "Never mind, tomorrow will soon be here, and then I shall kill thee, and take thy money away from thee." If a Jew offered to sell himself as a slave, he was rejected. Not even the sacrifice of his liberty could protect him against the loss of his life. Mordecai, however, did not despair. He trusted in the divine help. On his way from the court, after Haman and his ilk had informed him with malicious joy of the king's pleasure concerning the Jews, he met Jewish children coming from school. He asked the first child what verse from the scriptures he had studied in school that day, and the reply was, "Be not afraid of sudden fear, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it cometh." The verse committed to memory by the second was, "Let them take counsel together, but it shall be brought to naught. Let them speak the word, but it shall not stand. For God is with us. And the verse which the third had learnt was, and even to old age I am he, and even to hoar hairs I will carry you, I have made and will bear. Yea, I will carry and will deliver. When Mordecai heard these verses, he broke out into jubilation, astonishing Haman not a little. Mordecai told him, I rejoice at the good tidings announced to me by the schoolchildren. Haman thereupon fell into such a rage that he exclaimed, In sooth, they shall be the first to feel the weight of my hand. What gave Mordecai the greatest concern, was the certainty that the danger had been invited by the Jews themselves, through their sinful conduct in connection with the banquets given by Ahasuerus. 18,500 Jews had taken part in them. They had eaten and drunk, intoxicated themselves and committed immoralities, as Haman had foreseen, the very reason, indeed, he had advised the king to hold the banquets. Thereupon Satan had indicted the Jews. The accusations which he produced against them were of such a nature that God at once ordered writing materials to be brought to him for the decree of annihilation, and it was written and sealed. When the Torah heard that Satan's designs against the Jews had succeeded, she broke out into bitter weeping before God, and her lamentations awakened the angels, who likewise began to wail, saying, If Israel is to be destroyed, of what avail is the whole world? The sun and the moon heard the lamentations of the angels, and they donned their mourning garb and also wept bitterly and wailed, saying, Is Israel to be destroyed, Israel who wanders from town to town, and from land to land, only for the sake of the study of the Torah? Who suffers grievously under the hand of the heathen, only because he observes the Torah and the sign of the covenant. In great haste the prophet Elijah ran to the patriarchs and to the other prophets, and to the saints in Israel, and addressed these words to them, O ye fathers of the world! Angels, and the sun and the moon, and heaven and earth, and all the celestial hosts are weeping bitterly. The whole world is seized with throes as of a woman in travail, by reason of your children, who have forfeited their life on account of their sins, and ye sit quiet and tranquil. Thereupon Moses said to Elijah, Knowest thou any saints in the present generation of Israel? Elijah named Mordecai, and Moses sent the prophet to him, with the charge that he, the saint of the living generation, should unite his prayers with the prayers of the saints among the dead, and perhaps the doom might be averted from Israel. But Elijah hesitated. O faithful shepherd, he said, the edict of annihilation issued by God is written and sealed. Moses, however, did not desist. He urged the patriarchs, If the edict is sealed with wax, your prayers will be heard. If with blood, then all is vain. Elijah hastened to Mordecai, who, when first he heard what God had resolved upon, tore his garments and was possessed by a great fear, though before he had confidently hoped that help would come from God. He gathered together all the schoolchildren, and had them fast, so that their hunger should drive them to moan and groan. Then it was that Israel spoke to God, O Lord of the world. When the heathen rage against me, they do not desire my silver and gold, they desire only that I should be exterminated from off the face of the earth. Such was the design of Nebuchadnezzar when he wanted to compel Israel to worship the idol. Had it not been for Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, I had disappeared from the world. Now it is Haman who desires to uproot the whole vine. Then Mordecai addressed all the people thus, O people of Israel, that art so dear and precious in the sight of thy heavenly Father. Knowest thou not what has happened? Hast thou not heard that the king and Haman have resolved to remove us off the face of the earth, to destroy us from beneath the sun? We have no king on whom we can depend, and no prophet to intercede for us with prayers. There is no place whither we can flee, no land wherein we can find safety. We are like sheep without a shepherd, like a ship upon the sea without a pilot. We are like an orphan born after the death of his father, and death robs him of his mother, too, when he has scarce begun to draw nourishment from her breast. After this address a great prayer meeting was called outside of Shushan. The ark containing the scroll of the law, covered with sackcloth and strewn with ashes, was brought thither. The scroll was unrolled, and the following verses read from it, When thou art in tribulation, and all these things are come upon thee, In the latter days thou shalt return to the Lord thy God, and hearken unto his voice, for the Lord thy God is a merciful God, he will not fail thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers which he swore unto them. Throughout Mordecai added words of admonition, O people of Israel, thou art dear and precious to thy Father in heaven, let us follow the example of the inhabitants of Nineveh, doing as they did when the prophet Jonah came to them to announce the destruction of the city. The king arose from his throne, laid his crown from him, covered himself with sackcloth, and sat in ashes, and he made proclamation, and published through Nineveh by the decree of the king and his nobles, saying, Let neither man nor beast, herd nor flock, taste anything. Let them not feed, nor drink water, but let them be covered with sackcloth, both man and beast, and let them cry mightily unto God. Yea, let them turn everyone from his evil way, and from the violence that is in their hands. Then God repented him of the evil he had designed to bring upon them, and he did it not. Now, then, let us follow their example, let us hold a fast, mayhap God will have mercy upon us. Furthermore spake Mordecai, O Lord of the world, didst thou not swear unto our fathers to make us as many as the stars in the heavens? And now we are as sheep in the shambles. What has become of thine oath? He cried aloud, though he knew God hears the softest whisper, for he said, O Father of Israel, what hast thou done unto me? One single cry of anguish uttered by Esau thou didst repay with the blessing of his father Isaac, by thy sword shalt thou live, and now we ourselves are abandoned to the mercy of the sword. What Mordecai was not aware of, was that he, the descendant of Jacob, was brought unto weeping and wailing by Haman, the descendant of Esau, as a punishment, because Jacob himself had brought Esau unto weeping and wailing. The dream of Mordecai fulfilled. Esther, who knew naught of what was happening at court, was greatly alarmed when her attendants told her that Mordecai had appeared in the precincts of the palace clothed in sackcloth and ashes. She was so overcome by fright that she was deprived of the joys of motherhood to which she had been looking forward with happy expectancy. She sent clothes to Mordecai, who, however, refused to lay aside his garb of mourning until God permitted miracles to come to pass for Israel, wherein he followed the example of such great men in Israel as Jacob, David, and Ahab, and of the Gentile inhabitants of Nineveh at the time of Jonah. By no means would he array himself in court attire so long as his people was exposed to sure suffering. The queen sent for Daniel, called also Hathach in the Scriptures, and charged him to learn from Mordecai wherefore he was mourning. To escape all danger from spying ears, Hathach and Mordecai had their conversation in the open, like Jacob when he consulted with his wives Leah and Rachel about leaving their father Laban. By Hathach Mordecai sent word to the queen, that Haman was an Amalekite, who like his ancestor sought to destroy Israel. He requested her to appear before the king and plead for the Jews, reminding her at the same time of a dream he had once had and told her about. Once, when Mordecai had spent a long time weeping and lamenting over the misery of the Jews in the dispersion, and prayed fervently to God to redeem Israel and rebuild the temple, he fell asleep, and in his sleep a dream visited him. He dreamed he was transported to a desert place he had never seen before. Many nations lived there jumbled together, only one small and despised nation kept apart at a short distance. Suddenly a snake shot up from the midst of the nations, rising higher and higher, and growing stronger and larger in proportion as it rose. It darted in the direction of the spot in which the tiny nation stood, and tried to project itself upon it. Impenetrable clouds and darkness enveloped the little nation, and when the snake was on the point of seizing it, a hurricane arose from the four corners of the world, covering the snake as clothes cover a man, and blew it to bits. The fragments scattered hither and thither like chaff before the wind, until not a speck of the monster was to be found anywhere. Then the cloud and the darkness vanished from above the little nation, the splendor of the sun again enveloped it. This dream Mordecai recorded in a book, and when the storm began to rage against the Jews, he thought of it, and demanded that Esther go to the king as the advocate of her people. At first she did not feel inclined to accede to the wishes of Mordecai. By her messenger she recalled to his mind, that he himself had insisted upon her keeping her Jewish descent a secret. Besides, She had always tried to refrain from appearing before the king at her own initiative, in order that she might not be instrumental in bringing down sin upon her soul, for she well remembered Mordecai's teaching, that a Jewish woman, captive among the heathen, who of her own accord goes to them, loses her portion in the Jewish nation. She had been rejoicing that her petitions had been granted, and the king had not come nigh unto her this last month. Was she now voluntarily to present herself before him? Furthermore, she had her messenger inform Mordecai that Haman had introduced a new palace regulation. Anyone who appeared before the king without having been summoned by Haman would suffer the death penalty. Therefore, she could not, if she would, go to the king to advocate the cause of the Jews. Esther urged her uncle to refrain from incensing Haman and furnishing him with a pretext for wreaking the hatred of Esau to Jacob upon Mordecai and his nation. Mordecai, however, was firmly convinced that Esther was destined by God to save Israel. How could her miraculous history be explained otherwise? At the very moment Esther was taken to court, he had thought, is it conceivable that God would force so pious a woman to wed with a heathen, were it not that she is appointed to save Israel from menacing dangers? Firm as Mordecai was in his determination to make Esther take a hand in affairs, he yet did not find it a simple matter to communicate with her. For Hathach was killed by Haman as soon as it was discovered that he was acting as mediator between Mordecai and Esther. There was none to replace him, until God dispatched the archangels Michael and Gabriel to carry messages from one to the other and back again. Mordecai sent word to her, if she let the opportunity to help Israel slip by, she would have to give account for the omission before the heavenly court. To Israel in distress, however, help would come from other quarters. Never had God forsaken his people in time of need. Moreover, he admonished her, that, as the descendant of Saul, it was her duty to make reparation for her ancestor's sin in not having put Agag to death. Had he done as he was bidden, the Jews would not now have to fear the machinations of Haman, the offspring of Agag. He bade her supplicate her heavenly Father to deal with the present enemies of Israel as he had dealt with his enemies in former ages. To give her encouragement, Mordecai continued, is Haman so surpassing great that his plan against the Jews must succeed? Dost thou mean to say that he is superior to his own ancestor Amalek, whom God crushed when he precipitated himself upon Israel? Is he mightier than the 31 kings who fought against Israel and whom Joshua slew with the word of God? Is he stronger than Sisera, who went out against Israel with 900 iron chariots, and yet met his death at the hands of a mere woman, the punishment for having withdrawn the use of the water springs from the Israelites and prevented their wives from taking the prescribed ritual baths and thus from fulfilling their conjugal duty? Is he more powerful than Goliath, who reviled the warriors of Israel, and was slain by David? Or is he more invincible than the sons of Orpah, who waged wars with Israel, and were killed by David and his men? Therefore, do not refrain thy mouth from prayer, and thy lips from supplication, for on account of the merits of our fathers, Israel has ever and ever been snatched out of the jaws of death. He who has at all times done wonders for Israel, will deliver the enemy into our hands now, for us to do with him as seemeth best to us. What he endeavored to impress upon Esther particularly, was that God would bring help to Israel without her intermediation, but it was to her interest to use the opportunity, for which alone she had reached her exalted place, to make up for the transgressions committed by her house, Saul and his descendants. Yielding at last to the arguments of Mordecai, Esther was prepared to risk life in this world, in order to secure life in the world to come. She made only one request of her uncle. He was to have the Jews spend 3 days in prayer and fasting in her behalf, that she might find favor in the eyes of the king. At first Mordecai was opposed to the proclamation of a fast, because it was Passover time, and the law prohibits fasting on the holidays. But he finally assented to Esther's reasoning, of what avail are the holidays, if there is no Israel to celebrate them, and without Israel, there would not be even a Torah. Therefore it is advisable to transgress on law, that God may have mercy upon us. The prayer of Esther. Accordingly Mordecai made arrangements for a fast and a prayer meeting. On the very day of the festival, he had himself ferried across the water to the other side of Shushan, where all the Jews of the city could observe the fast together. It was important that the Jewish residents of Shushan beyond all other Jews should do penance and seek pardon from God, because they had committed the sin of partaking of Ahasuerus' banquet. 12,000 priests marched in the procession, trumpets in their right hands, and the holy scrolls of the law in their left, weeping and mourning, and exclaiming against God, "Here is the Torah thou gavest us. Thy beloved people is about to be destroyed. When that comes to pass, who will be left to read the Torah and make mention of thy name?" The sun and the moon will refuse to shed their light abroad, for they were created only for the sake of Israel. Then they fell upon their faces, and said, "Answer us, our Father, answer us, our King." The whole people joined in their cry, and the celestials wept with them, and the fathers came forth from their graves. After a 3 days' fast, Esther arose from the earth and dust, and made preparations to betake herself to the king. She arrayed herself in a silken garment, embroidered with gold from Ophir and spangled with diamonds and pearls sent her from Africa. A golden crown was on her head, and on her feet shoes of gold. After she had completed her attire, she pronounced the following prayer: "Thou art the great God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and the God of my father Benjamin. Not because I consider myself without blemish, do I dare appear before the foolish king, but that the people of Israel may not be cut off from the world. Is it not for the sake of Israel alone that the whole world was created? And if Israel should cease to exist, who will come and exclaim, Holy, holy, holy thrice daily before thee? As thou didst save Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah out of the burning furnace, and Daniel out of the den of lions, so save me out of the hand of this foolish king, and make me to appear charming and graceful in his eyes. I entreat thee to give ear to my prayer in this time of exile and banishment from our land. By reason of our sins the threatening words of the Holy Scriptures are accomplished upon us, Ye shall sell yourselves unto your enemies for bondmen and for bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. The decree to kill us has been issued. We are delivered up unto the sword for destruction, root and branch. The children of Abraham covered themselves with sackcloth and ashes, but though the elders sinned, what wrongs have the children committed? And though the children committed wrongs, what have the sucklings done? The nobles of Jerusalem came forth from their graves, for their children were given up to the sword. How quickly have the days of our joy flown by! The wicked Haman has surrendered us to our enemies for slaughter. I will recount before thee the deeds of thy friends, and with Abraham will I begin. Thou didst try him with all temptations, yet didst thou find him faithful. O that thou wouldst support his beloved children for his sake, and aid them, so that thou wouldst bear them as an unbreakable seal upon thy right hand. Call Haman to account for the wrong he would do us, and be revenged upon the son of Hammedatha. Demand requital of Haman and not of thy people, for he sought to annihilate us all at one stroke, he, the enemy and afflicter of thy people, whom he endeavors to hem in on all sides. With an eternal bond thou didst bind us unto thee. O that thou wouldst uphold us for the sake of Isaac, who is bound. Haman offered the king 10,000 talents of silver for us. Raise thou our voice, and answer us, and bring us forth out of the narrow place into enlargement. Thou who breakest the mightiest, crush Haman, so that he may never again rise from his fall. I am ready to appear before the king, to entreat grace for my inheritance. Send thou an angel of compassion with me on mine errand, and let grace and favor be my companions. May the righteousness of Abraham go before me, the binding of Isaac raise me, the charm of Jacob be put into my mouth, and the grace of Joseph upon my tongue. Happy the man who putteth his trust in God. He is not confounded. He will lend me his right hand and his left hand, with which he created the whole world. Ye, all ye of Israel, pray for me as I pray in your behalf. For whatsoever a man may ask of God in the time of his distress, is granted unto him. Let us look upon the deeds of our fathers and do like unto them, and he will answer our supplications. The left hand of Abraham held Isaac by the throat, and his right hand grasped the knife. He willingly did thy bidding, nor did he delay to execute thy command. Heaven opened its windows to give space to the angels, who cried bitterly, and said, Woe to the world, if this thing should come to pass. I also call upon thee. O answer me, for thou givest ear unto all who are afflicted and oppressed. Thou art called the merciful and the gracious. Thou art slow to anger and great in lovingkindness and truth. Hear our voice and answer us, and lead us out of distress into enlargement. For 3 days have I fasted in accordance with the number of days Abraham journeyed to bind his son upon the altar before thee. Thou didst make a covenant with him, and didst promise him, whenever thy children shall be in distress, I will remember the binding of Isaac favorably unto them, and deliver them out of their troubles. Again, I fasted 3 days corresponding to the 3 classes Israel, priests, Levites, and Israelites, who stood at the foot of Sinai, and said, All the Lord hath spoken will we do, and be obedient. Esther concluded her prayer and said, O God, Lord of hosts, thou that searchest the heart and the reins, in this hour do thou remember the merits of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that my petition to thee may not be turned aside, nor my request be left unfulfilled. Esther intercedes. After finishing her prayer, Esther betook herself to the king, accompanied by 3 attendants, one walking to the right of her, the second on the other side, and the third bearing her train, heavy with the precious stones with which it was studded. Her chief adornment was the Holy Spirit that was poured out over her. But scarcely did she enter the chamber containing the idols, when the Holy Spirit departed from her, and she cried out in great distress, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. Shall I be chastised for acts that I do against my will, and only in obedience to the promptings of sore need? Why should my fate be different from that of the mother? When Pharaoh only attempted to approach Sarah, plagues came upon him and his house, but I have been compelled for years to live with this heathen, and thou dost not deliver me out of his hand. O Lord of the world! Have I not paid scrupulous heed to the 3 commands thou didst specially ordain for women? To reach the king, Esther had to pass through 7 apartments, each measuring 10 ells in length. The first 3 she traversed unhindered. They were too far off for the king to observe her progress through them. But barely had she crossed the threshold of the 4th chamber, when Ahasuerus caught sight of her, and, overcome by rage, he exclaimed, O for the departed, their like is not found again on earth. How I urged and entreated Vashti to appear before me, but she refused, and I had her killed therefore. This Esther come hither without invitation, like unto a public prostitute. In consternation and despair Esther stood rooted to the center of the 4th chamber. Having once allowed her to pass through the doors under their charge, the guards of the first 4 rooms had forfeited their authority over her. And to the guards in the other 3 rooms, she had not yet given cause for interfering with her. Yet the courtiers were so confident that Esther was about to suffer the death penalty, that the sons of Haman were already busy dividing her jewels among themselves, and casting lots for her royal purple. Esther herself was keenly aware of her dangerous position. In her need, she besought God, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, and prayed to him the words which have found their place in the Psalter composed by King David. Because she put her confidence in God, he answered her petition, and sent her 3 angels to help her. The one enveloped her countenance with the threads of grace, the second raised her head, and the third drew out the scepter of Ahasuerus until it touched her. The king turned his head round, to avoid seeing Esther, but the angels forced him to look her way, and be conquered by her seductive charm. By reason of her long fast, Esther was so weak that she was unable to extend her hand toward the scepter of the king. The archangel Michael had to draw her near it. Ahasuerus then said, I see, thou must have a most important request to prefer, else thou hadst not risked thy life deliberately. I am ready to give it thee, even to the half of the kingdom. There is but one petition I cannot grant, and that is the restoration of the temple. I gave my oath to Geshem the Arabian, Sanballat the Horonite, and Tobiah the Ammonite, not to allow it to be rebuilt, from fear of the Jews, lest they rise up against me. For the moment, Esther refrained from uttering her petition. All she asked was, that the king and Haman would come to a banquet she proposed to give. She had good reasons for this peculiar course of conduct. She desired to disarm Haman's suspicions regarding her Jewish descent, and to lead her fellow Jews to fix their hope upon God and not upon her. At the same time, it was her plan to arouse jealousy of Haman in both the king and the princes. She was quite ready to sacrifice her own life, if her stratagems would but involve the life of Haman, too. At the banquet she therefore favored Haman in such manner that Ahasuerus could not but be jealous. She moved her chair close to Haman's, and when Ahasuerus handed her his wine cup, to let her drink of it first, she passed it on to his minister. After the banquet, the king repeated his question, and again made the asseveration, that he would fulfill all her wishes at whatever cost, barring only the restoration of the temple. Esther, however, was not yet ready. She preferred to wait another day before taking up the conflict with Haman. She had before her eyes the example of Moses, who also craved a day's preparation before going out against Amalek, the ancestor of Haman. Deceived by the attention and distinction accorded him by Esther, Haman felt secure in his position, priding himself not only on the love of the king, but also on the respect of the queen. He felt himself to be the most privileged being in all the wide realm governed by Ahasuerus. Filled with arrogant self-sufficiency, he passed by Mordecai, who not only refused to give him the honors decreed in his behalf, but, besides, pointed to his knee, inscribed with a bill of sale whereby Haman had become the slave of Mordecai. Doubly and triply enraged, he resolved to make an example of the Jew. But he was not satisfied with inflicting death by a simple kick. On reaching his home he was disappointed not to find his wife Zeresh, the daughter of the Persian satrap Tatnai. As always when Haman was at court, she had gone to her paramours. He sent for her and his 365 advisers, and with them he took counsel as to what was to be done to Mordecai. Pointing to a representation of his treasure chamber, which he wore on his bosom, he said, "And all this is worthless in my sight when I look upon Mordecai, the Jew. What I eat and drink loses its savor, if I but think of him." Among his advisers and sons, of whom there were 208, none was so clever as Zeresh his wife. She spoke thus, "If the man thou tellest of is a Jew, thou wilt not be able to do aught to him except by sagacity. If thou castest him into the fire, it will have no effect upon him, for Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah escaped from the burning furnace unhurt. Joseph went free from prison. Manasseh prayed to God, and he heard him, and saved him from the iron furnace. To drive him out in the wilderness is useless, thou knowest the desert did no evil to the Israelites that passed through it. Putting out his eyes avails naught, for Samson blind did more mischief than ever Samson seeing. Therefore hang him, for no Jew has ever escaped death by hanging." Haman was well pleased with the words of his wife. She fetched artificers in wood and iron, the former to erect the cross, the latter to make the nails. Their children danced around in high glee while Zeresh played upon the cithern, and Haman in his pleasurable excitement said, "To the woodworkers I shall give abundant pay, and the iron workers I shall invite to a banquet." When the cross was finished, Haman himself tested it, to see that all was in working order. A heavenly voice was heard, "It is good for Haman the villain, and for the son of Hammedatha it is fitting." The disturbed night. The night during which Haman erected the cross for Mordecai was the first night of Passover, the very night in which miracles without number had ever been done for the fathers and for Israel. But this time the night of joy was changed into a night of mourning and a night of fears. Wherever there were Jews, they passed the night in weeping and lamenting. The greatest terrors it held for Mordecai, because his own people accused him of having provoked their misfortunes by his hardy behavior toward Haman. Excitement and consternation reigned in heaven as well as on earth. When Haman had satisfied himself that the cross intended for his enemy was properly constructed, he repaired to the Beth HaMidrash, where he found Mordecai and all the Jewish schoolchildren, 22,000 in number, in tears and sorrow. He ordered them to be put in chains, saying, "First I shall kill off these, and then I shall hang Mordecai." The mothers hastened thither with bread and water, and coaxed their children to take something before they had to encounter death. The children, however, laid their hands upon their books, and said, "As our teacher Mordecai liveth, we will neither eat nor drink, but we will perish exhausted with fasting." They rolled up their sacred scrolls, and handed them to their teachers with the words, "For our devotion to the study of the Torah, We had hoped to be rewarded with long life, according to the promise held out in the Holy Scriptures. As we are not worthy thereof, remove the books." The outcries of the children and of the teachers in the Bet HaMidrash, and the weeping of the mothers without, united with the supplications of the fathers, reached unto heaven in the third hour of the night, and God said, "I hear the voice of tender lambs and sheep." Moses arose and addressed God thus, "Thou knowest well that the voices are not of lambs and sheep, but of the young of Israel, who for 3 days have been fasting and languishing in fetters, only to be slaughtered on the morrow to the delight of the arch-enemy." Then God felt compassion with Israel, for the sake of his innocent little ones. He broke the seal with which the heavenly decree of annihilation had been fastened, and the decree itself he tore in pieces. From this moment on Ahasuerus became restless, and sleep was made to flee his eyes, for the purpose that the redemption of Israel might be brought to pass. God sent down Michael, the leader of the hosts of Israel, who was to keep sleep from the king, and the archangel Gabriel descended, and threw the king out of his bed on the floor, no less than 365 times, continually whispering in his ear, "O thou ingrate, reward him who deserves to be rewarded." To account for his sleeplessness, Ahasuerus thought he might have been poisoned, and he was about to order the execution of those charged with the preparation of his food. But they succeeded in convincing him of their innocence, by calling to his attention that Esther and Haman had shared his evening meal with him, yet they felt no unpleasant effects. Then suspicions against his wife and his friend began to arise in his mind. He accused them inwardly of having conspired together to put him out of the way. He sought to banish this thought with the reflection, that if a conspiracy had existed against him, his friends would have warned him of it. But the reflection brought others in its train. Did he have any friends? Was it not possible that by leaving valuable services unrewarded, he had forfeited the friendly feelings toward him? He therefore commanded that the chronicles of the kings of Persia be read to him. He would compare his own acts with what his predecessors had done, and try to find out whether he might count upon friends. What was read to him did not restore his tranquility of mind, for he saw a poor man before him, none other than the angel Michael, who called to him continually, "Haman wants to kill thee, and become king in thy stead. Let this serve thee as proof that I am telling thee the truth. Early in the morning he will appear before thee and request permission of thee to kill him who saved thy life. And when thou inquirest of him what honor should be done to him whom the king delighteth to honor, he will ask to be given the apparel, the crown, and the horse of the king as signs of distinction." Ahasuerus' excitement was soothed only when the passage in the Chronicles was reached describing the loyalty of Mordecai. Had the wishes of the reader been consulted, Ahasuerus had never heard this entry, for it was a son of Haman who was filling the office of reader, and he was desirous of passing the incident over in silence. But a miracle occurred. The words were heard though they were not uttered. The names of Mordecai and Israel had a quieting influence upon the king, and he dropped asleep. He dreamed that Haman, sword in hand, was approaching him with evil intent, and when, early in the morning, Haman suddenly, without being announced, entered the antechamber and awakened the king, Ahasuerus was persuaded of the truth of his dream. The king was still further set against Haman by the reply he gave to the question, how honor was to be shown to the man whom the king delighteth to honor. Believing himself to be the object of the king's goodwill, he advised Ahasuerus to have his favorite arrayed in the king's coronation garments, and the crown royal put upon his head. Before him one of the grandees of the kingdom was to run, doing herald service, proclaiming that whosoever did not prostrate himself and bow down before him whom the king delighteth to honor, would have his head cut off, and his house given over to pillage. Haman was quick to notice that he had made a mistake, for he saw the king's countenance change color at the mention of the word crown. He therefore took good care not to refer to it again. In spite of this precaution, Ahasuerus saw in the words of Haman a striking verification of his vision, and he was confident that Haman cherished designs against his life and his throne. The fall of Haman. Haman was soon to find out that he had gone far afield in supposing himself to be the man whom the king delighted to honor. The king's command ran, "Hasten to the royal treasure chambers. Fetch thence a cover of fine purple, a raiment of delicate silk, furnished forth with golden bells and pomegranates and bestrewn with diamonds and pearls, and the large golden crown which was brought me from Macedonia upon the day I ascended the throne. Furthermore, fetch thence the sword and the coat of mail sent me from Ethiopia, and the 2 veils embroidered with pearls which were Africa's gift. Then repair to the royal stables, and lead forth the black horse whereon I sat at my coronation. With all these insignia of honor, seek out Mordecai. Haman, which Mordecai? Ahasuerus, Mordecai the Jew. Haman, there be many Jews named Mordecai. Ahasuerus, the Jew Mordecai who sits at the king's gate. Haman, there be many royal gates. I know not which thou meanest. Ahasuerus, the gate that leads from the harem to the palace. Haman, this man is my enemy and the enemy of my house. Rather would I give him 10,000 talents of silver than do him this honor. Ahasuerus, 10,000 talents of silver shall be given him, and he shall be made lord over thy house, but these honors must thou show unto him. Haman, I have 10 sons. I would rather have them run before his horse than do him this honor. Ahasuerus, thou, thy sons, and thy wife shall be slaves to Mordecai, but these honors must thou show unto him. Haman, O my lord and king, Mordecai is a common man. Appoint him to be ruler over a city, or, if thou wilt, even over a district, rather than I should do him this honor. Ahasuerus, I will appoint him ruler over cities and districts. All the kings on land and on water shall pay him obedience, but these honors must thou show unto him. Haman, rather have coins struck bearing thy name together with his, instead of mine as hitherto, than I should do him this honor. Ahasuerus, the man who saved the life of the king deserves to have his name put on the coin of the realm. Nevertheless, these honors must thou show unto him. Haman, edicts and writings have been issued to all parts of the kingdom, commanding that the nation to which Mordecai belongs shall be destroyed. Recall them rather than I should do him this honor. Ahasuerus, the edicts and writings shall be recalled, yet these honors must thou show unto Mordecai. Seeing that all petitions and entreaties were ineffectual, and Ahasuerus insisted upon the execution of his order, Haman went to the royal treasure chambers, walking with his head bowed like a mourner's, his ears hanging down, his eyes dim, his mouth screwed up, his heart hardened, his bowels cut in pieces, his loins weakened, and his knees knocking against each other. He gathered together the royal insignia, and took them to Mordecai, accompanied on his way by Harbonah and Abzur, who, at the order of the king, were to take heed whether Haman carried out his wishes to the letter. When Mordecai saw his enemy approach, he thought his last moment had come. He urged his pupils to flee, that they might not burn themselves with his coals. But they refused, saying, In life as in death we desire to be with thee. The few moments left him, as he thought, Mordecai spent in devotion. With words of prayer on his lips he desired to pass away. Haman, therefore, had to address himself to the pupils of Mordecai. What was the last subject taught you by your teacher Mordecai? They told him they had been discussing the law of the Omer, the sacrifice brought on that very day so long as the temple had stood. At his request, they described some of the details of the ceremony in the temple connected with the offering. He exclaimed, Happy are you that your 10 farthings, with which you bought the wheat for the Omer, produced a better effect than my 10,000 talents of silver, which I offered unto the king for the destruction of the Jews. Meantime Mordecai had finished his prayer. Haman stepped up to him, and said, Arise, thou pious son of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Thy sackcloth and ashes availed more than my 10,000 talents of silver, which I promised unto the king. They were not accepted, but thy prayers were accepted by thy Father in heaven. Mordecai, not yet disabused of the notion that Haman had come to take him to the cross, requested the grace of a few minutes for his last meal. Only Haman's repeated protests assured him. When Haman set about arraying him with the royal apparel, Mordecai refused to put it on until he had bathed, and had dressed his hair. Royal apparel agreed but ill with his condition after 3 days of sackcloth and ashes. As luck would have it, Esther had issued the command that the bathkeepers and barbers were not to ply their trades on that day, and there was nothing for Haman to do but perform the menial services Mordecai required. Haman tried to play upon the feelings of Mordecai. Fetching a deep sigh, he said, the greatest in the king's realm is now acting as bathkeeper and barber. Mordecai, however, did not permit himself to be imposed upon. He knew Haman's origin too well to be deceived. He remembered his father, who had been bathkeeper and barber in a village. Haman's humiliation was not yet complete. Mordecai, exhausted by his 3 days' fast, was too weak to mount his horse unaided. Haman had to serve him as footstool, and Mordecai took the opportunity to give him a kick. Haman reminded him of the scriptural verse, "Rejoice not when thine enemy falleth, and let not thine heart be glad when he is overthrown." Mordecai, however, refused to apply it to himself, for he was chastising, not a personal enemy, but the enemy of his people, and of such it is said in the scriptures, "And thou shalt tread upon the high places of thine enemies." Finally, Haman caused Mordecai to ride through the streets of the city, and proclaimed before him, "Thus shall it be done unto the man whom the king delighteth to honor." In front of them marched 27,000 youths detailed for the service from the court. In their right hands they bore golden cups, and golden beakers in their left hands, and they, too, proclaimed, "Thus shall be done unto the man whom the king delighteth to honor." The procession furthermore was swelled by the presence of Jews. They, however, made a proclamation of different tenor. "Thus shall be done," they cried out, "unto the man whose honor is desired by the king that hath created heaven and earth." As he rode along, Mordecai gave praise to God, "I will extol thee, O Lord. For thou hast raised me up, and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me. O Lord my God, I cried unto thee, and thou hast healed me. O Lord, thou hast brought up my soul from Sheol. Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit." Whereupon his pupils joined in with, "Sing praise unto the Lord, O ye saints of his, and give thanks to his holy name. For his anger is but for a moment, and his favor is life. Weeping may tarry for the night, but joy cometh in the morning." Haman added the verse thereto, "As for me, I said in my prosperity, I shall never be moved. Thou, Lord, of thy favor hadst made my mountain to stand strong. Thou didst hide thy face. I was troubled." Queen Esther continued, "I cried to thee, O Lord. And unto the Lord I made supplication. What profit is there in my blood, when I go down to the pit? Shall the dust praise thee? Shall it declare thy truth?" And the whole concourse of Jews present cried out, "Thou hast turned for me my mourning into dancing. Thou hast loosed my sackcloth, and girded me with gladness, to the end that my glory may sing praise to thee, and not be silent. O Lord my God, I will give thanks unto thee forever." When this procession passed the house of Haman, his daughter was looking out of the window. She took the man on the horse to be her father, and the leader of it, Mordecai. Raising a vessel filled with offal, she emptied it out over the leader her own father. Scarce had the vessel left her hand, when she realized the truth, and she threw herself from the window, and lay crushed to death on the street below. In spite of the sudden change in his fortunes, Mordecai ended the eventful day as he had begun it, in prayer and fasting. No sooner was the procession over than he put off the royal robes, and, again covering himself with sackcloth, he prayed until night fell. Haman was plunged in mourning, partly on account of the deep disgrace to which he had been subjected, partly on account of the death of his daughter. Neither his wife nor his friends could advise him how to mend his sad fortunes. They could hold out only sorry consolation to him, "If this Mordecai is of the seed of the saints, thou wilt not be able to prevail against him. Thou wilt surely encounter the same fate as the kings in their battle with Abraham, and Abimelech in his quarrel with Isaac. As Jacob was victorious over the angel with whom he wrestled, and Moses and Aaron caused the drowning of Pharaoh and his host, so Mordecai will overcome thee in the end." While they were yet talking, the king's chamberlains came, and hastily carried Haman off to the banquet Esther had prepared, to prevent him and his influential sons from plotting against the king. Ahasuerus repeated his promise, to give Esther whatever she desired, always expecting the restoration of the temple. This time, casting her eyes heavenward, Esther replied, "If I have found favor in thy sight, O supreme king, and if it please thee, O king of the world, let my life be given me, and let my people be rescued out of the hands of its enemy." Ahasuerus, thinking these words were addressed to him, asked in irritation, "Who is he, and where is he, this presumptuous conspirator, who thought to do thus?" These were the first words the king had ever spoken to Esther herself. Hitherto he had always communicated with her through an interpreter. He had not been quite satisfied she was worthy enough to be addressed by the king. Now made cognizant of the fact that she was a Jewess, and of royal descent besides, he spoke to her directly, without the intervention of others. Esther stretched forth her hand to indicate the man who had sought to take her life, as he had actually taken Vashti's, but in the excitement of the moment, she pointed to the king. Fortunately the king did not observe her error, because an angel guided her hand instantaneously in the direction of Haman, whom her words described. "This is the adversary and the enemy, he who desired to murder thee in thy sleeping chamber during the night just past. He who this very day desired to array himself in the royal apparel, ride upon thy horse, and wear thy golden crown upon his head, to rise up against thee and deprive thee of thy sovereignty. But God set his undertaking at naught, and the honors he sought for himself fell to the share of my uncle Mordecai, who this oppressor and enemy thought to hang." The anger of the king already burnt so fiercely that he hinted to Esther, that whether Haman was the adversary she had in mind or not, she was to designate him as such. To infuriate him still more, God sent 10 angels in the guise of Haman's 10 sons, to fell down the trees in the royal park. When Ahasuerus turned his eyes toward the interior of the park, he saw the ruthless destruction of which they were guilty. In his rage he went out into the garden. This was the instant utilized by Haman to implore grace for himself from Esther. Gabriel intervened, and threw Haman upon the couch in a posture as though he were about to do violence to the queen. At that moment Ahasuerus reappeared. Enraged beyond description by what he saw, he cried out, "Haman attempts the honor of the queen in my very presence. Come, then, ye peoples, nations, and races, and pronounce judgment over him." When Harbonah, originally a friend of Haman and an adversary of Mordecai, heard the king's angry exclamation, he said to him, "Nor is this the only crime committed by Haman against thee, for he was an accomplice of the conspirators Bigthan and Teresh, and his enmity to Mordecai dates back to the time when Mordecai uncovered their foul plots. Out of revenge therefore, he has erected a cross for him." Harbonah's words illustrate the saying, "Once the ox has been cast to the ground, slaughtering knives can readily be found." Knowing that Haman had fallen from his high estate, Harbonah was intent upon winning the friendship of Mordecai. Harbonah was altogether right, for Ahasuerus at once ordered Haman to be hanged. Mordecai was charged with the execution of the king's order, and Haman's tears and entreaties did not in the least move him. He insisted upon hanging him like the commonest of criminals, instead of executing him with the sword, the mode of punishment applied to men of rank guilty of serious misdemeanors. The cross which Haman, at the advice of his wife Zeresh and of his friends, had erected for Mordecai, was now used for himself. It was made of wood from a thorn bush. God called all the trees together and inquired which one would permit the cross for Haman to be made of it. The fig tree said, "I am ready to serve, for I am symbolic of Israel, and, also, my fruits were brought to the temple as firstfruits." The vine said, "I am ready to serve, for I am symbolic of Israel and, also, my wine is brought to the altar." The apple tree said, "I am ready to serve, for I am symbolic of Israel." The nut tree said, "I am ready to serve, for I am symbolic of Israel." The etrog tree said, "I should have the privilege, for with my fruit Israel praises God on Sukkot." The willow of the brook said, "I desire to serve, for I am symbolic of Israel." The cedar tree said, "I desire to serve, for I am symbolic of Israel." The palm tree said, "I desire to serve, for I am symbolic of Israel." Finally the thorn bush came and said, "I am fitted to do this service, for the ungodly are like pricking thorns." The offer of the thorn bush was accepted, after God gave a blessing to each of the other trees for its willingness to serve. A sufficiently long beam cut from a thorn bush could be found only in the house of Haman, which had to be demolished in order to obtain it. The cross was tall enough for Haman and his 10 sons to be hanged upon it. It was planted 3 cubits deep in the ground. Each of the victims required 3 cubits space in length. 1 cubit space was left vacant between the feet of the one above and the head of the one below, and the youngest son, Vazatha, had his feet 4 cubits from the ground as he hung. Haman and his 10 sons remained suspended a long time, to the vexation of those who considered it a violation of the biblical prohibition in Deuteronomy, not to leave a human body hanging upon a tree overnight. Esther pointed to a precedent, the descendants of Saul, whom the Gibeonites left hanging half a year, whereby the name of God was sanctified, for whenever the pilgrims beheld them, they told the heathen, that the men had been hanged because their father Saul had laid hand on the Gibeonites. How much more, then, continued Esther, are we justified in permitting Haman and his family to hang, they who desired to destroy the house of Israel? Beside these 10 sons, who had been governors in various provinces, Haman had 20 others, 10 of whom died, and the other 10 of whom were reduced to beggary. The vast fortune of which Haman died possessed was divided in 3 parts. The first part was given to Mordecai and Esther, the second to the students of the Torah, and the third was applied to the restoration of the temple. Mordecai thus became a wealthy man. He was also set up as king of the Jews. As such he had coins struck, which bore the figure of Esther on the obverse, and his own figure on the reverse. However, in the measure in which Mordecai gained in worldly power and consideration, he lost spiritually, because the business connected with his high political station left him no time for the study of the Torah. Previously he had ranked 6th among the eminent scholars of Israel, he now dropped to the 7th place among them. Ahasuerus, on the other hand, was the gainer by the change. As soon as Mordecai entered upon the office of Grand Chancellor, he succeeded in subjecting to his sway the provinces that had revolted on account of Vashti's execution. The edict of the king. The edict issued against the Jews was revoked by Ahasuerus in the following terms. King Ahasuerus sends this letter to all the inhabitants of water and earth, to all the rulers of districts, and to generals of the army, who dwell in every country. May your peace be great. I write this to you to inform you, that although I rule over many nations, over the inhabitants of land and sea, yet I am not proud of my power, but will rather walk in lowliness and meekness of spirit all my days, in order to provide for you great peace. Unto all who dwell under my dominion, unto all who seek to carry on business on land or on sea, unto all who desire to export goods from one nation to the other, from one people to the other, unto them all, I am the same, from one end of the earth to the other, and none may seek to cause excitement on land or on sea, or enmities between one nation and another, between one people and another. I write this, because in spite of our sincerity and honesty with which we love all the nations, revere all the rulers, and do good to all the potentates, there are nevertheless people who were near to the king, and into whose hand the government was entrusted, who by their intrigues and falsehoods misled the king, and wrote letters which are not right before heaven, which are evil before men, and harmful for the empire. This was the petition they requested from the king, that righteous men should be killed, and most innocent blood be shed, of those who have not done any evil, nor were guilty of death, such righteous people as Esther, celebrated for all virtues, and Mordecai, wise in every branch of wisdom. There is no blemish to be found in them nor in their nation. I thought that I was requested concerning another nation, and did not know it was concerning the Jews, who are called the children of the Lord of all, who created heaven and earth, and who led them and their fathers through great and mighty empires. And now is he, Haman, the son of Hammedatha, from Judea, a descendant of Amalek, who came to us and enjoyed much kindness, praise, and dignity from us, whom we made great, and called father of the king, and seated him at the right of the king, did not know how to appreciate the dignity, and how to conduct the affairs of state, but harbored thoughts to kill the king and take away his kingdom. Therefore we ordered the son of Hammedatha to be hanged, and all that he desired we have brought upon his head. And the Creator of heaven and earth brought his machinations upon his head. As a memorial of the wonderful deliverance from the hands of Haman, the Jews of Shushan celebrated the day their arch-enemy had appointed for their extermination, and their example was followed by the Jews of the other cities of the Persian Empire, and by those of other countries. Yet the sages, when besought by Esther, refused at first to make it a festival for all times, lest the hatred of the heathen be excited against the Jews. They yielded only after Esther had pointed out to them that the events on which the holiday was based were perpetuated in the annals of the kings of Persia and Media, and thus the outside world would not be able to misinterpret the joy of the Jews. Esther addressed another petition to the sages. She begged that the book containing her history should be incorporated in the Holy Scriptures. Because they shrank from adding anything to the triple canon, consisting of the Torah, the prophets, and the hagiographa, they again refused, and again they had to yield to Esther's argument. She quoted the words from Exodus, "Write this for a memorial in the book," spoken by Moses to Joshua, after the battle of Rephidim with the Amalekites. They saw that it was the will of God to immortalize the warfare waged with the Amalekite Haman. Nor is the book of Esther an ordinary history. Without aid of the Holy Spirit, it could not have been composed, and therefore its canonization resolved upon below was endorsed above. And as the book of Esther became an integral and indestructible part of the Holy Scriptures, so the feast of Purim will be celebrated forever, now and in the future world, and Esther herself by her pious deeds acquired a good name both in this world and in the world to come.